What happens when you love villains a little too much? For Noah, an obsession with dark, complex characters in his favorite game turned into a nightmare. No matter how many times he played, he couldn't save his favorite family of monsters, the Desdemonas, from total annihilation. Why? Because he could never bring himself to eliminate the ultimate culprit, the alluring, deadly main villainess who brings about their downfall. After dying at his keyboard on his 333rd failed attempt, Noah wakes up in the game as Cassius Desdemona, the last-born of the doomed house, placed years before their destruction, and just days before his arranged marriage to the woman destined to end them. Cassius must rewrite a tragedy written in stone, survive his lethal new bride, and prove that a villain's fate can be changed. Chapter 1. I love villains. Anyone? Anyone at all? Can someone please kill me? I am a useless bastard. I truly am. Noah shouted with all his might, startling the crowd of students chatting inside the classroom. They looked at him with eyes far too used to his antics, then went back to their own conversations without giving him another glance. Still, whispers could be heard. This guy is truly nuts. What in the hell is wrong with him? One said in a hushed tone. I heard Crystal broke up with him. Maybe that's why. Oh, no way. I thought they were going to last a week. They only lasted 2 days. A girl cut in. And mind you, Amelia is already planning to try her luck with him. That bitch. You are just jealous. Shut up. The whispers went on without end, his classmates busy dissecting his love life while the man himself couldn't care less about any of it. It was true he had broken up with Crystal. It was also true that Amelia had already slid him a date proposal. But none of that mattered to him right now. After all, you failed again? A voice spoke, firm, yet oddly soft, coming from just above Noah sprawled across his desk. He half opened his eyes, letting his black irises peek through his lids and land on the handsome face of his friend, Caden. He sighed, dragging an exasperated hand down his face. Yes. Why don't you just give up? Caden shook his head, stretching a hand toward him in their usual handshake. I need the first game back, dude. I lent it to you months ago. My brother won't stop pestering me about it. Be patient, man. Noah grumbled, taking the hand and pushing himself up. I'll finish it soon. You said that 2 months ago. Did I? Caden rolled his red eyes. You could have finished the first game and even the second by now if you'd stop your unhealthy obsession with saving that villain family. You know I like villains. I just can't watch them die. Then kill Isolde. Damn it. Their downfall starts with her. Noah looked at Caden as if he were the dumbest person alive. Hell fucking no. How am I supposed to kill my goddess? Are you an idiot? Dude, what the fuck? Caden was speechless, opening and closing his mouth soundlessly. Noah understood his friend's point of view. But honestly, he just couldn't bring himself to kill the villain family, nor the first spark of their destruction, Isolde. Your love for dangerous, toxic women is going to be your downfall. God forbid a man has a type. That's why you're no longer with Crystal. Caden slapped the back of Noah's head. He yelped. Now I heard Amelia slid into your DMs. Crystal is too gentle and sweet. He whispered, not wanting others to hear. I didn't reply for 6 hours for no reason, and she just comforted me and told me how much she loved me. Isn't it crazy? And you're not satisfied? Caden was incredulous. Of course not. Noah looked on the verge of tears. I wanted her to blackmail me into not doing it again. Dude, girls these days are too damn soft. Amelia seems the same. I'm already planning to say no. Caden stared at Noah for a long moment, eyes fixed on his unfairly handsome face. Caramel skin, black braided hair tied into knots, matching eyes. Opened his mouth to speak, then closed it at the sudden loud bang of the door. Everyone, class starts now. The teacher had arrived. Students immediately shuffled to their seats. Caden and Noah sat together, and the former still couldn't stop himself from saying, You are fucking crazy. Noah grinned at him. I just have taste. Caden scowled. The class began. He rolled his eyes and immediately focused on the chemistry lesson. He loved chemistry. Noah, meanwhile, had his head in the clouds. He checked the time and noticed 2 more hours of boredom before he could get back to his apartment and play again. This time I'll succeed. I have to, damn it. He mused inwardly, deciding to use the 2 hours to think of a new strategy. Chosen Ones. That was the game Noah had been obsessed with for months, playing it non-stop, trying desperately to clear it. And yet he was stuck on the ending of the first game, unable to properly finish it. Not because he was bad at the game, but simply because he refused to let the Desdemona family, the archetypal villain family of any fantasy, die at the hands of the main characters. A bunch of heroines and heroes of varying degrees, led by the main protagonist. The reason was simple. Noah loved villains. He loved reading them, watching them, quoting them in his sleep. And because of that, and because the developers had confirmed it was possible to save them, he had committed himself completely. The easiest way was obviously to deal with the big sister of the chosen heiress. One of the main heroines is sold. But that would mean killing his dream woman. He would rather die. So he needed another way. He had found one. His 333rd attempt, to be exact. And it had failed again. Just forget it. He cursed, tired and defeated, slapping the controller aside and staring at the scene in front of him. The eradication of the Desdemona. Fire raged, blood rained down. Screams could be heard, even though it was supposed to be a silent cutscene. He watched it for a moment, heart hammering in anger, frustration, and pity all knotted together. If only Cassius wasn't so useless. He hissed. If only that spoiled bastard wasn't the main weak point of the whole family. If not for him, things would have been far simpler. Noah sighed and finally checked the time. 5 a.m. Class in 4 hours. And an exam to pass on top of that. That realization, paired with his exhausted mind and burning eyes, sent an electric jolt through his body. Oh, God! His heart skipped. He sprang to his feet, his erratic movement sending the hot cup of coffee beside the gaming PC spilling across the keyboard. Noah froze. He turned his head mechanically and watched arcs of electrical light sizzle around the keys. Time stilled completely. The silence of the night flooded his room and seemed to choke him from the inside. In that instant, the screen glitched sporadically. Through it, Noah thought he saw the slaughtered eyes of every Desdemona family member staring back at him through raging blue fire. The color was so vivid he almost believed it was real. It was. Across the sizzling keyboard, arcs of blue fire flickered. Noah opened his mouth for a horrified scream. Oh, F. The blue fire was faster. Darkness. Chapter 2. Cassius Desdemona. Light. Gasp. The young man sprawled on the luxurious bed, jerked upward with unnecessary intensity. The bed creaked, sending the purple bedsheet sliding to the floor. His eyes darted restlessly around the room, confusion growing stronger with every passing second. Now, what in the hell is going on? Noah cursed instinctively, his mind struggling to catch up with itself. Then his last registered memory flooded back, making him flinch at the sight of blue fire swallowing his entire body in his mind's eye. I died. He arrived at that conclusion with his body swaying as if suddenly dizzy, head aching, his heart thundering so hard against his chest that his ribs felt ready to cave. His breathing turned shallow and ragged, forcing him to gulp air loudly through his mouth just to stay conscious. Steadily, Noah climbed down from the bed and sat on the floor shrouded by a soft purple carpet, his back against the bed frame. Those few actions, combined with the pain in his chest, every sensation coming through his body, and the light flowing through the half-open windows above the large desk to his right, told him clearly enough. This was not a dream. This was real. But then, where am I? Who am I? He recognized the feel of a body well enough. And this one felt wrong. It felt like he was an intruder inside something that was anything but his. Those suspicions were confirmed when Noah suddenly blanked out, an entire set of foreign memories erupting inside his head from nowhere. Memories he had never lived, yet he felt a deep sense of connection to every person who appeared inside them. A connection, a feeling he knew all too well. His unhealthy love for a group of crazy people. Realization finally dawned on him as he lost consciousness. Art! Noah hissed through gritted teeth as he came back around, one hand clamped tight around his head. Yet the first thing he did was pull himself up and run straight to the bathroom with the certainty of someone who had lived there his whole life. Once inside, he went directly to the mirror and face to face, both unfamiliar and familiar all at once. The face of Cassius Desdemona, the youngest of the Desdemona family. It wasn't a dream, he whispered, touching his face with trembling, awed hands, his lips quivering like a man caught out in the cold. The face looked 18 with short, immaculate white hair framing the head, white lashes, and deep crimson eyes that churned like pooled blood on a glowering sun. Noah had been unfairly handsome in his last life. But this was something else entirely. That wasn't what concerned him right now, though. His expression was strange, his lips caught between a wide smile of happiness and one of deep sorrow. Happy because he had been reincarnated, something he had never truly believed possible, and into his favorite family of all things. Sad because of what he had left behind on Earth. Noah had been an orphan, yes, but he had been loved immensely for his character and his looks. He had great friends who always showed up for him, and gorgeous girlfriends. He had never once felt alone. Now all of that belonged to a different world, and so suddenly that a jarring feeling crept up his throat and wouldn't leave. But the situation was clear enough. Gingerly, he studied his reflection, trying to anchor himself to the face staring back. "I have died," he said inwardly, holding his own gaze. "I have died as Noah." The faster he accepted that, the faster he could focus on what was in front of him, because he knew exactly how this family ended. He had played the game 333 times, and all 333 times, this family died in the late stages of the first game. He had no time to grieve his past if he wanted to keep his present. At that, Noah looked around the bathroom, eyes sweeping past toilet, shower, and found a bathtub decorated in purple, precious gems set into its edges. He walked toward it slowly and spent 2 minutes figuring out how to turn it on. Once done, without even removing his clothes, a purple pajama set, he stepped inside as it filled with cold water. He shuddered, breath steaming from his mouth. He threw his head back, raised both hands dripping with water, and passed them slowly and repeatedly over his face. Splashing sounds echoed through the enclosed bathroom, followed by the heavy breathing of someone fighting off cold. After a few minutes in that state, the confusion and uncertainty slowly drained from his eyes. "Noah is dead. I have to accept it," he said, eyes closed, hands still on his face. "I am Cassius Desdemona now, the youngest son of the Desdemona. And this is an opportunity." He forced a small smile. "This is the chance to finally save this family. Isn't that all I ever wanted? To save this family. The family he had never truly had. Was that possible now? But first," he whispered, climbing out of the bathtub in a hurry, something important snapping back into his mind. The beginning of his new family's downfall. The thing that set it all in motion, and it was tied to him in some way. To Cassius Desdemona himself. "I need to stop my own death," he breathed. "And to do that I need to stop my parents from blackmailing the young master." The words caught in his throat as he stepped through the bathroom doorway and found a woman in maid's clothes standing in the middle of his purple-decorated room. Tall, with black hair braided into one thick knot swinging over her left shoulder. She stood with her hands pressed together in front of her, positioned beside the door, looking at him. Her green eyes nodded immediately into a tight frown at the sight of his soaked clothes. But she seemed to have more pressing matters than to scold him. Not that she could anyway. She lowered her head respectfully. "I apologize for the intrusion, young master, but you have been summoned." Cassius's chest tightened. "By who?" He kept his voice steady. "Barely. The family heads. Your older sister, Lady Morgan, will be in attendance as well." His heart dropped. "Yes. I am fucked." Chapter 3, Blackmail. Cassius completely ignored the advice of his maid, Ocean, to change his wet clothes before meeting his new family. He hadn't even heard her. His mind was too fixed on why he had been summoned. "I just pray it's not what I think," he thought, his unsteady steps halting in front of a humongous door deep inside the Desdemona mansion. The door was all black, the color like condensed shadow, a bright sigil etched into it and glowing red, bleeding light into everything around it. The sigil was a white snake biting its own tail, a whisper of blood trickling and glowing from where teeth met flesh. At the sight of it, Cassius felt his left chest thunder. He glanced down and saw a light on his chest, faint as a dying photon, barely glowing through his clothes. "I've already awakened." His suspicion was confirmed at the sight of his birthright mark, meaning the official start of the game was soon. In other words, I have around a week before the event with Isolde, and 2 to 3 years before the end of the Desdemona. He narrowed his eyes at that. It was far too fast. Sighing, he blinked, bringing his attention back to the door, and steeled himself to enter. No guard stood in front of it. There was truly no need. One would have to be the greatest fool alive to step uninvited into the personal meeting room of the Desdemona main family. Cassius drew a deep breath into his lungs, shook his head, sending sprays of water scattering. "Will you accompany me inside?" he asked Ocean, who was staring daggers at him from behind. "Only the heirs may enter, young master." Her voice was smooth. "Then what will you do?" "I will wait for you here, young master," she said, slightly puzzled by such an obvious question. Cassius didn't answer for a moment. He tilted his head, looked at Ocean over his shoulder, and smiled. "Why so serious?" he drawled. "Just go back. I'll call for you when I need you." Not waiting for an answer, he took one confident step toward the door. As if recognizing his presence, his birthright mark glowed as brightly as it could, which was pitifully faint, and the snake-eating sigil glowed in return before the door yawned open. Cassius's smile turned wry at the world of writhing, spitting, swirling shadows that welcomed him. He wanted to feel surprised, but the memories of the previous Cassius living inside him dulled all of it. He steeled himself and stepped inside, accepting the cold embrace of the shadows. He disappeared within them. The door closed automatically behind him. Behind, Ocean remained standing, eyebrows knitted together. "Young master," she whispered, holding her chin. "Young master feels different today." Her eyes lit up. Is it because of his low birthright capacity? She wondered briefly, then clicked her tongue. Not my problem. It truly wasn't, especially when the concern was Cassius Desdemona himself, the youngest and most spoiled child of a family of monsters. And even with his capacity being a disappointment, his family's protection was more than enough to guarantee him a comfortable life. How lucky! Ocean hissed quietly with jealousy. Cassius found himself seated at a wide black table streaked with crimson. The white snake-eating sigil was etched boldly in the middle of it. The surrounding area was swallowed by darkness, except for the hissing shadows that seemed more alive than anything else in the room. A deep shiver ran through him at the sight. But he had other things to worry about. Across the table sat 3 people. One man, lean body, looking around 40, white hair, black eyes like twin pools of shadow. And 2 women, one clearly younger than the other. The older woman watched him with a loving smile already fixed on her face with her crimson hair, matching eyes. The younger woman looked exactly like the man. White hair, black eyes, but with a birthmark beside her left eye that darkened the skin there. My parents and my sister, he thought, feeling strange saying it, yet unable to deny the warmth that surfaced anyway. Cassius had already decided not to act like his predecessor. There was no need. He and the original Cassius were oddly alike in some ways as it was, and if something seemed slightly off, no one would think too hard about it. Having a low capacity in a family of monsters was reason enough to come back changed. Perfectly normal. "How have you been, my baby?" His mother, Sapphira Desdemona, asked with genuine warmth. "And what happened to your clothes?" She snapped her fingers, and a purple plate of strawberry dessert appeared in front of Cassius. "Nothing, mother," Cassius answered, trying to keep his voice steady, accepting the dessert gratefully. "I woke up today feeling like changing some habits." "And you did that by," Morgan cut in, "throwing yourself into a bathtub fully clothed? I must ask, sister, do you spy on me? Do you think I'm that unhinged, Cass?" "Respectfully, yes." Morgan cackled, her laughter bouncing through the shadowed space without the slightest concern. "So accurate, Cass. But no, I didn't spy on you this time. Do you want me to, though?" "I could." "No, thank you." Cassius cut in. "Let's." "Cassius." Morgan fell immediately silent, and turned her head. Her father's stern face stared back at her, his monotone voice having done all the work. She shrugged and listened. Cassius looked at his father, Aldrin Desdemona, and felt a tremor move through him. "Here we go." "Yes, father." The word tasted strange. "You're going to get married," he said, no build-up, no suspense, watching his son for a reaction. What he found made him raise an eyebrow slightly. "You don't look surprised, my baby," Sapphira drawled, resting her cheek on one palm, smile unchanged. Cassius was obviously not surprised and couldn't be bothered to pretend otherwise. He already knew exactly what was coming. "I expected it," he said, eating the dessert in a manner that surprised even himself. "My birthright mark has low capacity, and even though I've awakened a good aspect from our family origin pools, it's hardly sufficient without the necessary capacity." The dessert was already gone. "And you care about me," he continued, "but it's close to impossible for you to keep an eye on me at all times. So you plan to give me a wife who can protect me, which means she is strong and talented. My complete opposite." He smiled faintly as he looked at their surprised faces. "Since when is my baby this sharp? Right, mother?" Dorian would have wept with joy seeing this side of Cass. "Don't ever tell him." "Who is the woman?" Cassius cut in, even though he already knew the answer. "Isolde Amorous of the third-tier Amorous family." Morgan answered, smiling proudly. She seemed to be waiting for congratulations. Cassius ignored her eager eyes, barely suppressed a shudder, and asked the question that mattered most. "Why?" he said, sweeping his eyes across the three of them. "Why would she agree to marry the talentless Desdemona?" At that, Morgan and Sapphira smiled thinly. Aldrin's black eyes deepened further. The shadows around them twisted, cackling with some unknown force, settling over them like a blanket. "What an obvious question, Cass," Morgan whispered, baring her teeth into a sharp grin. "And his mother finished it. We blackmailed them, my baby. And it was me." Morgan pointed at herself proudly. "Are you proud of me, Cass? I'm better than Dorian, don't you think?" Dead silence. A silence so profound only the shifting of shadows could be heard. Cassius stared at them for a long moment, then slowly closed his eyes without a word. First mission: stop the blackmail of the Amorous family. Failed. Why are you ignoring me, Cass? Great. Just great. Chapter 4. Fractured Land. Do you dislike our method, Cassius? Aldrin spoke, noticing his son was not quite pleased with what had been done for him, which was strange, given that blackmail was one of Cassius's favorite pastimes. "It's not that I dislike it," Cassius answered, shaking off the whisper of unease and refocusing. "But I think there were other ways to make the Amorous agree without going that far." "There were other ways, yes," Sapphira acknowledged, tapping the table with one long, sharp crimson nail. "But why should we bother, my baby?" She smiled thinly. "The Amorous are a Tier 3 family. We are Tier 1. That alone is reason enough. A Tier 3 family that holds 2 peak rank birthright marks." Cassius added inwardly. He knew his new family's way of thinking well, and it was one of the reasons they all died in the game. The Amorous might sit low in the Badur kingdom hierarchy, far beneath the Desdemona, but they were not to be underestimated. One of the main heroines of the first game came from that family, after all. She is Isolde's little sister, who is a main villainess, on top of that. Cassius thought, remembering why Isolde had not been chosen but her sister, the older one overshadowed by the younger. How classic. Isolde was dangerously talented, but her sister was a different kind of monster entirely. It had reached the point where even the royal family, the only Tier 0 family in the kingdom, had personally arranged her protection until she came into her own. And so Isolde was chosen as the sacrifice to keep their secrets buried. And I get killed for all of it, despite being the most innocent of anyone involved. How ironic. Fair enough. He looked at his mother and shrugged. It was already done. Now it was about figuring out how to survive the fallout. "Still, I'm curious. What exactly did you use to make them yield?" he asked, wanting a clearer picture of the situation, and to confirm everything was indeed the same as the game. Sapphira parted her lips to answer, but Morgan's voice rang out first. "You still haven't congratulated me, Cass," she complained, waving her hands around erratically. I worked so hard to uncover that the Amorous had hidden a Tier 6 fractured land from the royal family. Cassius raised an eyebrow. How did they manage something like that? Praise me. You are incredible, sister. The best of all. Even better than Dorian, Cassius said with exaggerated awe, then let his voice drop flat. Now, for the love of any god still watching, just speak. Morgan beamed. Of course, Cass. She winked. As for your question, I don't know exactly how they pulled it off, but they fairly succeeded in hiding it. I think it has mostly to do with the nature of the fractured land itself. You said it was something like, Sapphira tilted her head slightly. An empty like aura space. Exactly. Morgan's face turned oddly serious. I wouldn't have caught it without my proficiency in the shadow aspect. And that's not even the strangest part. The system didn't show me the name of the fractured land, but it still revealed the type of monsters inside. What type? Cassius asked, falsely curious. He already knew the answer. That fractured land was quite important to Isolde's plan at the start of the game, as she used it to farm knowledge. But he would be a fool not to confirm it was the same one. The Voids, she said tightly. The Mind-Eater type monster. She frowned. Can you imagine that? Mind-Eaters at Tier 6? That type usually starts appearing at Tier 2 and above. Unique resources, Aldrin spoke. Unique resources would be found there, most likely. And the difficulty is low, Sapphira added, smiling. Meaning it can be farmed continuously if handled carefully. No wonder they wanted to keep it to themselves. Cassius listened closely, confirming what he already knew. It was no surprise the Amorous had agreed without much resistance. If the royal family ever discovered this, the punishment would be severe. A unique fractured land with a hidden name. Cassius suppressed a smile. That can only mean a god is involved. It was one of those hidden mechanisms almost no one knew about, something he had only pieced together after playing through the same first game 333 times. Fractured lands were wounds in the fabric of the world of Senegal. The game world, where miniature worlds existed within, each with their own rules and conditions set by the system. They are great tools for sharpening skills and gathering artifacts and wealth. Still dangerous, though, hosting stronger monsters than those found outside. And some are tied to a god or gods, which means harder, more unique, and far more rewarding. That was exactly what he needed right now, especially knowing which goddess, and which blessing she held, was behind this one. This is a good opportunity. He thought quietly. I need to become a blessed if I want to grow stronger. She will be perfect for that. Decision made, he brought his attention back to his family. Where is the fractured land now? Cassius asked. We took it, Morgan said simply, grinning, and I made sure they signed a silence contract with the system. Do you want to try it? I can send some of my people with you. I definitely like that. After. Cassius nodded. But before that, the matter of the marriage. He drawled, looking between the three of them. Is it completely settled? No going back? Yes. Aldrin said. And you have a meeting with your future wife in 1 week. As expected. Only then will we announce it officially to the rest of the Badur kingdom. Sapphira added. Cassius nodded faintly, without arguing. Not that he wanted to. Isolde was his dream woman, after all. To everyone else she was calm, sweet, indifferent, a big sister quietly supporting her sibling without a trace of jealousy. Only he knew how wicked and calculating she truly was. But I love it. She was also the type to kill, manipulate, and blackmail without blinking, as long as there was something to gain. Though that won't be the case with me. Not only did I cause her to lose a fractured land she had plans for, she also considers me too incompetent and worthless to bother with. So she had me killed by framing the Tier 2 Castria family. He quietly shook his head. I'm still amazed she pulled that off. Still, the old Cassius had never known her true nature. He did. Is everything all right, my baby? Sapphira asked, her voice carrying genuine guilt. We wanted to give you the most talented one, but you know we can't openly challenge a Tier 0. She was apologizing for giving her son a second choice. Yes, second. Always second. That's how Isolde has been treated since the day the chosen heiress, her own little sister, was born. Don't worry, Mother. I think I'll like her more than you'd expect. Oh, why? Morgan asked, eyebrow arching. Cassius grinned shamelessly. Because I like older women. Silence swallowed the room instantly. Even the living shadows paused in their treacherous dance. The family looked at one another. Then, that's my boy, Aldrin whispered, voice proud despite his unmoved face. Sapphira erupted into loud laughter, harder than Morgan herself, completely losing composure. Morgan followed close behind. Cassius smiled watching them, his new family enjoying themselves. Then the image of raging blue fire surfaced in his mind without invitation. His smile half froze. He clenched his fist quietly, trying to hold his smile and not let the memories back in. The numerous times he had watched everyone inside this shadow room die. Yet he still remembered. His mother shredded into pieces, her head hung on a spike. His father chained in a bloody pit, left to be eaten alive by crows. His sister, his brother, the twins, all of them killed just to make an example, just to frighten the others. Cassius closed his eyes briefly, his goal now clearer than it had ever been. I need to save them. No, I will save them. And for that, Isolde was waiting. At that thought, he couldn't help but wonder, will I finally be blackmailed by a woman? He shivered with excitement without meaning to. Chapter 5. He always does. Tack, tack, tack. Sapphira's crimson-nailed finger tapped rhythmically against the table, her eyes resting on the spot where Cassius had been sitting. Her son had gone back to his room, looking oddly determined and excited about something none of them could place. At that thought, a loving smile found its way onto her face without her permission. My baby is just so cute, isn't he? She breathed, tapping her nails again and again, the sound subtly shifting with each strike. If one looked closely, they would notice a thin thread of blood seeping from the tip of her nail, spreading through the table like cracks through stone. Morgan and Aldrin noticed. Neither said anything. He is? Morgan answered, her face now oddly neutral. Her eyes drifted to her brother's empty dessert plate, the spoon resting across it, a little leftover still clinging to the bowl. With a small beckoning gesture, the spoon slipped into its own shadow and reappeared in her hand. She put it in her mouth without hesitation, her eyes closed in quiet pleasure. When will you stop doing that? Sapphira asked, one crimson eyebrow arching. How about never? Just don't let Cass see it. She warned. You wouldn't want him knowing about this side of you, would you? Morgan grinned. Why not? He'd love his big sister even more, I'd wager. Oh. Sapphira's grin widened. Even after finding out you collect every spoon and plate he's ever eaten from inside your... Let's stop there, Mother. Morgan's dark eyes deepened. Some things are better left alone. Or, would you like me to bring up yours? Two can play this, Mother. Sapphira chuckled, the sound like thick blood hitting hard ground. One day I want to know how you found out, Morgan. Over my dead body. Morgan licked the spoon and said nothing more. Aldrin looked between his wife and daughter and shook his head, unsurprised. These two were always like this whenever Cassius wasn't in the room. Then his eyes widened slightly at a thought. He reached into his space ring and produced a white notebook with crimson pages, setting it on the table with a soft tack. Sapphira and Morgan immediately twisted their heads toward him, eyes carrying a questioning light. Aldrin didn't return their gaze. He raised his right hand unhurriedly. The shadows froze, then surged toward it, coalescing until they formed a pen darker than the darkness around it. Without his level of power, even he would struggle to see it against the shade. He gripped it, lowered his hand, and began to write, his face completely serious. What are you documenting today? Sapphira asked, leaning over to look. Cassius, Aldrin said flatly, said he likes older women. This needs to be recorded. She chuckled. True. She nodded. Though I would have preferred it with a younger sibling and not a soul. I said the same. Morgan added, spoon still in her mouth. We could have managed it if we'd pushed a little harder. Too risky. Aldrin said quietly. The king has had his eyes on us lately. Ever since the event with you, Sapphira, against that Tier 3 family. Isolde will be enough. And don't forget, the king wants the girl for his own son. Morgan and Sapphira both clicked their tongues, knowing exactly what that meant. The king would never allow such talent to exist outside his bloodline's reach. What about the young boy? Morgan inquired. The one from the Tier 1 Stormblessed family. What was his name again? Emrys, Sapphira answered. And that's none of our business. For once, let another family take the burn of the royal family's greed. A silence swelled between them, soon broken by Morgan. Still, it's a genuine shame. She sighed. Cassius Aspect is unlike anything I've seen come out of our blood origin pool. And yet his birthright capacity is so low he can barely activate it properly. Or perhaps, Sapphira said, his aspect is so powerful that his capacity simply can't keep up with it. Like trying to power a Tier 2 artifact with a mortal level essence. She shrugged. It simply can't work. True. Aldrin nodded. But there must be a solution. Morgan said, looking between her parents. Can't we find one? Not without involving a god. Sapphira said. And we can't afford that. The gods who favor us are few, very few, and I trust none of them with my baby. At those words, a red light flashed in front of her. The queen that swims the Red River frowns at you. The queen that swims the Red River does not appreciate the lack of faith from her blessed. Sapphira's smile turned sharp. Yes, even you, lovely Red Queen. I don't trust you either. The queen that swims the Red River regrets making you her blessed. Ouch, she said with mock sadness, then waved the notification away. Morgan and Aldrin caught her gestures and immediately understood. They didn't react. It was a common enough occurrence. Then what do we do about it? Morgan pressed again. There must be a god somewhere with no appetite for our bloodline. There are. Aldrin nodded, finally done recording the day's events. He stored the notebook away and straightened back into his usual posture. But drawing their attention is difficult. Making them consider Cassius as a blessed is harder still. The only thing we can do for now is protect him. He continued. Protect him until a solution presents itself. Dorian is already working on it. The twins as well. Morgan stood immediately. Then I'm getting involved too. Don't you have enough on your plate, Morgan? Sapphira asked, still tapping her nail against the table. I can manage multiple things at once. She retorted, pocketing the spoon, then dissolved into a wisp of shadows and was gone. Only Sapphira and Aldrin remained, eyes finding each other across the table. Was finding him a wife the right choice? Sapphira asked quietly. Rather than a guardian? A guardian has limits on where he can be at the same time. Aldrin said. You know that. A wife does not. Still. Sapphira smiled emptily, her crimson eyes churning like a sea of blood. If she decides to be a problem, if she falters in her duty, no one will stop me. No one will stop me either. Aldrin said. A brief silence settled between them. But let's trust him. Aldrin added. Cassius might surprise us. He paused. Then, slowly, he always does. Chapter 6, Birthright Mark. I need to increase my birthright's capacity. Cassius thought, eyes fixed on his reflection in the bathroom mirror. He had just finished bathing, leaving him completely naked as he examined his new body in detail. Drops of water trickled down his pale skin, running along a lean frame with a moderate amount of muscle. It was clear the previous Cassius had not been fond of physical activity. He only got this body thanks to his bloodline. Cassius marveled, his attention settling on the faintly glowing mark on his left chest. The mark was identical to the snake-eating sigil of his family, but the light it gave off was as faint as a dying photon. It was his birthright mark, awakened in anyone at the age of 18, and the near-invisible light told him everything about its pitiful capacity. Cassius sighed, running a hand through his wet hair in quiet exasperation as he began turning over everything he knew about the power system of Senegal. It was actually quite strange. I never truly understood it fully, he admitted, pacing restlessly through the bathroom. People begin their path of power at 18, after awakening their birthright mark. The nature of the mark is exactly what the name implies. He stopped. It all depends on bloodline. Yes, Senegal was a world where bloodline reigned above everything. It was the root of all power. Each bloodline had something called an origin pool, and it was through that pool that people gained their aspect and with it their skill, stepping into the first rank of power. The mortal self-rank. The Desdemona bloodline was among the strongest, holding not one but two origin pools, shadow and blood. Cassius had drawn his aspect from the blood pool. However, he recalled, my birthright mark, the very thing responsible for regulating and controlling the essence needed to use skills and evolve, has a pitifully low capacity, which made him unable to even use his aspect properly. Because his was different from anyone else's. It hadn't come with a skill. It had come with a slot waiting to be filled. At that thought, Cassius climbed back into the empty bathtub and sat down. No water this time. He closed his eyes briefly, gathered his thoughts, then willed the system to open his profile. A purple light flashed, accompanied by a soft ding. A notification panel appeared. Name: Cassius Desdemona. Age: 18. Title: Lastborn of Desdemona. Blessed. Aspect: Legacy, blood type. Slot: 0/1. STR: 14. AGL: 15. Cons: 20. PER: 15. CHA: 35. Essence: 2. Cassius studied his status carefully, most of his attention fixed on his aspect. He pressed his lips into a thin, bloodless line and willed a deeper description. Aspect: Legacy, blood type. Description: All power has a price. You have the ability to reach back through the Desdemona's entire lineage and reclaim a skill belonging to your ancestors. Warning: the cost to activate this aspect requires at least 50 points in essence for the first usage. Every time he read this, in the game and now in his actual reality, Cassius couldn't help but wonder how such a broken aspect even existed. And yet the irony was sharp. This aspect had been handed to someone sitting at 2 essence. By the time Cassius could realistically reach 50, it would be far too late. Only one solution remains. He mused, cracking and twisting his neck in every direction. Increase my birthright's capacity. Once I manage that, I'll finally have a way to grow stronger on my own terms just like anyone else. And he needed to do it before meeting Isolde. In other words, he had 1 week. I love dangerous women, but only when I can at least keep myself alive around them. He specified to himself as he stepped out of the bathtub and left the bathroom. Outside, his clothes had already been laid out by Ocean, folded neatly on the bed. A modern white suit with purple stripes tracing the snake-eating sigil across the left chest. Matching white gloves in the same design sat beside it. His personal attire. No one else in the Desdemona household wore purple but him. He took a moment to appreciate it, then approached and began to dress himself, his mind already landing on his next move. Enter the fractured land and draw the goddess's attention to me. As for how exactly he would pull that off, Cassius smiled, now fully clothed and ready. He picked up the gloves and put them on. Gods love the unhinged, the mad, the ones with a few screws loose. I just need to be one. And what a coincidence. I was born for exactly this. He walked out. Ocean fell in a step behind him the moment he cleared the doorway. Everything ready, Ocean? Yes, young master. She answered, holding a space ring in her hand. I have the materials you requested. And Eris Morgan has prepared everything. Cassius nodded, picking up his pace. Then let's go. Time was ticking. Chapter 7. Pity. Cassius stood outside the Desdemona mansion, his handsome figure enough to make any passing woman's mouth water. Ocean stood faithfully at his right, eyes focused and alert at all times. Cassius could almost taste the difference in the air around her. Something close to the damp, sturdy feeling of earth, he wagered. 2 guards, armor crimson black, the white snake-eating sigil of the Desdemona on their chests, stood like pillars in front of the humongous door behind him. Their faces were hidden behind demon-like helmets with horns jutting sinuously upward, but their eyes were fully visible. And those eyes rested on Cassius's back, carrying a mix of fear and something that sat uncomfortably close to hidden contempt. He felt both perfectly. The fear, Cassius guessed easily, was due to his family's reputation and what awaited anyone foolish enough to show it openly. The contempt's origin was obvious enough. Because of my low capacity, he mused, arms crossed on his chest, bearing their gazes without flinching. This is who you are now, Cassius. This is the world you live in, a world where everyone looks down on you the moment you fail to meet the expectations of your bloodline. A world where the weak are overlooked, trampled, worth less than the dirt everyone steps on. A world where the strong hold the right of life and death over anything beneath them. He knew it well. His family was exactly like that, cold and cruel to anything outside their own blood. And beyond that, he had played the game. He had lived through the many events scattered across the first game, over and over. He knew the chosen heiress, one of the main heroines, but also the other main and minor heroines and what had been revealed about them. But more than all of that, there was the protagonist, Emery's Stormblessed. Cassius clenched his jaw. I didn't want to think about it, but there truly is no other way. He loathed even the act of thinking about the protagonist right now. Not because the man was hateful, not even close. The man was a goddamn saint, genuinely impossible to hate, at least to anyone who wasn't on the villainous path. So like Caden, alike in so many ways, he hissed out a quiet breath of frustration. That's why I thought I'd like him. And he did, until he uncovered the hidden backstory with Emery's being Isolde and the chosen heiress's childhood friend, which meant plainly that Isolde ended up falling in love with him. That was one of the main reasons she turned dark. Emery's didn't choose her. He chose her little sister as part of his harem. Why not Isolde? Simply because Emery's Stormblessed had an innate that made him existentially uncomfortable around people on the dark path. Isolde was one such person, and him too. Arg. He could already feel what a headache Emery's would be. But coming back to Isolde, loving Emery's, honestly, Cassius had been fine with it at the time. Playing from Emery's perspective, he hadn't minded watching Isolde fall for someone else, even knowing the protagonist would kill her at the end of the first game and choose her sister instead. How did he know? That bastard Caden had spoiled him. But I can't afford that, can I? Cassius thought, just as the distant sound of an approaching carriage rumbled through the air. I can't let her be killed, and I certainly can't let her love anyone else. Isolde was his. She didn't know it yet, but she would. Not to say it would be easy, but Cassius was willing to try. For that, I need the goddess's blessing. That specific one. It's the only way to activate the unique hidden system. At that thought, Cassius watched a fully black carriage appear and stop in front of him. It ran on runes, no horse, no driver. It was automatic, the kind only the wealthy like the Desdemona could afford. Ocean immediately stepped forward, took hold of the door handle, twisted it inward, and opened it gracefully. Please, young master, she murmured, lowering her head. Cassius nodded with a smile and strode forward with measured steps. Arriving at the door, he paused. He twisted his head and looked at the two guardsmen stationed at the door. They flinched. A bad feeling crawled through their guts immediately. Do you know their names, Ocean? He asked softly, a gentle smile on his lips. Yes, young master. She answered, puzzled. Report them to my mother. He paused, then shook his head. No, she will be too cruel. My father instead. He will be swift about it, hopefully for their sake. Tell him I was looked down upon by these two, and that my time is too scarce to deal with it myself. Their eyes went wide, the color draining from their faces. Their knees hit the hard ground, both men bowing completely, their bodies shaking like cloth caught in a restless wind. Young master, please. Bam. The carriage doors slammed shut. Cassius was already inside, yet no one saw his body subtly trembling after his cold verdict. Ocean turned and looked at the trembling guards. She shook her head in quiet pity. She wasn't surprised. Her young master had always been this way. He was not the forgiving type. None of them are anyway. Go home, she told the shaking guards. Say your goodbyes. You will meet the butler by end of day. Their deaths were guaranteed. The guards broke into hot tears. The Desdemona controlled the Tier 1 city of Desdi in the Badur Kingdom, sitting close to the wastelands of Dukchi. And since the fractured land was situated at the edge of Storm City, a travel of over an hour was necessary. It would have been faster to take a transportation portal directly, but Cassius wanted the travel time to gather himself and prepare. He needed to go over everything he remembered about the fractured land and the hidden conditions required to achieve what he was after. And beyond that, he needed to use the time to accept the very real possibility of pain. I will need to fight if necessary, even though I have never fought, and I will most likely get wounded. In other words, I need to get used to pain. He felt a genuine stir of fear and apprehension at the thought, but he knew there was no other way. There was no path to strength that didn't run through suffering. That was simply impossible. And even beyond the fractured land, there would be many dangerous situations ahead if he intended to achieve his goals. Especially once I start looking for them, he added inwardly, thinking of those low and mid-level villains with interesting characters and aspects scattered throughout the first game. As those thoughts paraded through his head, Cassius set about preparing his mind for the sensation of pain by ordering Ocean to twist his hand every 5 seconds. Nothing too severe, but enough to give his mind a taste. To say the maid was shocked would be an understatement. Still, she obeyed. Soon enough they arrived, and there, Cassius Desdemona stood face to face with his first fractured land. So this is how it looks in reality, Cassius thought with a tense smile, looking at the swirling mass of gray essence forming a wide rectangular portal. Along its edges ran what looked like thin silver threads, weaving in and out with unnatural precision. His heart was beating in both excitement and dread. Standing this close, he felt a soft pressure settle onto his chest, something trying to choke him from the inside. He did his best to ignore it and willed the fractured land's information open. The system chimed. Fractured land. Rank. Tier 6. Monster type. Voids. Mind Eater. Slot. 0/5. Enter the fractured land to reveal the conditions and corresponding rewards. Cassius nodded faintly. Then, without turning to face Ocean or the 3 black-hooded men his sister Morgan had sent, "I will enter alone," he declared, and without waiting for any of them to process it, "Ocean, make sure of that." The maid was completely thrown, eyes dilating. Enter alone? Into a Tier 6 fractured land? At mortal self-rank? With a birthright capacity this low? That was absolute madness. She wanted to shout it, but Ocean did not have the strength or the will to refuse her young master. His back was to all of them, but there was one thing every person standing there knew with chilling certainty. Even with his weakness, Cassius Desdemona was a Desdemona, and only a fool disobeyed the order of a Desdemona. So she bowed her head, the 3 hooded men behind her completely unsettled by the turn of events. "I hear. I obey," Ocean said, bowing, fist clenched tight at her side. Cassius smiled, then took a step forward. The essence of the fractured land wavered, then burst outward to envelop him and pull him into its depth. Cassius entered the fractured land. Chapter 8. Goddess. "This is dangerous," one of the hooded men bellowed at Ocean, who stood in front of the fractured land's portal looking at them with determined eyes. "And you think I'm not aware?" She grated, eyebrows knitted tightly together. She couldn't make out their faces. The inside of their hoods looked as if shadows were partaking in some ceremonial dance, hiding everything within. Ocean pursed her lips and took a fighting stance. "Don't stop us." The voice was male, coming from the one standing ahead of the other 2. "We were ordered by Lady Morgan to look after the young master inside this fractured land. I don't need to tell you what happens if even a scratch is found on his face." "No need," Ocean said. "I know the Desdemona's habits well." "Then, but I can't do anything about it." She shook her head. "Your heiress ordered you to help my heir, but my heir ordered me to let no one inside." She smiled thinly, without humor. "Do I need to tell you where my loyalty and obedience lie? What if he gets hurt then?" He pressed, voice cold, the shadows around him deepening sharply. "Or even, what if he Watch your tongue, servant of shadows," Ocean warned, eyes narrowing. "Speaking of a Desdemona's demise, regardless of the circumstance, is punishable by death with your bloodline eradicated alongside you." She cocked her head to the side, her eyes as cold as death itself. "Do I need to remind you of the integrity of the Desdemona's rules?" The other 2 flinched at her tone. The man knew he had overstepped, feeling his heart quicken with the realization. He gritted his teeth beneath his hood, unable to decide what to do. Either way, he was doomed. Enter by force and hurt the youngest heir's maid. He would die. The youngest heir gets hurt or worse. He would go through something far worse than death. Gods below, why make it so difficult? He cursed inwardly, but neither spoke nor moved. Ocean watched with quiet relief. It was short-lived, though. Now it was her turn to weigh her own life. I hear. I obey. Yes, that's what I was taught since I was young in that Vorn-cursed place. But I don't like this, young master. She frowned, thinking of his safety. Come back alive. If not, Desdi City would be smeared in blood and swallowed by shadows worthy of Vorn's most wicked pleasure. Cassius looked around him, taking in the landscape encasing him on all sides. He stood on a black raft, the splashing of water trickling into his ears peacefully, a comfortable breeze brushing against his skin. As far as his eyes could reach, nothing existed but an immaculate expanse of clear water. So clear he could see the grass underneath it, ruffling gently with each wave. But he could also see something else. Fishes. Not ordinary fishes. These were circular and looked like wrinkled human brains, one eye sitting at the center of their backs. Their mouths were sewn tightly shut. The sight was disturbing. Cassius reined everything inside of him to keep from throwing up or making a single movement. He must not move. These fishes, from his knowledge of the game, detected intruders through sound waves and disturbances in the water. And these are not ordinary fishes. Cassius thought, eyes fixed on the ugly creatures. Brain fish voids. That was their name, a mind-eater-type monster called voids that fed on the memories of those they came into contact with. Cassius had always found voids the most annoying type of monster to deal with, compared to the flesh-eater type, ravagers, or even the emotion-eater type, wraiths. The power of these particular fishes might be limited at Tier 6, but it was more than enough to cripple Cassius completely given how weak he currently was. But I am not here to fight, he mused, steadying his heart, eyes moving to the system notifications. Condition of success. Fish 3 brain fish voids without having any memory stolen. Rewards. Random knowledge, mind barrier, artifact, Tier 7. Random knowledge, his attention fixed on that. He remembered how in the game, Isolde had managed to obtain a deeply life-changing piece of knowledge through this very fractured land, something she had confessed to Emery's much later in a moment of weakness. A knowledge that had taught her the offering ritual of the goddess tied to this place. But it was useless to her. Cassius thought. The goddess refused Isolde's offering, finding her inadequate. What about him? Probably the same. He chuckled inwardly. But unlike Isolde, I have things, or rather I know things the goddess will actually want. He grinned and began going over the offering ritual step by step from memory. I only have 2 essence, meaning only 1 try. This was madness, but it needed to work, because the moment he attempted this, even turning to stone wouldn't stop the brain fish voids from swarming him and feasting on his memories. He exhaled slowly and took out from his space ring the materials he had requested. Rat brain, his own blood, a needle and thread, the needle and thread being a Tier 7 artifact, which was scarce. Artifacts were mainly obtained by killing monsters and clearing fractured lands. Few could create them outright. Okay, focus, he shouted inwardly, his heart beating so fast his chest was visibly trembling. For a brief moment, he feared the monsters would hear it and attack. So he moved carefully, placing the 3 components on the raft in a triangular formation. He linked all 3 with the thread. He knelt in front of it, held the thread in his right hand, took one more breath, cleared his mind, and pushed his essence outward. His hand glowed a faint blood red before the color spread, dangerously slowly, through the thread. He clenched his jaw. His essence dropped from 2 to 0 in an instant, and a sudden wave of exhaustion gripped his entire being. Bloody hell now. He hadn't expected the drain to hit this hard. The threads glowed. Then all 3 materials with them. A blinding light erupted alongside a cloud of threads, swallowing everything in front of him. The threads churned and danced, shifting from one shape to the next without rest. Hurriedly, Cassius parted his dry lips, face drenched in sweat. I, Cassius Desdemona, humbly request to meet the lady who reads the end in exchange for my offering. The world shook on all sides. The water erupted skyward, spraying everywhere, the brain fishes screaming through their sewn mouths, eyes fixed murderously on Cassius. He didn't mind them. He couldn't anyway, too busy forcing his mouth open one more time. He barely managed. In addition to these, he lifted his head toward the sky, feeling a piercing gaze settle on him from above. I offer 3 knowledges. He raised 3 trembling fingers, forcing a smile out of his pale face. Knowledges you will find nowhere else in this world, that I promise with my bloodline as wager. O you who know the secrets whispered in every heart. The world halted. Even his breathing stopped. The air itself seemed to refuse his lungs. Cassius's eyes bulged. He clutched his chest, an intense, piercing pain stabbing through him, tears running freely down his face. He opened his mouth soundlessly, trying to draw air in. Nothing worked. Only groans escaped. It felt like the world itself was rejecting him. Slowly, shadows began to cloud his vision, darkening everything. Oh, sea curse! His consciousness began to slip, and yet at that moment, hidden condition completed. The lady who reads the end watches your pitiful state. The lady who reads the end feels the truthfulness behind your arrogant words. A brief, tense pause. Then, the lady who reads the end accepts your request. The lady who reads the end. 1. Name last born of the Desdemona, author the smart one. Plus, turn off reset. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The lady who reads the end. 1. Chapter 9. The lady who reads the end. 1. The lady who reads the end accepts your request. Cassius's chest expanded as those words echoed throughout the fractured land. Air dragged into his lungs in waves, letting him breathe at last. Then he coughed immediately, spit spraying, having sucked in too much for his weak lungs to handle. He cursed, feeling lightheaded, his vision tilting from side to side. He grabbed the raft beneath him tightly, fighting hard not to topple into the water. But that was a useless concern now. Cassius craned his neck upward and saw the sea of threads expanding, slithering, covering the entire world around him in one frightening instant. The water stilled then, standing solid as ground. He mechanically pushed himself up from his kneeling position, swaying slightly from weakness, watching the world around him transmute into something else entirely. It happened faster than his perception could follow. One instant he was still in the fractured land. The next, the space around him wobbled like unstable water before transforming into a world of moving silver threads. Up, down, left, right, everything was made of threads, even the ground beneath his feet. He almost fell when they shifted. He knew by then that he was inside a gate, the gate of the goddess. Oh my! Cassius shivered, snapping his head toward one corner of the strange realm where he felt a gaze older and deeper than anything staring at him in a way that made him feel oddly naked. And there she was. He unconsciously hissed a breath at the sight of the goddess. Even though he knew this was not her true body, he was far too weak to perceive her in her true state, and gods didn't have such rights in Senegal. He was still struck by the beauty of it. The lady who reads the end sat on a throne made of thread, her own body fashioned from the same material, except for her face. Silver hair, like platinum refined to the highest degree, fell past her head in both directions. Her blue eyes were still and clear as water, holding a strange, appraising light as they settled on him. Their beauty was almost overshadowed by her long silver lashes made of condensed threads. Atop her head, hovering a few centimeters above it, a crown turned and turned and turned, like a wheel that never stopped and could never be stopped. An incredible amount of essence spilled endlessly from it. Cassius was awestruck. For a brief moment, he thought he saw a wholly different reality inside the turning of that crown. He smiled wryly, feeling cold sweat run down his neck, his hair standing like spikes of ice. As expected of the goddess of fate and secrecy. He caught himself and shook his head, regaining his bearing. The hardest part was done. He had met the goddess. What remained was striking a deal with her, and that Cassius was confident about. So he smiled again, this time less stiffly, and bowed elegantly before the lady who reads the end. "I am honored to be in your presence, my lady," he breathed, lifting his head just enough to lock his eyes with hers. "I hope," she spoke, her voice like ice scraping across stone, "for your sake, that your knowledges are worth my time." "Isn't all knowledge worth knowing, goddess?" Cassius retorted, trying to appear calm. "Especially to you? That's what fools believe." She whispered, "Are you one of them, Desdemona's spawn?" "I like to think I'm smart. None praise you for it, I wager." "A delusional man, the worst kind, even worse than a fool." "Shall we find out?" Cassius proposed, straightening his posture. "Do you wish to hear my 3 knowledges?" The goddess let out a thin smile. "Humor me, last-born of Desdemona." Cassius raised an eyebrow. "You say my title as if you already know it. Few beings don't recognize the horrid stench of Desdemona blood." She tilted her head, studying him deeper. "Especially yours. The stench is overwhelming." "What do you mean?" he asked, genuinely curious. He had never come across this detail in the game. But the goddess answered with silence, then broke it with a cold tone. "Your time is limited." She reminded him, "A lie told to me will be detected, and punishment will follow accordingly." "I never planned to lie," Cassius replied, then straightened himself, readying what he had come here to say. "Now, time to test my communication skills." Damn. Cassius's memories were poisoning him. "Then I shall begin," Cassius said, still standing before the goddess at a measured distance. One might wonder what he could possibly say that the goddess of fate and secrecy didn't already know. But there was an incredible advantage in having played the game, in having seen everything from a wide, bird's-eye vantage point all at once. And beyond that, Cassius knew the goddess was powerful, undoubtedly, but neither omnipotent nor omnipresent. None of them were. There's a reason they accept to have a blessed, after all, and it's certainly not charity, which meant he could offer real things, things that might actually move her. And the easiest way to capture anyone's attention was simple: be a prophet of doom, or less dramatically, a bringer of bad news. "I will deliver the 3 knowledges consecutively, without stopping," he decided, and immediately began. Silence swallowed the room, leaving only his breathing, and then his voice to echo across it. He raised one finger. "First, in the Badur Kingdom, a terrorist attack will unfold in the very heart of the Tier 0 capital city." The goddess's eyebrows lifted slightly in intrigue. A second finger rose. "Second, the hidden organization, the Crimson Daggers, has obtained a new heir. His name is Samuel, a high blessed of a god." The names Samuel and high blessed made the goddess straighten her posture instinctively, a recognition far beyond normal flashing through her eyes. A third finger rose. "Third and last," Cassius grinned. A trace of hesitation flickered briefly in his eyes, but he waved it off quickly. He had no choice but to play this card. Taking hold of himself, Cassius held the goddess's deeply focused gaze and parted his lips. "I know, dear goddess, where the corpse of a god lies." His words were met by a deep, profound silence, the kind born after something unpredictable, the kind that stunned everyone it touched. It didn't last. Immediately after, the realm of threads shook like a man struck square by a hammer blow. "Repeat that. Desdemona's spawn?" Chapter 10. The lady who reads the end, too. "Repeat that. Desdemona's spawn?" The goddess's words were not loud, but they struck inside Cassius's ears like vicious thunder. He winced, his body shook and stooped, feeling a pressure as if a god's hand was coming down on him, intending to flatten him like a worthless ant. For a moment, Cassius truly believed it would happen. But no. The pressure was waved off by the goddess's casual gesture of her threaded hand, giving him the ability to straighten himself again. He didn't. He was exhausted to his core. Not only was his essence drained, the whirlwind of emotions he had been carrying since reincarnating into this world was slowly catching up to him. He needed to rest his mind, Cassius realized. But that would have to wait, as the impatient voice of the goddess rang out again. I said repeat it, Desdemona, she hissed, a storm of power threatening to erupt once more. Fortunately, she stopped herself. I don't recall repeating being part of my deal, Cassius whispered, drawing a deep breath and pulling himself back upright. The goddess's blue eyes narrowed, yet a light of understanding moved through them, as if she had just grasped the hidden motives behind his words. He smiled, always, and continued, I promised you 3 knowledges you wouldn't know. That's exactly what I delivered. Anything more will require another deal between us, my lady. He tilted his head, taking a leap of confidence. Are you willing? So that was your plan? She said. The wheel hovering above her head increased in speed. I'm afraid I don't follow. You knew about me, Desdemona. She continued. You baited me, embarrassing as it is for one of my station to admit, by offering knowledges I didn't possess. Only someone who understands my attributes could think of that. Ah well. He shrugged loosely. My favorite saying is, know all the ingredients of a meal, so you can cook it correctly. Allow me to guess, the quote is yours? Oh my, Cassius exclaimed. Who spilled my secret? The goddess ignored his sarcasm and went straight to the point. What do you want? Cassius's crimson eyes gleamed. Allow me to guess. His lips twitched at being cut off. You want to be my blessed? Is that a proposal? If yes, I happily accept, he said, smiling widely with lips trembling in tiredness. And you plan to give me the location of the god's corpse in exchange? She resumed, her voice growing more amused by the second. I mean, yes, I'm not shameless enough to give you nothing in return. What makes you think, Spawn, that I would be interested? I don't need to spell it out. Cassius tilted his head slightly. You are a goddess. You know better than anyone the benefits of having a god's corpse within your grasp. And I certainly know the inconveniences. She countered. Those alone are enough to place me in a whole realm of danger, if what you say is true. Why should I take the risk? You already know the answer, my lady. Humor me. Cassius looked at her deeply, turning his tongue slowly inside his mouth, searching for the right words. Let's not focus on the bad side for a moment, he finally said, gesturing elegantly. Instead, goddess, envision a world where you managed to take advantage of that corpse before any tangible danger reached you, which I believe is not a difficult affair for you. Oh, how so? You are the goddess of fate and secrecy. He smiled confidently. If anyone can hide something, it's certainly you. I admire your confidence in me. Take it as a show of trust. Have you ever considered becoming one of my believers? Make me your blessed, and in addition to the information, I will sing your praises day and night. He grinned. And I will build you a church in the Badur kingdom. In the future, of course. At that, the goddess tilted her head, her face splitting into a cold but deeply amused smile. You plan to plant yourself on the territory of Vorn, the Lord of Death. Only for you. She fell silent, observing him deeply. Slowly, silence closed around them like invisible jaws. Goddess and mortal locked in a staring contest. Everything passed between them through their eyes, and understanding dawned on both sides. The goddess knew Cassius wanted her blessing and was willing to part with crucial information about the god's corpse or other matters, if necessary. Her ability to distinguish truth from falsehood told her he wasn't lying. But not lying didn't necessarily mean the whole truth. That was the first hurdle. Possessing a god's corpse was also a dangerous endeavor. Even with all her power, the likelihood of being discovered was far from zero. That was the second hurdle. But there was one last thing, the identity of the mortal standing before her. Desdemona's bloodline. She mused inwardly, her mind reaching into the distant past. A bloodline hated by mortals and gods alike, but mainly by gods. For they knew what mortals did not and could not begin to fathom. Tying herself to such a bloodline was tantamount to inviting the glares of other gods. Not the kind ones. That was the third and final hurdle. Everything pointed to this being a bad idea. And yet, I want to see it, the goddess thought with a ridiculous hunger. I want to know why. Why them? Her decision was made faster than she expected. You want my blessing, Desdemona? She said, smiling thinly. Yes. Cassius nodded. Not just any blessing, my lady, if I may add. Which one? The blessing of absolute fate, Cassius said, his words like a falling star, making the goddess's eyes widen for the first time. Then a loud laugh erupted from her throat, shaking the very realm. Do you understand what you are asking, Desdemona? She cried, gripping the armrests of her throne with devouring excitement. You are asking me to be yours, to become one of your nexus strings of fate. You are asking me to not only read the end. Cassius cut in, pressing his index finger to his own head, suppressing a cough of fatigue. But to live it, experience the story with me. Until the end, he grinned. Until the epilogue. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Your title says everything about you, my lady. Batum. Are you worthy? She asked, rising slowly from her throne, walking toward him with graceful steps. I don't know if I am worthy, my lady, Cassius retorted, but I promise you one thing. Which is, she said, now standing face to face with him, an inch between them. She was far taller. Cassius craned his neck upward, locking his tired but bright eyes onto her blue godly ones, and parted his lips. By watching my end unfold, you will witness the end of many things. Their epilogues yours to manipulate, weave, hide, and reveal. The goddess grinned. The best ones. Cassius mirrored her expression. The best ones. Chapter 11. The Lady Who Reads the End. 3. The goddess and Cassius looked at each other, the tension between them swelling dangerously, reaching a point where everything might just explode. Thoughts paraded through each of their minds, analyzing the situation depending on whatever information they each held. Evidently, neither knew the full picture, but they knew enough to fill the gaps with their own imagination. What Cassius was asking was not a simple blessing. Oh no, not at all. This was the blessing of the very core of the goddess's power, one of fate and secrecy, attributes closely linked to the system itself. Considering that each god had only one opportunity to take a blessed, and that whatever they gave could never be reclaimed, accepting Cassius's offer was, without question, the very definition of a bad decision. But the goddess couldn't lie to herself. She was tempted to watch the story of this young mortal unfold, tempted to witness the many epilogues along the way. If there is one thing no one can doubt about the Desdemona, she thought, smiling faintly, it is their uncanny ability to destroy everything but themselves. Those wicked bastards. And yet she now had a rightful opportunity to be among them. That was when an old realization surfaced in her mind, nearly making her chuckle. We are gods. We have transcended mortality and all its limitations. For us, something is only bad if it doesn't serve our goal. But if it functioned as a ladder toward their goal, their ambitions, then even a family like the Desdemona would look holy and beautiful and worth embracing. I am not supposed to ask this, the goddess finally said, but are you certain Desdemona's spawn? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. The blessing of absolute fate is permanent. She continued, her voice carrying a note of danger and finality that tightened Cassius's chest. Once your fate is revealed, you will need to act in accordance with it, if you wish to go far. And considering your bloodline, not going far means far more than just stagnation. I am well aware, Cassius said softly, his face damp with sweat. I gain everything if I do, and remain weak if I don't. Potentially even die. He shrugged. It seems to me there's no real need to think about it. The choice is obvious enough. The information about the god's corpse, and everything else you promised, you will naturally have all of it. Perfect. Then allow me to ask one final thing. She narrowed her eyes. How do you know all of this, I wonder? Cassius smiled, and made no effort to answer. The goddess clicked her tongue, yet she could barely hide the satisfied gleam in her eyes. She raised her index finger, slowly, deliberately, and pressed it directly against Cassius's forehead. He shivered, his breathing picking up, feeling the cold touch of something far beyond his station. There will be no point of return once the process starts, she said, for either of us. Partners, Cassius grinned. Partners, Desdemona's spawn. Maybe you should start calling me by my name. Don't you think? The goddess smiled and made no effort to answer. Cassius's lips twitched, but before he could even protest her pettiness, the process had already begun. In a heartbeat, the goddess's index finger burst into a ball of silver threads that enveloped Cassius's entire head like a helmet. His eyes glazed, then drifted into a strange state, one caught somewhere between dream and reality. The goddess closed her eyes for a moment, drew a deep breath, then snapped them wide open. Don't let me regret this, Spawn. Her body glowed, and the threads around Cassius's head glowed in return. At first a silvery gray, but as time passed it shifted into a deep, profound crimson. The light was so intense it bled across the entire realm, a sharp sound whispering from somewhere distant, far away, and sounding like the rattling of chains. The threads gathered themselves next, taking on the distinct shape of a head with two demonic horns jutting upward on either side. The lady who reads the end stared at it without surprise. She expected nothing less from this bloodline. The demon-like head then unraveled itself like a ribbon, until it was nothing but a thin crimson thread as long as a human body. It entered Cassius through his forehead. His body shook as if thunder had been let loose inside him. He stooped and fell to his knees, mouth wide open in a soundless scream of pain and anguish. Crimson veins bulged from his head, slithering across his entire body within heartbeats. Inside him, a profound transformation was unfolding. His birthright mark was glowing, climbing from its faint, pitifully dim light to something brighter, and the intensity kept rising. The goddess knelt in front of the writhing Cassius in turn, having surrendered the most important part of her core power to him. She felt incredibly weak, yet she felt something close to happiness, knowing what she stood to gain in the long run was far beyond what she had just lost. It was a risky decision, but everything is risky, she thought. Even choosing safety is a risk. So the choice had been made, and now that it was done, she would follow it to the end, which meant that from now on, the goddess looked at Cassius with a cold grin. You and I are together. Are? Cassius's answer was a scream of pain. And it continued like that for a long while, the process of accommodating the new blessing being something extensively harrowing. Eventually his shouts died down as it ended, and Cassius found himself slumped on the ground, mouth open wide as he tried to steady his breathing. Bloody hell! He cursed inwardly, wiping the beads of sweat clustered around his eyes with the back of his hand. The pain just now had been above everything he had anticipated, and suddenly, his preparation in the carriage seemed laughable. No one is ever truly ready to bear pain, just like no one is ever truly ready to face death. He whispered inwardly, his mind going to a distant past. Yet despite everything, Cassius found himself feeling strangely better than before. He could now clearly feel something strong and vigorous rushing through unseen veins inside of him. It didn't take him long to understand what it was. Did I? You are finally awake. He swallowed his words, turned his head to the right, and found the goddess sitting cross-legged on the ground. Her wheel was turning so fast it had become a blur. Oh, my la! Ding! A notification panel, glowing red, appeared suddenly in front of him. He focused on it instinctively. You have received the blessing of absolute fate. You are now blessed. Congratulations! Your absolute fate has been revealed. Absolute fate. Fated villain. A pause. Then, the hidden feature of the system has been exceptionally and impossibly revealed to Cassius Desdemona. Unique feature. Quests of the fated villain. Oh my! Cassius whispered, eyes blank as he stared at the panels. The goddess smiled knowingly, already feeling the new, profound connection binding them. A path of no return has been taken. Chapter 12. Fated Villain. Absolute Fate. Fated Villain. Cassius's gaze was fixed on the bright crimson panel. To him, it felt like intangible blood was dripping from it, accentuating the strange feeling bubbling inside him. So this is what I get, he mused. This is my fate, and now that I know it, I can no longer escape it. He twisted his tongue inside his mouth, pushed himself up, and sat cross-legged. His eyes were clouded by thoughts parading through his mind. The goddess said nothing, only watching him come to terms with the situation he had brought on himself. As for her, she would assess the way forward in her own time. Let's hope what I have summoned upon myself is not a ruinous risk. She smiled tensely, then closed her eyes. I can't say I'm surprised. Cassius continued, fighting off a grin that threatened to crack his face apart. I can't be anything else, not with the bloodline in me, not with who Cassius was, and not with who I am myself. The past Noah had always loved villains. To most, it would look like a choice made just to go against the current, to be different. But no, it was far beyond that. Far beyond mere childish behavior of wanting to be noticed by people who cared only for themselves. Yet if anyone had ever asked him why he loved villains, Noah, now Cassius, would never have been able to answer. The same went for his obsessive love for dangerous women. Or maybe he could, but that would mean reliving memories he wasn't ready to face again. So he closed that part of his mind and let his love for villains and dangerous women stand as something simply ingrained in him. I have obtained what I wanted, he whispered inwardly. In the game, Emery's only managed to find this dungeon and obtain his absolute fate thanks to his soul. It was almost laughable. The girl he had overlooked for another had given him one of the most life-changing powers in the story. Because in the game, Chosen Ones, every main character had their own path, their own fate, a path shaped by their bloodline, their dreams, their character, a path that would collide with others, creating events, situations that changed the game completely. That was exactly what made the ending different every single time. The players never made the same choices, so the outcomes never aligned either. The creator of the game had made sure to replicate one of the fundamental aspects of reality. The world is surprise. Nothing was set in stone, and in such an environment, knowing one's fate was primordial. It was the difference between getting through every hurdle and setback or being swallowed by them. There was a famous quote about it, found in the Tale of the Fool. The one who knows the destination walks in peace. The one who doesn't walks in noise. And the best way to know the destination, or at least the illusion of it, was through the absolute fate's blessing of the lady who reads the end. Cassius stroked his chin pensively. For it activates the hidden feature of the system, guiding you along your path with quests and rewards, as long as you don't go astray. That was the first cheat code. And in a game where even main characters died like worthless pawns if one thing went wrong, this was primordial to have. Cassius grinned, thinking briefly of how Emery's would fare now that he had lost this opportunity. But it didn't matter. The man wouldn't even know he had lost something. And maybe that was the worst part. Shaking his head, he swept his hand from left to right and dismissed the notification panel. He took a deep breath, chest constricting, nostrils flaring. He focused deeper, sensing the essence he had spent during the ritual begin to regenerate, then increase exponentially. He grinned, whispered, and his status appeared. Name: Cassius Desdemona. Age: 18. Title: Lastborn of Desdemona. Blessed. Absolute fate: Lady Ananke. Aspect: Legacy, blood type. Slot: 0/1. STR: 20+6. AGL: 20+5. Cons: 24+4. PER: 25+10. CHA: 40+5. Essence: 50+48. Oh my lord! Cassius exclaimed, eyes wide at the leap in his attributes, but more importantly, his essence. In his excitement, he ripped open his white suit and looked at the birthright mark on his chest. The glow was brighter now, far brighter, bright enough to rival those of the main characters. His lips split into a wide smile. Then he snapped his head back and barked a laugh so loud it thundered through his chest like drum beats. I did it, he bellowed, clenching his fists. Fuck yes. His loud voice and crude words made the goddess, whose true name was Ananke, frown her beautiful silver eyebrows. Do you want me to throw you out of my gate, Spawn? She grated, irritated by the noise. She hated noise. No, she loathed it. Oh, goddess. Cassius whirled and dashed toward her. In an instant, he was an inch from her face. You probably poured so much of your power into this blessing for my birthright to improve this much. I always knew you loved me. Were you just too shy to show it? You will make me regret that decision if you keep this up, she said flatly. Wow. Let the man celebrate his victory. Would you? Would that kill you? There is no reason to act this way. We have more important things to discuss. I have one important rule. Ananke rolled her eyes. Always celebrate the small wins before the big ones. Cassius smiled, his excitement settling slightly. And believe me, this is not a small win, Ananke. Call me goddess, or by my title. She scowled. Cassius ignored her complaint, knowing full well she could no longer harm him. And, do you want to know why? He resumed, sitting back cross-legged, eyes locked onto hers. Bitten by annoyance, but curious despite herself, Ananke answered after a moment. Your aspect, she said with certainty. True. He nodded. I can finally use my aspect and obtain my first skill. Ananke tilted her head at those words. First skill, she said, confused. You have an aspect but no skill? How is? She closed her mouth. Her eyes widened in sudden realization. You, she whispered, her heart strangely picking up speed. You have a wondrous aspect. The words themselves made the gate of fate and secrecy waver, like a boat straining to stay upright in raging water. Cassius bared his teeth into a grin. I know nothing about wondrous aspects, but he activated his aspect with all 50 of his essence. An aspect like mine is highly unlikely to exist anywhere else. That, I am certain of. A searing crimson-black light shrouded Cassius's entire body. Ananke hissed in surprise, then broke into a wide smile as a sigil appeared above him. The snake-eating sigil of the Desdemona. Not one, but dozens of them, each glowing with a different color, a different feeling. She covered her mouth gracefully and cackled. Cassius parted his lips. Now, give Daddy a good one, my sweet baby. Chapter 13, First Skill. Cassius watched with an eager grin at the swirling wave of crimson essence shrouding him. By now, he knew crimson was the natural color of his essence. Strangely, or maybe not at all, he didn't like it. I would have preferred purple. He mused, then shook his head, pulling his attention back to the current situation as the light gathered in front of him. The snake-eating sigils weaving into it and merging together. In an instant, everything settled. 3 things were created out of the light and sigils. A blinding light spilled outward from them. Cassius blinked. Once, twice, and by the 3rd time his eyes had adjusted enough to see clearly. He barely suppressed a grin. How interesting, he muttered. This aspect is checking every box of things I love. In front of him stood 3 cards, big and tall. Face down, their contents hidden. All of them crimson, but the runes swirling across each one were unique, and each summoned a different feeling in him. Choose one of the 3 cards and obtain your first skill. Any advice? He said to Ananke, eyes not leaving the cards. The goddess tilted her head slightly. You trust me that much? She inquired. This is your first skill. Very important. It will greatly help you live long enough to obtain another. She looked at him deeply. And you would trust me with it? Aren't we partners? Cassius shrugged lazily. And I am your blessed, with you having given your most unique blessing. At this point, Ananke. Don't call me Ananke, she hissed. We are linked for life. And I doubt you want to watch the one you invested so much power and time and effort to die like a worthless thing out there. Cassius made a sad, forlorn smile. That would be too sad, wouldn't it? Will your family let you die? Or are you not loved enough for that kind of sacrifice? I am certainly more loved than you. Ananke froze. She lifted her head slowly from the thread she had been playing with and spared Cassius a dark, cold glance. He smiled sheepishly. Oops, he said with a fake apologetic look. I don't know who said that. Still, let's not waste time, shall we? Help your blessed, Anna. I dare you to say my name again, Cassius. She looked ready to snap his head off. Cassius wisely retreated, while quietly noting that she had called him by his name for the first time. He changed the subject, pointing at the 3 cards. So which? The second card. Ananke cut in flatly. It will suit you better. How do you? My power told me. For the love of all mankind, let me finish a sentence. Cassius exerted considerable will not to curse the rude goddess. That control nearly slipped when he caught the mocking grin cracking at the edge of her lips. She's doing it on purpose. He sighed, ran a hand through his now dirtier white hair, and decided to be the bigger person. He settled his attention back on the cards, examining each one carefully. He liked gambling, enjoyed anything that had to do with luck. It was always thrilling, especially when he went against the odds and still won. Though I'm not sure I should be thrilled in this particular situation. My life is on the line, after all. Yet he was. Still, there was no need to overthink it. I will trust you. Goddess. He chuckled, raising his hand and choosing the second card as advised. The other two glowed, then dissolved into crimson smoke and scattered on the wind. A notification flashed in front of him. You have obtained the skill of the 333rd ancestor of Desdemona, Lady Amati Desdemona, the World Burner. First skill, Blood Flame. Description: this is the skill created by a being who enjoyed burning others for fun after stealing the core of a dragon. The blood flame can burn flesh and blood alike. Be careful of its use around draconic species. Cassius's eyes lit up. Oh, my sweet baby, he said lovingly to his aspect, relieved, having obtained a deeply practical skill with great effect. He was briefly curious, even a little alarmed, about this 333rd ancestor and how exactly this skill had come to exist. He had never heard of it in the game. Even so, he was far more eager to actually try the skill than to dwell on that. It was his first attempt at a supernatural ability on his own, after all. Yet when he tried, he painfully realized he had used all his essence activating his aspect. It's regenerating, much faster than before, but I am quite impatient. He frowned and snapped his head toward Ananke. Do you have an essence potion? No. What? He asked. How come? I have one. I just won't give it to you. She shrugged. Why? I am your blessed. You're supposed to spoil me. Giving gifts to a blessed requires essence. Far more than you can fathom. I know, he said without thinking much. But we are inside your gate. It costs far less here. Stop being stingy. I want to try my skill. How do you know that? I am a Desdemona. Ananke paused, then sighed. Fair enough. She clicked her tongue, and something dropped into Cassius's hand with a soft tack. A transparent vial, blue in color. Essence Regeneration Potion, Tier 6 rank. A Tier 6. Not bad. He downed it in one go. An instant later, Cassius felt something like ants crawling through him, refilling his essence faster than he expected. He let out a quiet moan of relief, threw Ananke a hearty thanks, and immediately activated his skill. In his excitement, however, Cassius paid no attention to the amount of essence he poured into it, nor to his control, thus causing a raging, blood-red fire to detonate outward, expanding rapidly, swallowing both him and Ananke entirely. Oops, Cassius whispered awkwardly, standing unharmed in the middle of the raging fire, being the skill's master. Ananke shrieked. Cassius! I said oops already. Let's just forget this. A punch landed square in his stomach, knocking the breath clean out of his lungs. His face went red with pain, his voice a croaking rasp. Damn it. Chapter 14, Going Back. This is bad. Ocean mused, looking at the three servants of shadows who could no longer wait. It had been more than an hour since her young master entered the fractured land, and he still wasn't back. At the start, the servants of shadows had been relatively tame, reluctantly giving Cassius the benefit of the doubt and waiting. But now, as Ocean looked at them, they were literally shaking with fear. Their faces, hidden behind swirling masses of shadow, were a mess of widening eyes and trembling lips. The reason for such a drastic shift lay in the hand of the cohort's leader. Grasped tightly in his shaking right fist was a runic phone, used to communicate across any distance, provided one had the runic signal of the recipient. Through it, the man had received not a call, but a message from his master. Lady Morgan. The content was simple and horrifying. I miss Cass and he isn't answering my messages. His runic phone should be above tier 6 to allow communication inside the fractured land. So why isn't it working? Answer that question and show me a picture of him so I can see him. Then another one. Short, but enough to make the man ready to fight Ocean on the spot. Now, we won't repeat ourselves, made of the air. He growled, the shadows around him moving, slithering out of the ground like black tentacles grasping at the air. Move aside, or we will no longer concern ourselves with the consequences of touching you. But Lady Morgan wants to see the youngest heir, he shouted, afraid and angry in equal measure. She wants it now. Do I need to remind you what happens when you disobey the lady? Even you will be punished. That's false, Ocean retorted, stretching her right hand to the side. The earth below shook, rippled like unstable water, before jutting upward as if pulled by an invisible hand. A massive hammer of condensed earth formed from it, settling into Ocean's small hands. Strangely, it fit perfectly. Heiress Morgan and any other heir have no right over my fate, she hissed, slashing the air in front of her with the hammer before hoisting it on her shoulder with a loud boom. Only my young master decides my life and death. All three of them snickered. A bloody fool. The man spat. If Our Lady wishes you harm, not even the blessing of every god will keep you breathing. And that is exactly what will happen if the young heir is wounded or worse. He had learned his lesson this time and chose not to speak of Cassius's death directly. You all know how they dote on him. Another servant of shadows spoke, a voice girlish yet guttural, slow and menacing. They cannot bear to see him hurt. Did you forget what happened 2 years ago? The massacre of more than half a tier 3 family, all because one of them accidentally hurt him. Her voice trembled at the mere recollection. It was harrowing, worthy of years of nightmares. The whole city had been swallowed by devouring shadows and blood rain that reduced everything it touched to ruin. That day, the matriarch herself had acted. It was the first time in an age anyone had seen Sapphira Desdemona, the blood demoness, fight, let alone drown in wrath. No one had ever forgotten it, not even the royal family. It was the day when Cassius's station was firmly established in the eyes of the entire kingdom. Not in a good way. Remembering that day, Ocean's resolve wavered. She still had hope. The fractured land showed 1/5 in the slot, meaning her young master was still alive. But what if he is hurt, unable to move, stuck in a dreadful situation, waiting for help that won't come? Then why hadn't he called with his runic phone? Maybe he can't. Maybe he lost it. Maybe. Ocean's head ached as the thoughts flooded her. She was torn between respecting his order and worrying about his safety. She had no time to resolve it. The servants of shadows finally ran out of patience entirely. You asked for it, they bellowed, lunging toward her, shadows spilling and spreading across the ground like ink. Ocean bit her lip. Her green eyes hardened like stone as she took her stance. Her right hand twisted backward, muscles bulging, veins rising along her skin as she... What in the hell is going on here? The tension shattered like smoke caught in a howling wind. Every head snapped toward the voice. Their hearts dropped. Cassius stood there. His face was covered in handprints. His previously spotless white suit was shredded across the chest, dirted alongside his white hair. In that state, he was barely distinguishable from a beggar pulled from a dark alley. And yet, what am I feeling? What is happening? Ocean whispered inwardly, shocked to her core. She didn't know what had changed, but she felt a presence emanating from her young master that was unlike anything before. Something plain on the surface, yet encased in layers of threads so thick and deep that nothing of its true nature could be guessed. In his eyes, Vorn's breath, were they always like this? They looked like twin balls of crimson flame, burning with swirling blood. She trembled unconsciously when his gaze settled on her, and when she caught a flash of impatience at her prolonged silence, she almost knelt. In the end she did. Thud. Her hammer splintered into rocks and fell. I beg your forgiveness, young master, Ocean yelled, bowing until her forehead touched the hard stone floor. Behind her, The three servants of shadows followed, without being able to stop themselves. Cassius tilted his head at the scene, finding it rather exaggerated. He waved his hand lazily and walked toward them without hurrying. "Why so serious?" he drawled. "But were you really about to fight each other?" He walked past them. Ocean rose and fell in a step closely behind, taking it upon herself to recount everything that had happened. "Oh," Cassius said when she finished, then laughed. "Oh, I see. Truly, why make such a fuss over something like this? Everyone needs to calm down. If I die, it's fine. You'll just die shortly after. Probably after some unpleasant torture, but nothing to worry about. Right?" Ocean and the three servants of shadows all twitched at his casual delivery. "But young master," Ocean said, her voice low, "it was genuinely dangerous to go in alone and unprepared. Please, forgive me if I overstep, but don't do it again. I beg you. You need to take care of yourself. For my sake." Cassius turned his head, looking at her over his shoulder. "Or for yours?" She froze, bowing instinctively under the weight of his gaze. Still, she parted her lips and answered honestly, "Both, young master." She swallowed. "Both." Behind her, the three servants of shadows shivered at her answer. They had expected her to lie. But Ocean knew her lord well. He despised lies and manipulation directed at himself. He would torture and kill over it if he ever found out, even though he himself was the finest liar and blackmailer she had ever witnessed. With the sole exception of matriarch Cassius Desdemona, of course. And she was right. Cassius burst out laughing, his eyes returning to the black carriage stationed ahead among the thick boulders. "We shall see," he said at last. Ocean and the three hooded men exhaled in relief, glad he hadn't taken offense. And that relief seemed to grant Ocean a surge of confidence, because she dared to ask, "What happened to your face, young master?" Cassius was already at the carriage door, answering without looking back. "Ah, my face." He chuckled, touching it lightly. "Let's just say a strange woman got jealous of how handsome I am." Huh. Ocean blinked, confused. "Am I not right?" he added. Ocean grew more confused. "But Lady Ananke does not deem you worthy of an answer." Cassius cackled. "How rude." He stepped into the carriage. "Oh well, sweetheart, let's go home, shall we?" Chapter 15 Isolde Amorous. The streets of Storm City were bustling, a forest of people moving in both directions along the paved road, leaving the middle to whirling carriages and shouting drivers. The atmosphere was loud, flooded by a cacophony of voices, whispers and screams that blended together into something utterly ear-aching. Especially for the woman walking slowly through the excited crowd, bumping into one person, elbowing another, nearly head-butting a reckless man. Yet there was something odd about all of it. None of them felt her presence. Not a single one acknowledged her. Her hair was as black as a sky devoid of the grace of let there be light. Her eyes a mesmerizing purple that seemed carved from the finest jewel. Her skin leaned toward pale. Her face a sight to behold, with a scar running along the left edge of her lips in a straight line, from upper to lower. If it didn't enhance her beauty, it certainly didn't diminish it. People. So many people. The woman thought as she walked, her mind darting in every direction, restlessly, continuously, never settling on one thing. One moment she thought of the task she needed to complete for the Alicia Academy, the next of the fact her sister was enjoying her time in the royal capital, and then finally, "I'm going to get married?" Isolde Amorous couldn't help but chuckle hollowly at that. This was so utterly ridiculous. She had always made it plain to her parents that she never wanted to get married, not unless it was with him. "I shouldn't have said that, should I?" she mused coldly. "I should have kept it inside. Wasn't it always like this? Everything I wanted, everything I said out loud." Her sister always managed to get there first. It had been the same with toys, with clothes, with the pride and happiness of their parents, and even with the love of their childhood friend. Whatever she wanted, her sister found a way to take it in the simplest, most effortless way possible. So they sell me, worthless, unseen, unheard, because of their own goddamn mistakes. She thought with cold wrath, though she still muttered a sorry with a bright smile after elbowing into an elderly woman. The old woman didn't even notice. She looked around as if Isolde wasn't an inch away from her, breathing right on her. She moved on shortly after, finding nothing, and Isolde remained there a moment longer, realizing how futile all her attempts were. No ordinary human could feel her presence except in rare circumstances. And even those awakened with power would struggle if their level matched hers or fell below. That made her forgettable, replaceable, nothing but a shield for her little sister and her hypocrite of a family. She clenched her fist so tightly her nails dug into her skin, blood dripping down. Her eyes were wide open, bulging, dilating, filled with so much hidden resentment that it was suffocating to observe, the nearby people feeling a rising unease without knowing why. "I won't accept it," she grated, the sounds around her disappearing completely. "I am not a shield. I am not her shadow. I am not a goddamn substitute for that bitch." She huffed, her facade beginning to slip, her true self threatening to surface. "And I certainly will not accept marrying anyone, least of all the talentless Desdemona. Who do they think I am? I will kill him. I don't care. I will." She was shaking so hard she looked on the verge of explosion. And that was exactly what was about to happen. If a ball of ice cream hadn't dropped onto her feet, and a crying little girl hadn't appeared in front of her. My ice cream," the girl wailed, hot tears striking down her face, looking between her ruined ice cream and Isolde with yellow eyes brimming. Big sister, Rory's ice cream." Isolde's face went blank at the sudden shift. She immediately hid her bloodied hand behind her back and forced out the gentlest smile she could manage in that moment. It was ridiculously fake. The crying girl noticed none of it. "I will buy you another. Don't cry, sweet girl," Isolde said in a soothing voice, caressing her hair. "All right." The girl stopped immediately the moment another ice cream was promised. Guided by pure innocence, she grabbed Isolde's hand and pointed toward the ice cream stand across the way. There, big sister. Come, fast," she urged impatiently. Isolde followed reluctantly, asking question after question. "Where are your parents? Do you want me to help you find them?" Slowly, she managed to reclaim her gentle smile, the composed, soft face of the overlooked first heiress of the amorous household, burying the hatred burning hotter than starlight deep inside her blackened heart. "1 week," she whispered, letting herself be led by the girl. "In 1 week I will see him. Cassius Desdemona, her husband, a reality that would never come to pass. I promise." "Here," the little girl chirped. Isolde shook her head and focused on the tedious task at hand. "All right, sweet girl." "Ugh, I hate children. Can I kill her?" The return of Cassius to the house of Desdemona set off a chain of events none could have foreseen. Cassius didn't hide the fact that he had secured a goddess's blessing, and he made no effort to conceal his delight in sharing his improved birthright capacity and first skill with his family. He had no reason to. He needed their support to grow stronger, faster. His mother was thrilled, hugging him, kissing him, patting him lovingly while firing off a million questions about Ananke. His father said only a few curt words, yet his curiosity, concern, and pride were still plain on his face. His siblings were nowhere to be seen, each caught up in their own affairs. Affairs Cassius knew were anything but peaceful. After hours of explaining everything, while keeping his deal with Ananke and his unusual knowledge carefully hidden, Cassius was finally allowed to retreat to his chamber and rest. His parents promised him a solid week of training with his first skill before he met his promised. Cassius was grateful, but the moment he was gone, and Sapphira and Aldrin were alone, their faces shed every trace of the love and warmth they had shown him. "Who is she, Red Queen?" Sapphira asked immediately, her voice soft, yet those who knew her understood she was on the edge of losing control. "The queen that swims the Red River." Shakes her head. "She doesn't know. The queen that swims the Red River tells you not to worry. A god cannot harm its own blessed." "I know," Sapphira hissed, "but that's not the concern. I refuse to leave my son in the care of someone I know nothing about." She cocked her head upward, her eyes churning like a restless sea of blood. I want everything on the lady who reads the end, Red Queen. Use your divine connections. Use whatever you have. But I want everything. The queen that swims the Red River gives you a bloody smile and asks if you are ready to bear the cost of such a demand. Sapphira grinned coldly. If you don't do it, I will kill your priest, your knight, your herald, your beast. The queen that swims the Red River yells at you to stop. The queen that swims the Red River curses you and your family. Curse all you want, Red Queen. Sapphira shrugged. It changes nothing. Will you do it or not? Answer quickly. I have time to destroy them all today if you refuse. A long silence blanketed the shadowy room. Then finally, the queen that swims the Red River curses you again and reluctantly accepts. Sapphira smiled, waved the notifications away, then turned her attention back to her husband, only for her eye to twitch. Aldrin sat in his chair, completely unbothered, scribing with intense focus in his book. Sapphira didn't need to ask to know what he was documenting. She asked anyway. What are you doing? Aren't you worried about Cass? Aldrin paused, spared her a glance, and resumed writing while he answered. I trust Cassius, he said flatly. As for what I am writing, he gave the faint illusion of a smile. Everything he said today, of course, didn't you listen? It was worthy of inclusion in his personal journal. When will you stop this? Sapphira rolled her eyes. Or better, when will you share it with him? The day you accept to share with him that you... Okay, darling. Thank you. I'm going to train. You mean torture your prisoners? Sapphira bared her teeth into a bloody grin. That is my training, darling. Chapter 16. Random Knowledge. That was a long day. Cassius muttered with a subtle smile, lying peacefully on his back with his hands crossed behind his head, wearing his purple pajama in his purple-colored room. His thoughts wandered to everything that had happened since the moment he opened his eyes in this new world, this new life. To say it still felt unreal was being generous. Everything had moved so fast, as if he had been yanked forward by some time machine, that only now did he have the space to take in the full picture of what he had actually accomplished. In not even 24 hours after being reborn into this world, he had already changed a crucial part of Cassius's fate. His aspect was now usable. He had obtained his first skill. I still have no real control over Blood Flame, but at least I have it, and he still had time before meeting Isolde. 1 week? More than enough to build basic control. Even so, this alone should have already changed the story, right? He shifted slowly, trying to get more comfortable. Not only did I increase my capacity and obtain a skill, I became the blessed of Ananke. That had never happened in the game. In some strange way, Ananke hadn't chosen Emrys as her blessed, even though she had given him the absolute fate blessing. Cassius had never thought too deeply about it while playing, too focused on saving the Desdemona and winning over Isolde while controlling a protagonist who couldn't naturally interact with people on the villain alignment without issue. I should have wondered why. His eyebrows knitted slightly. But how is it even possible to give a blessing without making someone a blessed? Too late to know now. Ananke had been refusing to respond to him, no matter how much he'd pushed since their return. He sneered provocatively. You're the shy type, aren't you, Ananke? Why won't you answer? I just want to talk. You're probably bored in that gate of yours. Still nothing? Cassius's lips twitched. Suit yourself. He relented. I just wonder how long you plan on giving me the silent treatment. I already apologized for burning your gate. Lady Ananke scowls at you. He grinned. Finally a reaction. A scowl. But better than nothing. Can I ask you something, goddess? He clicked his tongue. Fine. I'll look over what I gained in your fractured land while you sulk like a child. He didn't know how, but he could have sworn he heard someone curse him just then. He shook his head and refocused. Decision made. He summoned the rewards panel. Congratulations. You have completed the fractured land of Ananke, goddess of fate and secrecy, in a manner never before achieved. Your rewards have been improved. Rewards. Random knowledge, tailored. Mind barrier, Tier 5 artifact. Cassius's smile widened, heart fluttering with excitement. This was the first time he had ever heard of the tailored type of random knowledge. Did it mean the knowledge would be personalized to him? He turned the thought over with barely contained giddiness. And on top of that, a Tier 5 mind barrier was an entirely unexpected but very welcome bonus. With this artifact, I might be able to reach that man. His thoughts jumped immediately to a particular figure, frowning slightly in the process. Someone chained, or rather, trapped somewhere inside the very Desdi city his family controlled. An important person, for he was one of the few who knew how to enter their estate undetected. I don't know how Isolde found out about him, but she used him as a means to launch her attack on my family, while she was plotting my death on the side. The most important informations in the game were rarely shown outright. That was always its biggest weakness. He closed his eyes, running back through his memory of it. I know most of the surface-level actions and players that caused certain events to unfold. Some hidden ones too, but that never explained everything happening throughout the full game. I lack many crucial points. It truly didn't. Too much was veiled. Isolde's involvement in his family's downfall had been clear enough. She had killed him, which sent his family into a frenzy, casting aside all formalities and attacking everything in front of them like mad dogs. They made more enemies than they could manage, and yet they held on for years. Years in which Emery's and the main characters grew overwhelmingly strong within Alicia Academy, their blessings and bloodlines utterly abnormal, until they could slaughter his entire family without much effort. And the worst part, they did it as a minor inconvenience before turning their attention to the true antagonist of the first game. He sighed, eyes narrowing with open dissatisfaction. I hate this, and I will not let it happen again. He might not know everything, but he knew more than enough to start planning. And now that I've changed Cassius's fate and taken something from Emery's, the butterfly effect would do its work. Soon enough, the game would look nothing like what he remembered, if it hadn't already started shifting. But he didn't care. He never did. The more it changed, the better his chance of saving his family. Or so he thought. Shaking his head, Cassius summoned the random knowledge. It appeared in front of him instantly, shaped like a blinking eye made of threads, radiating a calm, soothing aura. He stretched out his hand, grasped it, and crushed it. Light erupted from his fist, intense and fleeting. A panel flickered into existence. Random knowledge. The location of the entrance test of the Alicia Academy holds an echo of the family of monsters, Desdemona. Cassius's eyes went immediately wide. He jolted upright, sitting up sharply at what he had just read. Yet it wasn't over. You have received a quest. His fated villain's status finally moved. Quest. Loyal companion. Description. We call it companion, but we know a Desdemona doesn't have companions. Choose one person of your choice and make their loyalty yours and yours alone. Not because of the family's prestige. Not because of external reasons. Because of you. Everyone needs someone, even a fated villain. Rewards, 500 villain points. Chapter 17, Loyalty. Cassius stood transfixed at the sight of two completely different panels flickering in front of him. His eyes went back and forth between the random knowledge and his fated villain quest. Yet without meaning to, his gaze kept stopping on the random knowledge first. Not unexpected. He already had some idea about the fated quest and what villain points might mean. But the random knowledge? That was a new one entirely. An echo of Desdemona? He muttered, sitting cross-legged on his bed, hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, eyes narrowing in confusion. Since when was there something like that in the Alicia Academy testing ground? He had never heard of it despite the number of times he had played the game. Not surprising, though. To play the game, he had no choice but to control the main protagonist, which meant most of his interactions had been with the main cast and almost no one else. And given that Cassius died early in the game, no one had ever bothered to take a deeper interest in the Desdemona. Besides to kill them, that is. Still, what could an echo possibly mean? He asked aloud, speaking to Ananke, who was clearly watching him and fully aware of both notifications. He had expected her to stay silent, but it seemed the goddess knew when to stop and get serious. This time, she spoke directly. I have no knowledge of this. Her voice echoed deep within his mind, carrying that same strange feeling from her gait, like a whisper from someone quietly fishing out your secrets. Not even about what an echo might mean. An echo can mean many things depending on the setting. I could potentially learn something about its nature in your specific case. Oh then, but it would require me to spend essence and power to do so. Cassius fell immediately silent, understanding exactly where she was going. After the amount of divine essence she had poured into his blessing, the goddess genuinely needed time to recover. Don't worry, he said. I'll make sure you recover it soon. Do you have any idea how? She inquired. I still haven't explained to you how you could help me. I'm not that clueless about gods, you know. Cassius chuckled. There are many ways like acting in your name, doing things in line with your attributes, creating a church to gather GMGM, the divine essence unique to gods. A brief silence followed before Ananke answered, her voice carrying both intrigue and exasperation in equal measure. Should I stop being surprised by your knowledge of things you shouldn't know? That would honestly help you sleep better at night. How? She pressed, her curiosity getting the better of her. How do you know all of this? How did you even know of me, of my rituals? I am a lone goddess with no faction. And yet you knew. You knew about my gate, about the way gods operate. So how? How? Cassius? Ananke had finally hit her limit regarding the unknowns surrounding her own blessed. It had been intriguing at first, something to chew on inside her gate. But too much of anything became dangerous. And right now, there were far too many unknowns regarding Cassius. You're not even pretending anymore. You don't look surprised by the fated quest. You don't look surprised by anything. So tell me how. Cassius let a silence settle inside his mind, his thoughts churning in multiple directions. It was true that at this rate the goddess would stop trusting him, which meant she wouldn't help him when it truly mattered. And with Vorn's cursed eyes blanketing our family, I'll be damned if I don't need her help. That meant trust had to be established. The moment that thought settled, something lit up in Cassius's eyes, a sudden clarity in the midst of everything dense around him. He swung his attention to the fated quest, reading it again. An idea sprouted, then took root deep inside his mind. A risky one, an overwhelmingly risky one even, but oh well, bloody hell with it. Leap of faith, once again. He decided, let out a soft breath to release the tension from his body, and spoke. Do you want to know, Ananke? He asked, swinging his head back until it rested on the top of the bed, his crimson eyes fixed on the purple light drifting through the room. The goddess immediately felt something in his voice, in his posture, and most certainly in his gaze, which looked toward the heavens as though somehow able to find her there. She took 3 heartbeats before spreading her will outward and answering her blessed. I would not have asked if I didn't want to know. This requires a great sacrifice from me. He confessed, one I am honestly not willing to make without a guarantee. What kind of guarantee? You want to know how I know so many things? I can share that with you. But in exchange, my goddess, I want one thing from you. He didn't wait for a response before following through. Your loyalty. What? Ananke exclaimed, surprised, yet not entirely. I will open my mind to you. I will let you see inside of me. See who I am, why I am the way I am, and what is hidden inside my heart. He paused briefly, then continued in a tighter voice. Ananke, I am letting you read my own story, the story I have been craving until now, in the hope that you will not ruin it. The air of the room tightened like a clenched fist. In some strange way, Cassius could clearly feel his goddess's gaze slithering through him, like careful hands inspecting something fragile. He felt her apprehension, yet underneath it, he also felt her deep, overwhelming curiosity at the prospect of seeing inside his mind. The two feelings were battling within her, because she knew, as the lady who reads the end, that reading a story meant far more than it seemed. It meant feeling what the characters felt, crying when they cried, laughing when they were happy, cursing when they did something stupid. It meant caring about them the same way one would care about a living, breathing person, despite them being nothing but a world of memories. Knowing all of that, was it worth looking at Cassius's memories? Was it worth giving her loyalty to a man like him, just to quench her curiosity? The goddess's gaze hardened, and Cassius felt the dissent of the verdict. I will see your fears. I will know your weaknesses, a price I am willing to pay for your loyalty. What if I betray you, Cassius Desdemona? You know my family, Ananke. He whispered. We don't take such a thing lightly, but I will hope. His voice dropped. I will hope that we never reach that point, and that my honest, respectful, and devoted heart toward you will be enough to move yours. He smiled softly. Then, what is your decision? You already know, she said. Then, immediately after, open your heart and mind to me, Cassius. Let me see who you are. And, Cassius's smile widened. Let me offer you my loyalty in exchange. By all means, goddess. Chapter 18. Witness me. By all means, goddess. The moment those words left his mouth, Cassius consciously let go of the mental barrier he kept around his mind and around his memories. The effect was immediate. He lost consciousness instantly, his mind traveling to a place no one could name. But in return, Ananke was staring at the sight before her in both awe and shock. She now had access to Cassius's mind, witnessing the magnificent canvas of two completely different sets of memories working together in a way she had no words to describe. What is this? Two lives? Two people? Even as she questioned it, the goddess instinctively reached toward the twin bulbs of memories, unequivocally connected. And the moment her divine consciousness brushed against them, the world around folded upon itself like oiled cloth, and everything turned dark. Darkness. Light. Take care there, Noah, my handsome boy, all right? A gentle voice carried through a home riddled with children's toys scattered across the floor. Golden rays of sun peeked through a slightly open door, landing on a mother correcting the clothes of her son. Ananke narrowed her non-existent eyes, looked down at her own form, and saw nothing but a small ball of silver light. Her confusion deepened as she turned to look at the strange yet vaguely familiar environment. A new world? She immediately guessed by the weird feeling. Don't worry, Mom, the boy said joyfully, pulling Ananke's gaze back to the scene. A young boy, caramel skin, innocent black eyes, talking to a white-skinned woman smiling fondly at him. You better not cause any trouble for your uncle, she warned, ruffling his hair playfully. I will not, Mom. The boy shook his head in protest. I already said this. Fine. Fine. Now go get your backpack. Your father is waiting outside to drive you to your cousin's house. That was all the boy needed. He yelped in happiness, twisted his small feet, and ran upstairs 2 steps at a time. Instinctively, Ananke followed him, feeling a familiar sensation she couldn't quite place. It didn't take long for her to understand why. Cassius, she wondered, growing more puzzled by the second. Following the boy, who looked no more than 6, Ananke noticed another child. A young toddler. A girl. Be brother. The girl stuttered the moment she saw the boy. She was sitting on the floor beside a doorway, a collection of girlish toys spread in front of her. Yet the moment she saw Noah, she forgot all of them, spread her arms wide, and looked up at him with clear intention. No, Stella. Noah shook his head firmly, walking past her and into his room. Not today. Father is waiting for me. Be brother. Stella immediately burst into tears, eyes bawling as though she would soon run dry. Noah didn't even flinch. He was used to this. He took his backpack, gave his crying sister a small kiss on her head, then shuffled back downstairs to find his mother. He kissed and hugged her too. We'll go to the park in the meantime, Noah. Do you want anything along the way? His mother called after him as he ran for the door. No. Enjoy. His small voice carried on the wind. His mother smiled. That was the last time Noah saw his sister. The last time he saw his mother. The last time he saw his father. Ah, no. Ananke realized as the memories began to accelerate. That was not quite the last time. The next time he would see them, it would be when all 3 were buried 6 feet underground, killed in a car accident. Noah's life changed completely from that day. The boy of the grave. That was the name the people who worked in the graveyard gave Noah, for he was there every single day. The young child would finish school and run immediately to that dreadful place where the thick scent of sorrow and pain hung over everything like unmoving clouds. Each time, he would bring all the pictures he had with his family. He would sit in front of their graves on dusty ground covered in withered flowers and begin commenting on each photo aloud, as if speaking would somehow coax his dead family into answering from their new home. He did it every time, eyes blurring, heart so heavy it felt ready to drop from his chest. Yet he continued. Without knowing why, he continued. After a while, the people of the graveyard took a liking to him and began to bring him food, to talk to him. One old man in particular gifted him novels freely, telling him it was a good way to clear one's mind of the fog that was life. But there was one peculiarity about every novel that snarky old man gave him. In all of them, for some strange reason, the villains of the story always had one thing in common: their unwavering love for their family. A love that made them act in ways that defied whatever morality their world had imposed on them. Their actions were not always pretty to witness, but the young Noah began to see himself in those characters. And slowly, steadily, the boy of the grave became fond of villains. Ananke fell silent, witnessing the growth of Noah. From the young boy who lost his parents to life's unpredictability, to the boy of the grave surrounded by people who witnessed death every single day, to a handsome young man with an obsessive love for villains. The transformation was gradual, yet it was clearly inevitable, and Ananke saw more than the surface of it. She looked at the flirting Noah not as a young man unable to keep his emotions in check, but as someone searching for something he had lost long ago, desperate to find it again. The particular care of a loved one. So he tried. And with his looks, his ability to connect with people, and an orphan past that made others instinctively soft toward him, Noah was unstoppable. But soon enough, he grew used to it. He began to love hearing others say they loved him more than he loved himself. Steadily, Noah began to change. He was no longer quite himself. He began to perform in front of others the way an actor performs on a stage, all to gather attention, all to fill a void that could not be filled by the artifice he surrounded himself with. He learned that only later, and he learned it through the one who would become his best friend, Caden Lightbringer, a man whose surname made him a target for bullies. Yet the red-eyed young man never wavered. He carried an air of steadiness that drew people in, as if to say that nothing in this world was worthy of his worry. That was the man who stretched out a sincere hand when Noah was drowning without knowing he was drowning. He saved him, showed him a different way of seeing, one Noah had already known, somewhere deep down. But Caden had this particular ability to make the most complicated things look simple. So Noah changed and became something more. The admirer of villains. The lover of dangerous women after a special encounter with a woman. Arriving at that point, as if hitting a certain limit, the world around Ananke fractured like glass thrown against the ground. Another world emerged from its destruction, one the goddess knew very well, especially when she looked around and found a small, beautiful white-haired boy with crimson eyes, crouching in front of a crying girl, her legs wounded and bleeding. "Don't cry," young Cassius whispered, studying the wound with worry. "Come, let me bring you to my mother. She can heal wounds." "See, Cassius," the girl whimpered, her silver eyes brimming with tears, clutching his hand tightly. Cassius smiled reassuringly. "It will be fine, Keisha, and if you cannot walk, I will carry you." "Well, will you be all right?" "Don't underestimate me. I am Desdemona. I am strong." He flexed his non-existent muscles. Keisha laughed, forgetting her wound for a moment. "Yes, Cassius is the best." At her words, the young boy's face went red. He snapped his head to the side, muttering with embarrassment. "Come, let's go, Keisha." Ananke watched the young Cassius carry a wounded, blushing girl, and finally began to understand the full picture. "Noah, Cassius, two worlds." The world around paused, then accelerated exponentially, flashing through the events of Cassius's life like the summary of a book. From the innocent child with no evil inside, best friend of Keisha, rival of Klaus, the one Natalia had a crush on, to the last-born of Desdemona, a young man grown accustomed to darkness. Then the world of memories fractured, and Ananke whispered her last words before returning to the present. Noah and Cassius are different and the same. Chapter 19. Why so serious? Cassius's eyes snapped open, his mouth wide as he sucked in labored breaths. His face was covered in sweat, trailing down and sinking into his chest, mixing with the tears striking down his cheeks in a relentless stream. He pressed his lips into a bloodless line, shifted back into a sitting position, body stooped, head buried inside his trembling hands. The room was immediately flooded by the stench of melancholy. Ah, bloody hell! Cassius cursed. Because of opening his mind to Ananke, he had found himself reliving all those memories as though they were happening for the first time. Those memories he thought he had made peace with. Those memories that had made him who he was. He remembered Caden, his best friend, and wondered how he was doing. Whether he was mourning his death. He remembered his sweet, crybaby sister, who always wanted to be carried by him. He remembered his mother's gentle smile, always indulging whatever he wanted, earning them both a look of quiet dissatisfaction from his father. And he remembered his father, too, the tall, dark-skinned man who had worked relentlessly to provide for his family. The man who had landed in a new country, weathered trial after setback after trial, and pushed on to give his family the life he had never had. That was the family he had lost to a random car accident. Something so basic it was almost laughable in its simplicity. Then came the memories of the graveyard, and those people hardened and tempered by life's brutal sister. Men who worked with death, for death, alongside death every single day. Only now did Cassius fully realize how special those people had been, and how differently they lived. They lived freely, like travelers stopping at a random town to rest before continuing on. Just like they always said, this life was nothing but a temporary stop. Everyone would continue their journey. Everyone. At that, a particular conversation between him and that snarky old man surfaced in his mind. Life is short, the old man had said, pipe in hand, passing him yet another novel. Why take it so seriously? Death comes for us all. It's not a matter of if or when. What matters is how. How? Noah had echoed, taking the novel with curiosity barely flickering behind his empty black eyes. Aye, boy. The old man had laughed, grunt and gruff, as if deeply amused by the futility of life itself. It's how you die that matters. Not if, that's a fact as sure as gravity. Not when, that question will blind you and stop you from living. Only the how matters. Heard me, lad? That's why. He had slapped his back with a loud, uncontrollable bark of laughter. Why so serious? Cassius blinked, trying to clear the blur from his eyes, pulling himself back to the present. The experience had dredged up even more things he had forgotten, including memories that belonged to Cassius. Keisha, Klaus, Natalia. Oh, good Lord. Cassius knew them? He shook his head. Of course he did. He is a noble, like all of them, and nobles of this kingdom always knew each other. Especially if Keisha's family lived inside Desdi City. A Tier 3 family, but one with strong ties to his own, at least in the past. Now he remembered, and he knew what he had done to her. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and slight pain. But why had it never been mentioned in the game? Was it simply because Cassius died so early that none of it was ever deemed relevant? He had no idea. There was also much about Cassius's life he had now uncovered. How he changed. Why he changed. It was nothing dramatic or heartbreaking. It was simply how the Desdemona worked. No one could grow up inside that family without brushing against some degree of darkness. And that kind of thing always changed a person, especially a child still finding their way into this world. But Cassius's shift was chaotic. He was left to do as he pleased, with no one ever trying to teach him. His family had spoiled him too much. But I am different. He would not become a mindless villain like Cassius had been. A villain, yes, but not any villain. And now, after all of this, if at the beginning he had still been able to separate Noah's habits from Cassius's, it was no longer possible. The two had become one, a single, better version of both. All because he had chosen to open himself to Ananke. And speaking of the goddess, why such silence? Cassius asked, wiping his tears with the back of his hand, inwardly embarrassed by such a display. Ananke said nothing for a moment. Her mind was still stitching together everything she had just learned. To call it shocking was being generous. She had no words. After all, how does one react upon learning that one's blessed is the fusion of two beings, one from an entirely different world? And how, further still, does one react upon learning that her life and the life of her entire world were in fact a game? She was left in complete dismay. But it didn't last. All of that was important, staggering even, and yet there was something more fundamental at play. The simple fact that this young man had trusted her, had taken an enormous risk in laying himself bare before a divine gaze. It was probably the most idiotic thing he could have done, and yet Ananke couldn't deny it. She had been moved. She had witnessed the story of Noah, watching him move through life's hurdles. And she had witnessed Cassius's own, watching him grow into who he was. Two different, unrelated stories. Yet they had found each other through some twisted logic she couldn't fully fathom, and formed something entirely new. Something worth witnessing. Ananke made her verdict, and mentally shook her head. Once again, she was stepping onto a path of no return. But this time it was different, because this time, she knew exactly who she was walking it with. That's why I'm a lone goddess. So fickle, so unpredictable. No faction could ever take me in, fearing what I might do the day the sun chose to rise from the west. But this boy had chosen her when no one else did, so she would choose him in return. So, Ananke's voice rang out, softer than she intended. What should I call you? Noah? Cassius? Last born of Desdemona? The boy of the GRA? Cassius. Cassius cut in, smiling with relief. Just call me Cassius. That's who I am now. Ananke paused. Then slowly, well, Cassius. He closed his eyes, exhausted. You have my loyalty. I, Ananke, goddess of fate and secrecy, give it to you. At that declaration, ding, you have succeeded in your fated quest. Chapter 20, Origin Store. You have succeeded in your fated quest. Cassius smiled, pleased to have cleared the quest not even an hour after receiving it. I was lucky, he thought, acknowledging his situation. If it had been anyone other than Ananke, things would surely have gone differently. He didn't know why he had trusted the goddess not to abandon him. Maybe because he was her blessed, or maybe because something in her had made him feel like he could open up without risking being doomed for it. Either way, Cassius was glad he had. At least now, there is someone else bearing the burden of my knowledge in this world. And most importantly, someone with whom he could be himself. Someone with whom he didn't need to worry about a knife in his back. His smile widened, and widened further when the notifications continued. New achievement. A goddess as the first? You have taken a literal goddess as your first loyal companion. You are either annoyingly charismatic for a Desdemona, or the goddess is a fool. Which one? Rewards, 1,000 VP, additional 500 for your achievement. Without even seeing her, Cassius could already imagine the angry, wrathful face of Ananke as she read those words. He squeezed his eyes shut and plastered his hand over his mouth, fighting desperately not to laugh. He had always known how snarky and arrogant the system's notifications could be from his time with the game, but experiencing it in reality was another thing entirely. Are you laughing at me, Cassius? Ananke scowled. Do you see me laughing? He managed to say, without bursting. You're clearly holding yourself back. Then why not appreciate my consideration for you? Ananke fell silent, and Cassius could practically feel her rolling her eyes. He chuckled, shook his head, pulled himself together, and focused back on the rewards of his fated quest. 1,000 VP. He thought, stroking his chin thoughtfully, casting his mind back to the game. In the game, Emery's hadn't gained villain points. He had gained something called affection points, earned through interactions with the main cast and completing his fated quests. Those quests didn't only help him build his large harem. The man was genuinely greedy. They also made him stronger far above his peers. And the reason was laid out plainly by the notifications now in front of Cassius. You have gained villain points. You can use VP to make purchases in the Origin Store, which opens every Saturday. Origin points are the currency of the Origin Store. 1 OP equals 100 VP. Be mindful of that. Next purchase day, in 3 days. At least that's the same as in the game. Cassius nodded and waved the notifications away. This was the tool Emery's had used to grow stronger faster. The items available in the Origin Store were a mix of everything that could exist in the world. from something as basic as a toothbrush to something as rare as the egg of a mythic beast. It opened every Saturday, presenting a set of 3 items each time. The 3 items never repeated. So if he missed something he truly wanted, that was goodbye to it forever. However, he frowned. The conversion rate is annoying. I'll need far more than 1,000 VP to afford anything truly worthwhile. But that was something to think about later. Right now, Cassius was deeply exhausted from everything his first day had thrown at him. He needed to sleep, and the timing was perfect. Night had fallen, draping the whole territory in a soft embrace. Yet someone disagreed. Ananke became strangely talkative all of a sudden, her voice excited and curious. "Now I understand how you knew all that information you promised me," she said, sounding triumphant. "Want me to congratulate you?" Cassius rolled his eyes. "Can you let me SLE? It's so interesting," she cut in without care. So interesting, Cassius. I've seen several things I didn't know, but many aspects of the game are false." "What?" Cassius frowned, immediately abandoning the idea of sleep. "I didn't reach the full depth of your memories, and the ones related to the game are strangely blurry. But for example, the knowledge regarding the bloodline origin pool of the Kerp Kingdom's 12 seers is false. The same goes for the gods watching over them." Cassius's frown deepened. "There were things in the game that weren't true? How is that possible?" "I don't know, but there are many differences and inconsistencies between our reality and the game you played." She paused, then slowly. "I wanted to make you aware of that before you doom yourself and me at the same time. The main characters, and even the villains and true antagonists," Cassius hurriedly pressed. "Reassure me. They are still the same, right?" "I can't say much," she said. "But given the little of their fates I can see, chances are they are likely the same. If they are that heavily protected, then they still are. Most likely." Cassius exhaled in relief. If the main characters were the same, that was good enough. Still, this new information proved his point. He was no longer in a game. He was in the real world, and he had to stop acting as though he knew everything. "But I will still use every piece of information I have to get stronger and protect my family." "And you lied to me." Ananke spoke again, and this time, Cassius knew immediately what she was referring to. His lips twitched. "You said you knew where the god's corpse was." "Did I really? But that's false. You don't know it, Cassius." "Well, technically I do." He shrugged, voice already growing drowsy. "I know the man who can tell me the location of the god's corpse. That's the same thing, isn't it?" Ananke was speechless, caught between using her essence to strangle him and simply ignoring him. By the time she decided, Cassius was already asleep, snoring like metal scraping across stone. She winced at the sound, studied his face for a moment, unfairly beautiful, even in sleep, and shook her head. "With you, I will definitely learn patience. Otherwise, one day, she might just strangle the insolent boy in his sleep." "Morning, morning, morning. Bea am. Ark." Cassius bellowed as a hot, searing pain bloomed from his stomach, spreading through his whole body in an instant. He snapped his eyes open, bulging, tears swelling at the edges, coughing up spit mixed with blood. His gaze immediately settled on a strange and dreadful sight. A woman, around 21 years old, white hair and black eyes, was sitting directly on his stomach. The source of his immense pain was now clear. She looked at him impassively, not a shred of emotion visible in her dark eyes. Beside her stood a man bearing her exact features, looking down at him with a wide, devilish grin. "Fuck," Cassius croaked, and his siblings grinned sharply. "The twins? Yo, youngest," Lucian yelled, looming over him, slapping his face repeatedly, gently enough not to leave marks, aggressively enough to make Cassius furious. Angry veins snapped across Cassius's forehead. "I heard you wanted to be trained before meeting your wife." "Lucian, you bloody bastard." "What? Right, Lillian?" Lucian ignored his little brother entirely, looking at his twin sister with that grin of his. "Isn't it right? Aren't we right?" Lillian said nothing. Instead, she looked at her younger, bleeding brother, pinned him down by freezing his shadow, and smiled coldly. Let's begin immediately, Lucian. Father and mother said to go easy. Easy. Lucian barked a loud laugh. But of course, his hand whipped out, clasping around Cassius's face tight, making him yelp in pain. Youngest, youngest, youngest. His eyes darkened. The room followed. Here we go. Lillian grabbed Lucian's clothes just in time, and the three of them dissolved into shadow, teleporting out of the room entirely. Chapter 21. Fuck you both. Cough, cough, cough. Cassius coughed uncontrollably as his body slammed against the hard ground, the bones inside him rattling, his breath knocked clean out of his lungs. He wheezed, managed to pry his eyes open through the horrible pain gnawing at every inch of his body, and stared up at Lucian and Lillian looking down at him from a distance. He narrowed his eyes furiously, tasting his own blood. No need to look at us like that, youngest. Lucian laughed cheerfully, without a shred of malice. In one frightening instant, his leg was an inch from Cassius's face. Cassius! Ananke's voice snapped his mind sharply back into focus. He raised his arms instinctively, crossing them in front of his face, gritting his teeth, bracing for impact. It was worse than he expected. Lucian's kick landed directly on his forearms, causing his bones to creak wrenchingly, followed by a sharp cracking sound that echoed through the training room. Cassius didn't even have time to register the agony before his body was hurled backward like a thrown rock, his back crashing into the row of training weapons lined neatly along the wall. A booming sound flooded the white training ground. Cassius slumped, weapons scattering over him, cursing under his breath while continuously coughing blood. Both arms lay limp at his sides. Oh, bloody hell, he cursed, exerting a considerable effort not to break down into tears. Fortunately, his recent full fusion with Cassius's memories made it easier. Are you all right, Cassius? Ananke whispered through his mind, pulling a little of his consciousness back. Yes, I feel fantastic. Were you being sarcastic? Please, Ananke, I am trying not to cry here. He answered, irritated, lifting his head to stare at his siblings. This is not the time for stupid questions. The goddess scoffed. Back with us, youngest? Lucian spoke again, still smiling freely, as if he hadn't just nearly broken both his brother's arms. I went easy on you, so get up already. Lillian stood at his side, saying nothing, watching with a neutral expression. Cassius looked at them, watching Lucian strip off his shirt, revealing a brilliant birthright mark shining on his left shoulder. The man was truly something, standing at 7 feet tall, white hair tied back in a ponytail, a body riddled with muscles that seemed to breathe with every movement. Lillian was no different. Standing at the same height as her twin, she had long legs and thick thighs beneath a white skirt with black leggings underneath. She wasn't as built as Lucian, but she had exactly the right amount of muscle to suit her perfectly. And these two monsters were staring down at him with the look of people who wanted nothing more than to eat him alive, their combined presence darkening the training room as if swallowing the light itself. What are they doing here? Cassius wondered, painfully and uselessly trying to move. The twins were supposed to be at the academy, preparing for their final test of their 3rd year. That was what had happened in the game at this stage. So why were they here? He had no idea, and his siblings gave him no time to think further about it. We would love to start slow, youngest, Lucian said, cracking his neck left and right, his fingers dissolving in a black ink splattering across the ground. But we barely have 5 days to teach you anything worthwhile. That's why. Forgive our harshness. Lillian finished her twin's sentence flatly, not sounding sorry in the slightest. We will not be following mother's instructions. Now choose your weapon, youngest. Fuck you, Lucian. Cassius hissed, voice hoarse and blood dripping from his head. Then he looked at his sister. And you. Choose your weapon, youngest. Lillian cut in, her tone carrying a note of quiet warning. Let me first. No further words were needed. Lillian kicked off the ground, tearing through the air, appearing in front of Cassius in the next instant. She raised her right hand overhead. A small creature made of shadow spawned, resembling a rat, then transformed into a long black scimitar. Cassius cursed. Without hesitation, she brought it down toward him. In a state of fear and pure instinct, Cassius snatched up one of the scattered weapons from the ground around him and barely managed to block the strike. Sparks exploded from the point of contact. Lillian's weapon recoiled upward. Cassius groaned, his arms screaming in pain, his body sinking. "Good," Lillian said impassively, eyes settling on the weapon in her little brother's hands. "That will be your weapon now, youngest." Behind her, Lucian burst into uncontrollable laughter. Cassius, meanwhile, was completely dazed, staring down at the weapon in his shaking hands. It was a white cane with a serpent-coiled handle, its jaws locked on its own tail. But it was not a simple cane. Cassius instinctively grabbed the handle and pulled, and a sharp, thin blade slid out. "Shall we begin, youngest?" "Fuck you both. I will not forget this. I fucking swear." Ha 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 ha. And so Cassius's hellish training began. Meanwhile, in the Soul Tier 0 city of the kingdom, Vorn City, where the royal palace and the Church of Vorn, Lord of Death, resided, the crown prince stood in front of his chamber window. The room was one worthy of a prince. Wide, the floor carpeted by the crimson skin of a dead ravager, the walls adorned with the same grim yet mesmerizing sight. Heads of numerous monsters mounted as trophies. A luxurious bed stood at the center of the room, and just beside it, a desk lined with pictures. Pictures of a woman. Black hair, purple eyes, and a bright smile. And even through a still image, anyone could feel the pull of that smile, the kind that made lesser wills want to bow and tend to her every need. It was striking, and the prince's maid, standing beside that desk, couldn't help but curl her lips in a quiet jealousy as she looked at the pictures. She clenched her fists behind her back, fighting hard to keep her emotions off her face framed by blue hair and matching eyes. "She is going back soon to her family's home," the prince said suddenly, pulling the maid, Sarah, away from the pictures. She looked at him, tall, red hair ruffled by the breeze from the open window, wearing a matching suit. "Who, my prince?" Sarah asked, despite knowing the bitter truth. "Anesthesia," he said. Then his voice turned dark and cold. "And she is going to meet that boy from the Stormblessed family. EMR. I don't want to hear his name." Sarah closed her mouth and lowered her head. A tense silence followed, though it didn't last long. The prince, Raven Hood, turned his head and looked at Sarah over his shoulder with his crimson eyes. His gaze on her made Sarah visibly shift, doing her best not to embarrass herself. "Do you know what that means, Sarah?" She nodded gingerly. "Yes, my prince." "Then begin," he ordered, turning back to the window. "Undress yourself and lie down on the bed." Sarah pressed her lips together, her heart warring between the happiness blooming inside her and the indignation of being a second choice. But every time those thoughts crossed her mind, she came back to one single fact. "I am a commoner. I am a maid. I am nothing, and my prince is everything." She was not worthy of being his first priority, so she smiled, swallowed down the tears of inadequacy, and began to undress herself. Like the obedient maid she was, like the obedient woman shaped to serve her prince. And most importantly, as you will, my prince, like a woman who loved the one she shouldn't. Chapter 22, A Tool. "How's the academy going, Isolde?" A voice, mature, feminine, rang through the purple garden lit by a purple light tinged with artifice, coming from the strange sun overhead. The woman, looking around 40, sat on a small black carpet, her back to a small river flowing endlessly upon itself, birds chirping all around. The sound was heavenly, yet oddly hollow of any rhythm. With black hair, matching eyes, and traditional robes that evoked the style of Eastern fashion, the woman, Sophia, stirred the same feeling as the garden encasing her. Calm, peaceful yet horribly lethal beneath all of it. Her words were addressed to her eldest daughter, sitting cross-legged in front of her, eyes resting on a face very similar to her own. Isolde didn't respond immediately. She took the time to turn the question over, trying to find any hidden meaning beneath it. She had to. She needed to know exactly what to say. "It has been great, Mother," she finally answered, smiling adorably. "We have one final test remaining, and if I pass it, I will clear my 3rd year. Do you doubt your ability to pass?" "I don't." "Your ability to take first place in your year?" Isolde paused, then shook her head gingerly and with hidden fear. I am not certain, mother, she admitted, twisting her lips, tightening her fist, lowering her head slightly. The Desdemona twins are there, and I want no excuses, Isolde. Her mother's cold voice cut through cleanly. Isolde's head snapped up. The deep frown on Sophia's face said everything. Do you hear what I am saying? She continued, her black eyes narrowing until her pupils seemed to vanish into the white of her irises. You have been unable to take first in your year since you entered the academy. All of that for what? Mother, they are. Close your mouth when I am speaking, Sophia hissed, and Isolde flinched at the sharpness of it. She curled into herself like a frightened animal, searching desperately for a way out of the situation. There was none. Tell me, Isolde, when will the time come that you don't disappoint us? Sophia asked wearily, as if managing her own daughter was a chore. Your father no longer wishes to see your face. All because of your performance. All because of your incompetence. How much longer will you humiliate us? I am third-ranked, mother. Isolde wanted to scream, fists tightening. Third in the entire kingdom for my year. Third. Bloody fucking third. Ah, how she wanted to shout it, but she knew it would be useless. She knew, she damned well knew, that neither her mother nor her father cared about third. They wanted first, and anything below first was an insult to them. An insult to every sacrifice they had made to give her the same opportunities as the children of Tier 1 families. But I am doing my best. I truly am. Can you not see it, mother? Father? I am giving everything I have. If you cannot achieve worthy results, Sophia resumed, her eyes deader than the dead as they locked onto Isolde's, then tell me, will you at least be useful and entertain the Desdemona's youngest? She tilted her head, and Isolde suppressed a shudder of rage behind a small, sorry smile. Can you, Isolde? Isolde swallowed, fighting to keep the pain out of her voice. I can, mother. Perfect, she said flatly. The youngest has been spoiled by his family since birth. To them, laying a hand on Cassius means laying a hand on all of them. She picked up a purple flower, brought it to her nose, and sniffed it before continuing. In the same way, having Cassius's heart means having the heart of the Desdemona. Sophia looked at Isolde through the gaps between the petals. Do you understand what I mean, Isolde? A sharp pause followed before Isolde parted her trembling lips. Yes, she whispered, still wearing her gentle smile like a mask, lowering her head slightly. I do, mother. You want me to seduce Cassius. With everything you have, she added. Everything, Isolde. Your mind, your abilities, and even... Sophia left the rest unsaid. There was no need to finish it. Isolde understood completely, and that understanding came with a coldness that had nothing to do with the cool air of the garden. It was unnatural. It gripped her heart and soul alike, as if trying to freeze her from within, as if trying to force into her a profound stillness she could use to get through this. But Isolde had never been like that. The raging fire of wrath churning inside her was close, so close, to bursting open and burning everything without distinction. Damn this whole family. Here she was working herself to the bone to earn the acknowledgement of her parents, fighting monsters in the academy and coming out above all but two. And still nothing. They were treating her like property, selling her off like a whore for a cheap relationship with that cursed family. Isolde began to wonder, fighting back the tears of anger threatening to break through while holding her expression steady. When had this started? Since when had her family turned this cold toward her? This indifferent? As if she were something they had spat out rather than their own blood? The answer was obvious and chilling. It was the moment competition was born in her life. The moment they were set against each other. The moment she was outmatched in every possible way. If you have understood your task fully, Sophia said, you are dismissed. The meeting with Cassius is 5 days away. Prepare yourself by learning everything you can about him. Don't forget, they took our fractured land because of him. She smiled coldly. So let's take him in return and gain far more than what we lost. And I hope, I truly do, Isolde. The purple flower in Sophia's hand was severed instantly into hundreds of pieces, scattered by the wind and swallowed by the purple birds around them. You will not fail us this time. Isolde nodded stiffly, not trusting herself to speak for fear of shattering the barriers she was holding together. She rose carefully from the ground. She stopped, bowed her head toward her mother in respect, then turned and walked away. Her steps made no sound, yet the anguish and desolation surrounding her entire shape felt louder than anything else in that garden. Each step toward the distant door deepened her awareness of her situation. Each step fed the wrath festering inside her, toward her family and toward Cassius. "I will kill him," Isolde swore, "and we will see how you get what you want." They wanted to use her like a whore? Fine. Let me show you exactly how much of a fucking bitch I can be. She reached the door, pressed her palm against it. Her essence surged, and the door began to glow, beginning to open. That was when her mother's voice rang out once more. "Oh, and I forgot to mention." Isolde froze instinctively, a dread rising inside her. "Your sister is coming back." Her body went still. She turned her head, looking at her mother over her shoulder, and found the woman wearing a smile of sickening happiness. "Anesthesia, my daughter, is coming back." Isolde's heart dropped. Chapter 23. 3 days. 3 days had passed. 3 days of non-stop training. Not even allowed more than 3 hours of sleep before the twins came into his room to wake him in their own particular way. A way he had thoroughly learned to hate and fear. 3 days of pure agony where Cassius genuinely questioned whether his siblings loved him or despised him. They were merciless, and even that felt like an understatement, being generous for lack of better vocabulary. His arms had been broken multiple times by Lucian's strikes. His face crushed and bloodied under the assault of Lillian's long legs. He had lost count of how many times he passed out from pain and bone-rattling fatigue. Too many. Far too many. In the first day alone, he lost consciousness more than 9 times. The only reason he could keep going was the multiple alchemical potions he was ordered to gulp down, healing his body and refreshing his mind. But they did nothing for the exhaustion burrowed deep inside him, nor for the frustration festering toward his siblings. He had simply learned to live with both. Did he have a choice? By the 3rd day, after the constant process of being destroyed and rebuilt, his bones growing stronger, his reflexes sharper, his body coordination more precise, Cassius had no choice but to admit the twins knew exactly what they were doing, especially now, as he fought Lillian. Clank! Arg! Cassius growled, his cane parrying the dreadful swing of his sister's scimitar, locking the 2 weapons in a standstill. Their eyes found each other through the gap. "You are hitting harder today, Lillian," he hissed, pushing with more force to gain ground. Lillian didn't budge. "You've improved, haven't you?" she said, not a question, and her left leg swirled toward his flank. Cassius pulled his blade free and covered the side just before impact. A clank erupted as Talon met blade. The bones in his arms shook, he winced, and the defense held for only a moment before he staggered several steps back, putting distance between them. He exhaled, both hands trembling slightly. Lucian was lounging at the far end of the training ground, lying on his left side watching the duel with a wide grin. Beside him sat a bag of popcorn and a drink. He was clearly enjoying himself, and mocking you in the same breath. "I know. Don't need to spell it out." Cassius rolled his exhausted eyes. "I am fighting at your level, youngest," Lillian said, pointing her shadow-dripping weapon at him. "All you need to do is land 1 hit. Just 1, and we will be satisfied. Easy, right?" Lucian added from across the room with a laugh. "Easy my bloody ass." Cassius grated. "There is no way you are using my level of power. What did I teach you about complaining, youngest?" Lillian's voice went colder. "A Desdemona doesn't complain. Either you touch me, or you lose consciousness. And this time," she smiled emptily, "I will make sure you still feel the pain after you wake up. Do you hate me, sister? Are you going to keep talking? Damn you!" Cassius cursed her inwardly, then closed his eyes briefly and settled into his stance. He had learned much in these 3 days, how to use his body, how to handle his weapon, even if he was still awkward with it. The cane worked as both sword and staff, strangely versatile, which also meant it demanded more effort and time to truly master. 3 days were clearly not enough. However, He had stumbled onto a discovery that had made both siblings and Ananke watch him with quiet, hidden awe. His talent for essence manipulation. Just 3 days in, his control over Bloodflame was truly abnormal, yet somehow expected. I know, right? He grinned as he activated his skill. Crimson Flame tore open reality and coiled around his body like a snake around its prey. He gripped the blade in his right hand, the sheath staff in his left. The flame moved through him, down his arms, and into both weapons. They lit up as fire licked their edges, causing a mesmerizing sight. Cassius spread his feet slightly, hunched his body, then burst toward his sister without hesitation, the explosion of fire beneath his feet amplifying his speed. A crimson blur crossed the training ground. He appeared in front of Lillian in an instant. His left hand rose and chopped down toward her shoulder. She sidestepped, letting the staff whistle past, while her hand flashed to bar his sword with her weapon. Sparks crackled from the impact. The hot wind of the fire slapped her face, yet her expression didn't move. She pivoted sharply and kicked at his stomach. But before it connected, the staff he had swung downward struck the floor, and Cassius poured essence into it at the last moment, detonating a burst of fire outward. The flame swallowed Lillian in a smoky cloud. In the same breath, Cassius ducked, his mind working overdrive, spun and swept his leg toward Lillian's footing. His foot crashed into a small shadow beast instead, shaped like a turtle, that had appeared in front of her leg. His eyes went wide, heart skipping a beat. He tried to pull back immediately. The turtle was faster. Its shell transformed into a wall of spikes and fired them at his legs. Most of them hit. Cassius screamed, the sound giving away his position. He rolled desperately to get away, burning the spikes with his fire as he went. But the opportunity of respite never came. Overhead, dozens of scimitars rained down at blistering speed. Fuck! He raised both palms toward the incoming weapons. Bubbles of fire sputtered across them like boiling water before he channeled most of his remaining essence into a wall of flame to meet the blades. Fire raged. On your left. Far too late. His shadow was frozen to the ground. Looking left, he watched Lillian's leg descending directly toward his head, faster than anything, like a boulder dropping from the sky. His heart dropped. Game over, youngest. Lucian cackled from across the training room. The strike landed. Cassius's face cracked and blood gushed. He lost consciousness instantly, his final thoughts a long string of curses aimed at both of them. His body went limp, twitching occasionally. So cruel. Ananke whispered, looking at her blessed with something that couldn't quite be called indifference. She shook her head. So cruel. Somehow, she didn't like watching him get hurt. He was better, wasn't he? Lucian approached his sister, looking down at Cassius's bleeding face with a smile. Ananke listened. Much better. How will he fare against others his age? You already know, brother. Want to hear you say it. Lucian crossed his thick arms over his chest. Lillian shrugged. He will suffer, she admitted. Didn't you hear? The next year's incoming first years are packed with elites. The spot for Palatine will be hard with all of them. He's one of them, but he started too late. Lucian finished her thought, nodding. Only at the beginning, though. She smiled. Cassius would have been stunned to see it. That warm smile, she never wore it in front of him. But Lucian knew how much Lillian loved their youngest brother. She crouched down and sat beside Cassius's unconscious body. She took his head gently and laid it across her lap, caressing his bloodied face without caring one bit about the staining. She even licked the blood from her fingers each time, unbothered. Lucian was not disturbed by the sight. He watched it the way someone watches something they've seen many times before. Youngest is extremely talented. Lillian continued, especially in essence manipulation. He just needs a bit more time, and even the elites won't be able to compete. And he has the will. Lucian grinned. You saw him. He complains constantly but gets it done. Lillian smiled wide. She leaned down and pressed her lips to Cassius's forehead, her mouth red with his blood. He is the best. She whispered. Let's heal him. Completely. Just enough for him to walk back to his room. He still needs to get used to pain. Lucian smiled, and crouched beside his brother to begin, all while Ananke watched. It wasn't the first time she had seen this, but each time, the same fact settled in on her with more certainty. They are truly mad. This family was madness made flesh. Damn them both! Cassius bellowed, then groaned immediately as the outburst sent a stab of pain through his head. He gripped his skull, grimacing, cursing even more as he eased himself into the bathtub. No amount of curses would ever be enough for his siblings. He would have happily spent the whole night on it, but he had more important things to do. 3 days had passed. 2 remained before the fated meeting with Isolde. But there was something else happening today. Something he had been waiting for since all of this began. Today was Saturday. And Saturday meant, let's see what I get. Origin Store Day. Ding. Origin Store is now open. Chapter 24. Saturday's Origin Store. Origin Store is now open. Cassius couldn't suppress the wide grin splitting his face. He pressed his palms together and rubbed them against each other like a man about to do something thoroughly devious. The golden panel in front of him flickered wildly, golden liquid seeming to drip from its edges. Notifications began popping up, each one making him more excited than the last. Wonderful achievement. The Origin Store has been opened for the first time in eons. As the one who achieved such a feat, Cassius Desdemona will be rewarded accordingly. Oh, my dear baby. Cassius would have kissed the panel if it were something tangible. It wasn't, so he settled for blowing it a flying kiss like an old man lusting from a distance. Ananke, watching from her gate, stared at her blessed with barely concealed embarrassment, her face quietly grimacing. You have gained 1 free purchase ticket, 1 discount ticket, 70% off, 1 freeze ticket. The more he read, the harder it became to stay quiet. He had ordered Ocean not to let anyone inside, but if any of his family members truly wanted to enter, nothing would stop them. So silence was safer. That did nothing to stop his body from shaking, though. And for good reason. These rewards were things that players of Chosen Ones back on Earth had spent millions trying to obtain. Cassius couldn't even blame them. The free purchase ticket was self-explanatory. It let him buy anything in the Origin Store without spending OP. A genuine blessing, given that Cassius doubted his 10 OP was enough to purchase anything life-changing on its own. The discount ticket needed no explanation either. As someone who loved gambling, he was thoroughly delighted to have it. But the last one made him pause. A freeze ticket. He breathed, lips opening and closing soundlessly as he fought to contain himself. With this, I can freeze an item in the Origin Store so I can buy it the next time. Game-changing. Literally. He still hadn't fully come back to himself, still drowning in euphoria, when the notifications continued and snapped him back into focus. All rewards delivered. The Origin Store may now officially open. Processing. He narrowed his eyes, praying silently. Anything. I don't care what. Just something that makes me stronger. Because he knew well, that he was still far behind the main characters in terms of power. Those were beings who had started training the moment they could walk. Hell, Emery's could handle a sword before he learned to walk. The chosen heiress could manipulate anyone into surrendering their most precious thing by the age of 3. And that bloody prince obsessed with her, wearing the power of death like a hood draping sinuously over him. He was no better. Neither was his sister, the princess. That girl gave Cassius the creeps. And that was saying something, given his taste in women. She was the type of dangerous he genuinely didn't fancy. And there were so many of them: Klaus, Keisha, Natalia, Love, Julabib, Meadow, all of them talented. Cassius knew he was too. But his starting point was thoroughly fucked up, and we are all going to meet at the academy. In a few months, I will meet every single one of these people I used to watch through a screen. He was both nervous and excited at once. He knew that was where his fated quests would matter most, where everything would begin in earnest. After all, ding, his thoughts cut off abruptly. The process was done, and 3 items appeared before him. His heart skipped. Here are today's Saturday items. 1. Perfect Body Potion, a liquid created by a goddess too far ahead of her time, using the very origin nectar of the world. Anyone who can bear the pain of ingesting it will obtain their own perfect body. 200,000 op. 2. Weapon ticket. A ticket that grants you the perfect weapon for you. A weapon that grows alongside you with the right materials. 150,000 op. 3. Stat points. Grants 10 free stat points to distribute freely among your attributes. 10 op. Op. 10. What catches your fancy, and more importantly, what can your pocket actually afford? Cassius stared at the 3 items, speechless yet not. He already knew this store carried the most outrageous things anyone could hope for. No wonder Emery's had been able to beat half his year without breaking a sweat. But now it was him with this opportunity, and with his free purchase ticket, he could buy anything he wanted regardless of his meager OP. What do you suggest? Cassius asked Ananke. Personally, I'm thinking the perfect body potion. It would help me greatly with strength and body enhancement. I don't know if there are other benefits, though. I never saw it in the game. That is the best choice. Ananke nodded, though the weapon ticket is also tempting, right? Yes. A weapon that grows with you is interesting, but only up until the 3rd rank. Once you reach that point, any external weapon becomes secondary, for you will have your own. My soul blade. The soul blade, something only obtained upon reaching the 3rd rank, the exalted self. But Cassius was still at mortal self. The path forward was imbued self, then exalted self. Thinking about it, he ran through how progression worked in Senegal. It was straightforward enough. Anyone could advance after having 2 or more attributes surpass 100 points. The specific number in which attributes varied by person. The only way to gain stat points was by killing monsters and absorbing the essence they naturally released upon death. The process was automatic, which makes killing the primary path to growth. Cassius thought, I was still hungry on the items. Yet that was not all. Even after clearing that condition, one still needed an aspect crystallization stone to sublimate the aspect and officially step into the 2nd rank. Imbued self. Those were not easy to obtain, to add. But once done, and officially at the 2nd rank, a 2nd skill would be obtained. For Cassius, another draw from his ancestors. That makes stat points incredibly valuable right now. And I can buy 10 of them for exactly my 10 OP. It seems straightforward enough. Decision made, Cassius smiled and spoke. I use my free purchase ticket to obtain the perfect body potion, he said, and spend my 10 OP on the stat points. A brief silence followed. Then a loud chime bloomed overhead. Ding. Purchases accepted. The space before him cracked open like a wall, giving way, revealing a swirling mass of golden ash glowing like stars, making him squint instinctively. From within those golden ashes, 2 boxes appeared, searingly bright, and settled gently into his hands with a soft tack. Delivery complete. The golden realm sealed itself shut at the notification's end, but Cassius didn't hear it. His eyes were fixed on the 2 boxes in his lap, his mouth stretched into a wild smile. Oh, my Queen of Fate, shall we see? Queen. Chapter 25. O Queen. The 2 boxes emitted a faint, otherworldly light, yet the feeling of each one was worlds apart, same as their designs. Cassius's eyes darted between them for a moment. Then he opened both at once with a wisp of crimson essence. And there they were. The perfect body potion sat nestled comfortably inside its box, the golden crimson liquid churning with mesmerizing light inside the flask. Looking at it, Cassius had this strange sensation of watching a river flowing upstream. Flowing, and turning endlessly. His eyes glazed, mysterious thoughts and understanding whispering through his mind. Then it was gone. He snapped back a second later, blinking. Well, damn. He shook his head, finding it strange but deeply thrilling. Sighing, he peeled his eyes from the potion and shifted to the other box. No liquid this time. It was a highly condensed essence trapped inside a flask, crimson, with shining stars churning within, carrying the stats points. He wondered briefly which to use first, but the choice was obvious. Stats points first. He decided, remembering the description. Perfect body potion and intense pain went hand in hand. Wiser to get stronger first, however little. Nothing was negligible at this point. Wise choice, Ananke said, nodding in approval. Considering what you are about to go through, the pain is inevitable, and it will certainly be horrific. A beat of silence. Then, in an almost inaudible tone, will you be all right? The goddess regretted the words the instant they left her, surprised at herself for showing any care at all. When did this start? She wondered, unable to trace where this unwelcome feeling had sprouted from. Had watching him get beaten like a pitiful animal by his siblings for 3 days done this to her? She didn't know. And if Cassius noticed, he gave no indication, answering with his usual sarcasm. She exhaled in quiet relief. Will I be all right? He echoed, grimacing. My queen, I have been tortured by those demonic siblings for 3 days straight, barely sleeping. My head. Damn my head, even talking about it makes it ache. Damn them both. It will probably be worse than that. Her tone was amused, watching this side of him. Her blessed only truly lost his temper when the subject involved the twins. Then so be it, Cassius said, without hesitation. Days of unending pain did have some benefits. He was still reluctant, afraid even, but this was the opportunity to close the gap between him and the main characters for good. He would not hesitate over temporary pain. With that, Cassius took the stats points flask, popped the lid, tilted his head back, and drank it in one go. It tasted strange, like lemon, yet not quite. The effect was immediate the moment it hit his throat. A warm sensation bubbled from his heart and spread through his body like fire through a dry forest. There was no pain, just a sigh of contentment as his body straightened. It was over in seconds. He summoned his attributes. STR, 23 plus 3. AGL, 22 plus 2. Cons, 30 plus 6. PER, 27 plus 2. CHA, 40. Essence, 50. Stat points available, 10. Most of his attributes had nudged upward during 3 days of training. Constitution leading, thanks to the countless times his body had been broken and healed by the twins. And it's Constitution I need to invest in if I want to survive what's coming. With no hesitation, he dumped all 10 points into Constitution, bringing it from 30 to 40, and felt the crackle and reinforcement of his bones, his muscles tightening and hardening, his internals going through the same process. Cassius let out a thick, steamy breath as everything settled. He raised his right arm and clenched it into a fist. Veins bulged, and a faint but visible shockwave erupted from the motion. He smiled. Now I'm ready. Gingerly, he picked up the perfect body potion flask and opened it. The scent, heavenly, sweet, thick like musk, hit his nose like a physical wall. Cassius closed his eyes, blood roaring in thunderous delight. Quick, Ananke warned. The properties of the potion degrade the longer it's exposed to air. That was all he needed. He cursed his own foolishness and drank without any mental preparation whatsoever. The regret was immediate and harrowing. Cassius's body spasmed violently, eyes and mouth blown wide as blood began seeping from both. Not just from them. His whole body was bleeding, the blood dark and reeking of something rotten. He opened his mouth to scream. No sound came out. He had no choice but to writhe inside the bathtub like a snake caught in sinking mud. Sinking, still sinking. His flesh darkened and peeled off. His nails cracked and fell away. His hair followed. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced, his insides feeling like a hellish thing had been let loose inside him, wrecking everything with no mercy and no end. Ananke watched with a body that was faintly shaking, as if she were feeling it too. She bit her lip and muttered words of consolation to a man who could not hear them. The process continued for a few more minutes, minutes where Cassius was reduced to something between bones and scraps of flesh. By any account, he was dead. He was no longer breathing. Heart completely stopped with almost no blood remaining. He looked like something left for Vorn to admire through his death-filled gate. For a moment, Ananke felt the link between her and Cassius waver, on the edge of being severed. The fear she felt in that moment was unlike anything she had ever known. But only for a moment, because immediately after, Cassius was reborn. His skin exploded outward. then sealed itself back onto his body as if invisible hands were doing meticulous, extraordinary work. Everything else followed. The process was methodical, and by the end of it, Cassius was back. Better, even. So much better that Ananke's worried eyes went wide at the sight of him. Oh, by the curse threat, gasp. Cassius's eyes, the whites impossibly clean, the red of his pupils a red that had no business existing, the contrast jarring yet made for gods to covet, snapped open. His body jolted upright in the same breath. Pain exploded everywhere from the reckless movement. Queen's eyes! He cursed, gripping his head, then wrapping his arms around himself in a tight hug as the phantom pain of the process still clung to him. He trembled like a man abandoned in freezing hell, cursing again and again, until everything stopped as a panel appeared in front of him. You have ingested the perfect body potion. Your body has been enhanced, and its potential has been unraveled. A brief pause. Then, congratulations. You have awakened in innate. Everything went still. The world felt muted. Cassius's red eyes locked onto the notification, the pain forgotten entirely. Innate. Snake of Adaptability. Oh. Queen above. Chapter 26. Snake of Adaptability 1. Innate. Snake of Adaptability. Oh, Queen's lovely skirt. Cassius muttered unconsciously, earning a hard glare from Ananke, his eyes transfixed on what was in front of him. He just couldn't believe it, and for a very good reason. I obtained an innate? How? Well, I know how. But how? If birthright marks and aspects were completely tied to bloodline, innates were something else entirely. They belonged only to the person, unable to be shared or inherited by anyone else. An innate was literally the manifestation of yourself into power, a self recognized by the world, by the system itself. I played this game 333 times, and only Emery's had an innate that made him uncomfortable around villains, yet stronger whenever he fought them. It seemed simple, but damn it, no. Emery's was already a monster with his blessings and aspect. Any enhancement on top of that was a death sentence to his enemies. That alone showed how uniquely powerful an innate was, accompanied by an effect capable of shifting an entire battlefield. It also explained how scarce they were. According to the game developers, 1 in a quadrillion beings ever awakened one. And now Cassius had. This is above everything I expected. He breathed, still fixed on the panel, already feeling how different his body was. He willed a deeper description eagerly, and the system answered. Innate. Snake of Adaptability. Description. Snakes shed their skin to evolve, to adapt to their environment and to new challenges. You are of the bloodline of the first snake. Whatever challenges you face, you will adapt to them, as long as you endure long enough, learn during the process, and the first snake forms a perfect loop. And remember well, the snake does not reward victory. It rewards those who fail and return anyway. Oh my! He read it again and again, turning it over, trying to find every layer of it. After almost a minute, a flicker of understanding settled in. Adaptability. He mused, smiling. If I can adapt to anything as long as I grit my teeth long enough, then let the gods have mercy on his enemies. Because he certainly wouldn't. As for returning after failure, he was the man who had played the same game 333 times just to save one family. He knew the taste of failure better than most, yet he hated it just as much as the first time his tongue had touched it. Losing is not in my vocabulary, he thought, eyes narrowing with stubborn pride. Then he shook his head and sighed, pulling his focus back. Still, bloodline of the first snake? Snake forming a perfect loop? Those were things he didn't fully understand yet. The first was strange, since when did his bloodline have anything to do with the first snake? The more time passed, the more he realized how little he knew about his own family. And Ananke rarely answered those questions. Some knowledges are a burden, and not everyone can carry them, she always said, urging him to grow stronger first. Knowledge without the power to act on it was simply useless. He had stopped pushing for now. The curiosity hadn't left, though. As for the second snake forming a loop, I'll understand it soon enough. Innates were different from skills. No essence was required. It was a passive ability that activated when conditions were met. Cassius was already desperate to go back to his siblings and test it. You're becoming more abnormal. Ananke's words pulled him back to reality. The horrible stench and sight of the bathtub did the rest immediately after. Black blood, peeled skin, and other things that had no business being looked at for long. He cursed, activated the bathtub, and water rushed in, flushing everything clean. As he moved his body in the process, something felt off. My body, it's different? Stronger even? He muttered. Look at yourself in the mirror. Ananke said, her voice strange. Cassius obeyed, and gasped immediately after. If before his body had barely any muscle to speak of, now it was completely different. It was packed and lean, sinuously well-designed. Abs fully visible. Veins running through thicker forearms. Not many, but enough to give him a charming, undeniably masculine edge. His eyes were more striking. He stared at them for a moment, genuinely caught. The contrast is incredible. Even his hair seemed whiter, silkier, his lashes more defined. His body had been completely enhanced, and not by a small degree. System, he whispered, and his attributes flickered. STR, 40 plus 17. AGL, 35 plus 13. Cons, 50 plus 20. PER, 30 plus 3. CHA, 60 plus 20. Essence, 60 plus 10. A smile appeared. He looked over the numbers, feeling the new strength churning inside him like a beast waiting to be let loose. Even his birthright mark had been somehow enhanced, glowing a touch brighter, his body now more optimized for what was coming. Now I am ready, Ananke, don't you? He stopped, noticing something he hadn't paid attention to until now. Tell me, Ananke, he whispered, looking at his face with quiet surprise. What is the average charm score? He already knew. He'd played the game 333 times. He asked anyway. The goddess didn't answer immediately, searching for some way to humble her blessed. She gave up quickly, finding no real reason to lie to a man who already knew. 15. She sighed, looking at the ridiculous beauty in front of her. His eyes are too much. The average is 15, Cassius, and I am at 60. Oh, queen. He cursed quietly, shaking his head. Doesn't that put me among them? Among who? The harem stealers. He chuckled wryly. In the game, there were a few men capable of pulling female leads away from Emery's if they put in the work. The prince and Klaus are in that lot. They were called harem stealers. The base criteria was at least plus 25 points above the charm average. You are at plus 45. Then you are one of them. Ananke's voice was amused. Will you be stealing his women? Cassius laughed lightly, stepping out and walking toward the bathtub for another wash. Only is sold, he said, stepping in. Harem stealer sounds exhausting, and I feel like I've already had a taste of that kind of life. He laughed a little harder. And you've seen my memories. You already know. That was true, Ananke acknowledged silently. Cassius, Noah, in his past life, had never been with more than one woman at a time. He always ended things within weeks, the longest stretching to 2 months. But he never cheated. He never saw a reason to, like a man who had done the same thing so many times that lassitude took hold, and the point of it disappeared. That was how Noah had once described it to Caden, when the red-eyed man asked him why. It had surprised Ananke greatly, given her blessed, otherwise frivolous nature. She shook her head, smiling faintly. You are a strange man, Cassius. God forbid a man is loyal. She laughed. Cassius smiled with her, then slipped into sleep without even realizing it, still in the water, snoring again. Ananke immediately cursed his loud, grating snore. Yet she couldn't deny the warmth blooming quietly in her chest. Is this what it feels like, to no longer be alone? She thought at last, watching her blessed fondly from her gate of fate and secrecy. And so the first Saturday's origin store came to a close. Chapter 27. Snake of Adaptability 2. Morning came, and it was one where Cassius went above his reluctance of pain to achieve a very specific goal. And it was to finally manage a comfortable mastery of dual wielding. Sword in one hand, sheath staff in the other. without the ubiquitous awkwardness that crept into his every movement like rotten skin. The difficulty was off the charts. But Cassius only dared attempt it to test his new innate. And his attempt came with an understanding of the true nature of the snake, of adaptability. The moment he began training the dual wield, blocking, deflecting, and evading Lucian's attacks, something appeared above his head when he miserably failed at using his left hand, leaving him wide open for a piercing punch straight to the shoulder. Pain exploded at the point of impact. Cassius felt his bones crack and cave. He cursed, blood swelling inside his mouth, his back slamming into the ground. Yet even through the pain, through the twitching and the anguish of holding his dislocated shoulder with his other hand, Cassius lifted his head and stared at the halo-like thing hovering an inch above him. It was no halo. It was a snake, immaculately white, dazzling as if formed from the very concept of purity. Crimson eyes, the pupils pulsing in and out like something alive. The snake was curling upon itself, trying to bite its own tail, trying to form a complete loop, but not quite managing it. No one seemed to see it but Cassius, and his heart nearly burst when the snake hissed, red eyes locking onto his as strange words echoed inside him. Rule 1. Taste failure and return anyway, even if you have to slither back like a worm. Weirdly, he understood the words immediately, instinctively even. He looked at his shoulder hanging limp, then looked at Lucian standing there with his annoying grin. Come on, youngest. You got prettier and more athletic overnight. Lucian taunted, though his curiosity bled through plainly. Some secret? Fine, but you'd better be stronger too. Beautiful eyes won't save you from monsters and your peers in the academy. Lillian said nothing, watching him with more scrutiny than usual, as if she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. Cassius didn't care about any of that. His innate had given him the first rule. He could see the snake struggling to close the loop, the tail still just out of reach, only halfway there. So I only adapt once the loop is formed, just like the description said. The way to do it was to follow the rules. Taste failure. Return anyway. Now I need to get up and fight with a broken shoulder. Cassius grinned at the realization, fear and anticipation churning restlessly inside him. Then he gritted his teeth, so hard a creaking sound boomed through the training ground, grabbed his dislocated shoulder with his other hand, and forced it back into place. He screamed, eyes tearing up, and bit his lips until they split, blood oozing out. Lucian and Lillian both startled slightly, caught off guard by the sudden action. By the time they recovered, Cassius was already back on his feet, wobbling, shaking, sheath staff in his left hand and sword in his right. He looked at his siblings, bared his blood-red teeth. Queen's eyes on me. I bloody swear I will not forget this. He breathed, taking his stance with a grimace. The pale snake hissed in delight, and the loop inched closer. Less than half remained now. Then the second rule came, the snake hissing even more eagerly. Rule 2. Never repeat the same mistake until you understand every part of what you sought to taste. The snake stilled there. But Cassius could already guess the third rule, or rather, the culmination of the first and second. Rule 3. The loop closes, and he finally adapts. Oh my! He laughed and threw himself at his siblings again, actively recalling his last mistakes in order not to repeat them. It was harder than he expected, way harder. And the irony was that in trying to avoid one mistake, he kept making another. He lost again, his ankle twisted by Lucian's merciless kick, back on the ground. The pain dazed him, bleak stars replacing the real world for a moment. His body lagged, a wave of sudden exhaustion pulling at him. He lay there, breathing shallowly, his siblings looming over him. You lost again, youngest. Lucian crouched down, grinning. This is getting embarrassing. Ah. Cassius couldn't even form words, too focused on keeping air going in and out of his lungs. For a moment, the thought of just giving up for a moment surfaced inside his mind. At that exact moment when that thought crossed, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him. He twisted his eyes in their sockets and looked at the snake of adaptability, watching the small progress he had made slowly begin to unravel. Oh, damn it! The snake immediately knew his intentions of giving up and acted accordingly. He needed to keep getting up, he instantly understood. If he stopped because of fear or wanted to come back after success was assured, every inch of progress he had made would come undone. The realization made him shiver involuntarily in fear and apprehension. Fear of what he would have to endure to adapt. Apprehension of whether he could actually bear it and keep rising. The fear he could do nothing about at that moment. But the apprehension? That one he could answer. He gritted his teeth, looked at both siblings, and smiled with obvious provocation to drive the apprehension away. We're not done yet, bastards. He tried to push himself up, but was a fool to think a Desdemona would wait for him to get properly to his feet. Morgan would have accepted that. Dorian wouldn't have even bothered fighting him. But the twins, they were merciless. He had barely pressed his palms to the ground when both Lucian and Lillian slapped each side of his face simultaneously, a resounding crack echoing through the training ground. Cassius's eyes went wide in shock. Then he was out, his brain rattling inside his skull like a ball. What a fool. Lucian cackled, laughing harder at the sight of Cassius foaming on the floor. Next time attack without announcing it first. Youngest? Lillian shook her head at her twin, lips twitching. She slowly took out her runic phone and began photographing her little brother with a wide smile. My collection is growing, she thought excitedly. This was the day before the official meeting with Isolde, and Cassius failed his first attempt at adaptation, overwhelmed thoroughly by his siblings. But the snake of adaptability's progress didn't disappear. Not yet. It would only undo itself if Cassius consciously and deliberately wavered or abandoned the task entirely or chose to wait an assured victory. He hadn't. He attacked his siblings again the moment he woke up, and kept at it until the day finally came, the day of the meeting with his wife. Chapter 28, The Innkeeper. By the time the sun crawled back into the sky, dispelling the shadows and darkness, Cassius's snake of adaptability was close. Very close. Only a third of the loop remained before it finally closed, granting him the adaptation he needed for dual wielding. His progress had been staggering. Both Lucian and Lillian couldn't quite comprehend how fast he was managing it. But more than the speed, they were dazzled by his new relentlessness. The man only rested when he was completely unconscious, unable to twitch a single muscle. Anything short of that, he was back up and at it, even with his eyes tearing from the agony. Watching him do it again and again, the twins grew strangely even fonder of him. Maybe not strangely, for what they loved was not necessarily strength, but the relentless drive to get there. So when Cassius was too dazed to continue, they quietly disappeared from the training ground. Through all of it, Cassius came to understand his innate even better. For one, the snake of adaptability's progress would unravel, grind to dust, if he entertained the doubt of whether continuing or not long enough. In other words, if his will to keep going and accept the risk of losing became unstable, the loop wouldn't form. He couldn't stop and decide to resume only when he felt like winning. The snake didn't work that way. On top of that, there was a limit to how many times he could repeat the same mistake before the loop began to regress. 3. After the third repetition of the same error, his progress rolled back. The snake's hiss still echoed clearly in his head. 1 could be an accident, 2 could be coincidence, 3 is a pattern, and we do not accept mistakes as patterns. That understanding pushed his brain to its limit, forcing him to recognize his mistakes and find corrections before they became habits. It was brutal, and it made him acknowledge something plainly. Queen's breath, I need a master. Cassius thought, lying flat on the training ground, chest heaving. His body was free of wounds, courtesy of Lucian. That grinning bastard had said they couldn't let him meet his wife with marks on his face. Cassius had almost cursed him. Actually, who was he fooling? He did curse him, and Lucian beat him for it. He had cursed again, inside his head this time, for his own sake. Ananke mocked him greatly. Cassius didn't even acknowledge her. Sometimes pride had to take a back seat. My baby. A sweet and gentle voice echoed suddenly from his left. Cassius knew the owner even before turning. He shifted his head anyway and found his mother, his father at her side, sitting cross-legged on the ground, watching him with a smile. It's already 9 a.m., Sapphira said, glancing at the runic watch on her wrist. At this rate you will be late, baby. Cassius didn't bother getting up. He nodded and smiled at both parents. "Hello, Mother." "Hello, Father," he greeted, earning a grunt of acknowledgement from both. "Mother, remind me of the meeting time?" 1 p.m. She answered. "You will stay there 3 days, including today. It has been agreed you will get to know each other in private. Don't do anything hasty," Aldrin said, though his voice sounded like he wanted his son to do exactly that. Cassius's lips twitched. Sapphira continued, "You heard your father." Her eyes cast a red glow around the room. "You will go with your chosen maid, and members of Shadows will trail you. Unseen, but present. First, I won't do anything hasty." He looked at his father, then back at his mother. "Second, I won't be late. Won't you? You take far too long in the bathroom." Cassius's mouth twitched. "That was a one-time thing, Mother." "Oh." Sapphira smirked, glancing at her husband. "Is that right, darling?" "No," Aldrin answered immediately. Sapphira didn't doubt him. She knew his favorite hobby was documenting the youngest's life. Cassius turned his head to the other side, suddenly finding the rows of weapons very interesting to look at. Then, "Where are the twins?" he asked, one eyebrow cocking up. "I thought they would be here. They have academy assignments to submit." Sapphira answered, moving closer and beginning to stroke his white hair. "Today is the final deadline. Otherwise, they fail." "Why did they wait?" He stopped, understanding settled in on its own. "They wanted to train you," Aldrin said, looking at his son. Sapphira followed. "And they wanted to spend time with you before going back. It will be months before you see each other again. Likely not until the academy itself." Cassius grimaced, though a smile of genuine happiness was threatening to split his lips despite himself. "Saying all that won't make me go easy on them later." "Were they hard on you?" "They were demons, Mother." "Are you sure they're actually my siblings?" "Well, you tell me, my baby." Sapphira laughed. "You look alike enough. Only Morgan and Dorian truly love me, because neither of them can say no to you." Aldrin chimed in. Cassius shrugged loosely. "Is that a crime, Father?" he said. "And where are they anyway? Why is no one here when I'm about to meet my wife? A wife who wants to kill me, by the way. Damn it, guys, it might be the last time you see me. Make some effort, would you?" "You will not die, Cassius." "Don't jinx me, Queen. Morgan is occupied with a task," Sapphira whispered, still stroking his hair. "And Dorian said he is trying to open an inn in the Kerp Kingdom. He is quite busy." "Inn or brothel?" Cassius almost rolled his eyes, then frowned. Dorian, known to most as the innkeeper, had never attempted to venture into the Kerp Kingdom. Not in his game knowledge, at least. "I warned you about your game knowledge. Do not lean on it." "I know." He sighed to Ananke, then nodded at his mother. "Fine. But each of them sent you gifts before your departure." Sapphira continued. "Even the twins. They're in your room." "Oh." Cassius lit up. "What kind of gifts?" "Artifacts, mostly. The one Morgan gave you is quite something, and the twins gave you a weapon." "I'll thank them then, or maybe I will just use that weapon on them soon enough." Sapphira barked a loud laugh. Aldrin's lips twitched, his face fighting hard not to follow. "Now go." She ruffled his hair lovingly. "Isolde will fall for you, especially with your new enhanced look." "I fucking wish," he added inwardly. She cocked her head. "How did you manage it anyway? Your mother would love to be a little more beautiful, you know." "Why? You are already more than beautiful." Sapphira cast a charming grin at her husband. "Why not still? To seduce your father even more." Aldrin suddenly coughed, face spasming with awkwardness. Cassius's lips curled upward. "Why not indeed? I will get you a beauty enhancement the moment I get my hands on one, Mother." Sapphira thanked him, kissed his forehead, then Aldrin used his shadow manipulation to teleport his son to his room. "Don't be like Dorian with women," Sapphira called out as Cassius was already half swallowed by shadows. He rolled his eyes and shook his head dryly. "Mother, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Dorian's most famous epithet was patron of bliss for a reason." Sapphira only smiled, acknowledged the truth, and Cassius slipped into the shadows. "I never want to meet him. Be careful of what you wish, goddess." Chapter 29. Isolde and Cassius 1. We will take the teleportation portal. Young master, Ocean stammered, bowing her head so hard her back cracked, face flushed red. Oh, Vorn, take my soul. How is this possible? She couldn't believe it. She had been desperately trying not to be affected since 2 days ago, but it was a vain effort. Her young master had become ridiculously beautiful, his eyes so compelling she felt willing to lose herself in them. Why so serious? Cassius chuckled softly, slipping on a set of purple earrings, a gift from Dorian, before going straight for his gloves. I always tell you to relax, Ocean. I don't think I am that scary. He paused, turned his head slowly toward her. She had recovered her composure, and his head tilted slightly. Or am I? Ocean twisted her tongue several times inside her mouth, swallowing everything that wanted to come out. All of it was inappropriate, the kind of thing that would get her killed by his sisters, or even his new wife. It was one thing to think of her young master in a way that made her wish to be alone for a moment. Another thing entirely to actually show it. The first would make her look strange. The second would put her in a dark chamber with laughing shadows for a discipline session. So she reined herself in and smiled as politely as she could, hiding the storm inside. You are not, young master. That was a lie. He was scary, just not in the way monsters were. Which makes it worse. She grumbled. But I can't deny it. Lady Isolde is lucky. She pressed her lips together, taking in the sight of Cassius in his immaculate white suit. Regal. More prince-looking than the actual prince of the kingdom. His white hair was cut short, revealing more of those mesmerizing eyes, the kind that made her heart slam against her chest like a horse desperate for a mate. His body was more athletic now, broader shoulders, sharper jaw, more defined arms, and a wider back, all of it making his clothes look as though they had been tailored by a lustful goddess. I am ready, Cassius said, picking up the cane leaning against the wall. Ocean blinked, clearing the fog from her mind. The first thing she saw was her young master's knowing smile and his cane. The cane was white-streaked with purple, the pommel shaped like a snake eating its own tail. Tell me, Ocean. He drawled, closing the distance between them one unhurried step at a time, the cane tapping softly on the ground. Am I handsome enough for a soul, do you think? He was now an inch from her, face looming slightly over her, his perfume hitting her nose like a direct blow. White musk and cedarwood. Yes, she answered after a couple of seconds, quietly using her aspect to harden her expression. Lady Isolde is, without a doubt, a lucky woman, young master. There was something hidden underneath her voice. Cassius chuckled. Ah, you should tell her that yourself then. Now let's go. We have wasted enough time. He walked past her, making his way toward the door with his cane. It was a sight to behold. Ocean took a couple of breaths to steady herself, then turned on her heels and followed quickly. Young master truly is different now. The two of them marched out of the house, finding the carriage already waiting to take them to the teleportation center of Destined City, where they would be sent directly to Storm City. There, members of the Amorous household would be waiting to lead them to the Amorous mansion. And so the road was taken. The inside of the carriage was comfortable. Cassius decided to sleep on the way, inwardly exhausted from training, and knowing he would need every shred of rest available for what was coming. Because he would not only be meeting Isolde, he would also meet the chosen heiress, Anesthesia, and the protagonist, Emrys. This was the first event of the game, the first and last event the original Cassius had ever participated in, because shortly after, Isolde killed him. Not only because of what his family had done, but because of his incompetence in front of her sister and childhood friend, humiliating her in the process. But you can't fully blame him, can you? He didn't know anything, and you, Isolde, made him even weaker with your antics. So he acted exactly like he always did, spoiled. And that kind of behavior didn't tend to work with main characters. The ending of it was obvious enough. Cassius turned the event over in his mind again and again and again, until his thoughts drifted into the dream realm. The next time he opened his eyes would be in front of the Amorous delegation, being led toward his first meeting with Isolde. I cannot wait. The travel was uneventful, both families having handled things in advance to clear away any potential problems. Cassius and Ocean met the amorous members, who were dressed in black Eastern-style clothes with purple stripes shaped like music notes. Their faces were fully covered except for their eyes, giving them a strange yet intriguing appearance. They were called the Infu, a special group of the amorous family. Only their leader spoke, and she wasn't willing to go beyond a single word. Ocean found it rude, her eyebrows knotting together in visible disapproval. Cassius waved it off and followed them with a small smile, stepping into another carriage. No one spoke inside. Cassius was glad of it. He was genuinely nervous, about to meet the one girl he was as obsessed with as he was with his family. The one girl he couldn't bring himself to kill. The one girl he had made posters of with his own hands and hung them on his walls. The one girl he had spent countless attempts finding another impossible way around, just to avoid touching a single hair of hers. Isolde truly didn't know, but there was someone who had seen only her, in a world where everyone overlooked her for her sister. Someone who loved her, cared about her, and accepted everything about her with open arms. Yet she wanted to kill that same person. Cassius couldn't suppress a sudden chuckle. The Infu members glanced at him. He didn't mind them. What if she really does try to kill you? Ananke asked suddenly. She will definitely try. What will you do? I can't let myself get killed, can I? He smiled and closed his eyes. Ananke said nothing, choosing to wait and see how it would unfold. If there was one thing she knew about her blessed, it was that he would never be unprepared for something he knew was coming. So they traveled in comfortable silence, the Infu members staring at Cassius openly with guarded eyes. A few minutes later, the amorous mansion peeked through the crowd from afar, and soft music began drifting around them. You're nervous, aren't you? Queen, please learn to stay quiet in delicate moments. Cassius hissed inwardly, standing before a wide, heavy black door. The sigil of a music note was inscribed on it in blinding purple. One figure stood at the front. He was short and stout, yet carrying the dignified bearing of a seasoned noble. This was the amorous household butler, looking at them with a welcoming smile. Ocean, and even the Infu members lowered their heads in respect to his station. Everyone but Cassius, not out of arrogance, simply because his eyes had been pulled elsewhere by something far more compelling. A couple of paces behind the butler stood a woman, unnoticed, unseen. Her presence so naturally merged with the space around her, she was almost part of the architecture. Tall, black hair pinned in a bun with a music note hairpin. Purple eyes glowing and widening the moment she noticed Cassius's red ones already on her. Looking at her, Cassius had this strange impression of looking at a glass. Not because of fragility, but because of the lethality, the sharpness surrounding her, the quiet promise that getting too close would cost you something. A promise of pain, a promise of death. And at that, the last born of the Desdemona felt his heart pick up speed. So while everyone else instinctively ignored the woman, Cassius bowed his head toward his soon-to-be wife and parted his lips. Sorry for making you wait. Isolde's heart skipped a beat, eyes flying wide. Ding! You have received a fated quest. Chapter 30. Isolde and Cassius, 2. Have you ever felt that feeling? The one people feel when they stand face to face with the person they never thought they would actually see in real life. The person who was supposed to be an unreachable dream. Someone at the level of those famous paintings made by the people of old. Paintings one could only see from a distance but never touch. How would one feel in that situation? Cassius now knew the answer. It was surreal, and the feeling only grew as he followed behind Isolde, who was leading him through her pavilion, their steps and the soft clack of his cane quiet against the wooden floor. To his left was an open courtyard with small purple flowers growing in the grass, paired with a clear water pond. Crows chirped nearby, the sound strangely heavenly despite coming from such creatures of bad omen. The butler was no longer with them, having been given strict orders to leave Isolde and Cassius their 3 days together. Meals and drinks would be cooked and sent at the right time. All they needed to do was get to know each other before everything was made official. Cassius didn't mind that in the slightest, though he couldn't say the same for Isolde, who was visibly rattled by what had happened at the gate. Must be strange to be noticed by the one you least expected, huh? But her guard was still up, Her intent to kill hadn't wavered. With that thought in mind, following calmly behind the shaken but still composed Isolde, Cassius took the opportunity to check his fated quest. Fated quest. Worthless husband. Description. You have been branded as a worthless husband before you even met your wife. Harsh, but we can't deny the claim, can we? Your looks and small tricks might have worked on anyone else. Tough luck. Not this one. So prove you are not all artifice and nothing underneath. By the end of these 3 days, make her change her view of you. In a good way, we stress. Rewards. 5,000 VP. The rewards were oddly generous. But Cassius knew why. Anything connected to a main character always paid more. I already planned to do this anyway. But the points are a good bonus. He thought, attention drifting back to Isolde's back, feeling that strange absence around her he had only read about in the game. It was one thing to be told Isolde had near zero presence, making her effectively invisible most of the time. Another thing entirely to feel it firsthand. Cassius almost understood those who overlooked her. The gap between her and anesthesia was so jarring that fate itself could be blamed. Two sides of the same coin. Identical, yet completely different. He narrowed his eyes as Isolde turned her head and looked at him over her shoulder with a bright, warm smile. I am sorry this is taking so long, young master, she said with measured respect, placing him above her as the offspring of a Tier 1 family. We are almost there. Bear with me. Cassius caught the fake smile effortlessly, yet mirrored her expression anyway. I don't mind at all. I've been sitting the whole trip. A little walking is more than welcome. Oh, she made a small, cute expression of realization. I am sorry. I forgot to ask how your trip was, young master. Insightful, Cassius answered, spotting a door at the far end of the corridor. If you want the truth dressed up in useless politeness. Isolde visibly flinched. Cassius had been nothing like she expected. She frowned briefly, a bad feeling beginning to stir, then took 3 slow breaths before responding. What if I want the truth itself? Boring. Still, was it worth it? She countered, stopping in front of a purple wooden door. She took the handle, shaped like a music note, pressed it down and pulled it open. She murmured a welcome to Cassius and stepped inside. He followed closely. The door closed behind them. He took in the room. Minimalist would have been an understatement. Wide enough to fit 2 carriages, yet furnished with only a bed, a shelf with a large mirror facing it, and a table flanked by 2 chairs to the left of the shelf. Everything black, making it gloomy and unnaturally dark. At the far right of the wall was another door. The bathroom, Cassius guessed. His eyes moved to Isolde quietly setting out tea and cookies on the table. He said nothing, just watched her with an intensity that made her flinch even without looking up. Strange, she thought inwardly, to be stared at so relentlessly. She suppressed the frown, finished arranging everything, and turned back to Cassius. Her lips pulled into a soft smile, the scar along her lips giving her a strange kind of charm, as she gestured to one of the chairs. Please, young master, shall we talk? Cassius neither moved nor answered. He looked at Isolde, then let his gaze drift to the tea, the cookies, the chair itself. He smiled. The tension in the room thickened instantly, as if some mischievous god had turned the air solid. You asked me whether the road was worth it, he drawled, eyes sliding back to her face. It was still calm, though her mouth was slightly tighter than before. Yes, she managed. Well, he began, it will be worth it if you stop pretending to be something you are not. I would love for us to talk directly and honestly, without lies, Isolde. He said her name with easy familiarity and stepped forward, not toward the chair but toward her, where she leaned against the table. She frowned. What do you mean? You know what I mean, he replied, stopping a few inches from her. She didn't retreat, holding his red eyes. She was 3 years older, yet they stood at the same height. Do you want me to spell it out? Cassius continued. Should I mention how the tea is laced with green cast powder to cloud the mind? Isolde's breath caught. Or the cookies made from the flesh of a pride spider wraith. To work on someone prideful? You know well how to get under the skin of prideful men, don't you, Isolde? The last traces of warmth left her face, her purple eyes going cold as Cassius's smile only grew. Or the chair itself, designed to slow blood circulation, making everything else work better? He cocked his head. Do you really want me to keep going, Isolde? Who are you? Isolde grated, the muscles of her body visibly coiled, fighting the urge to attack. Her bad feeling had been right. She had chosen methods subtle enough to avoid drawing the attention of his hidden protectors. Nothing that would leave permanent or visible damage. Yet he had seen through all of it. I must. Who am I? Cassius echoed, shaking his head. I am your husband, of course. And let me tell you what I despise most, Isolde. He leaned his face closer, their scents mingling. I despise lies and manipulation above everything. So let's drop all of this. Say it to my face. Say what? She replied immediately. Say that you want to kill me. Cassius grinned wide. Say it because you feel rebellious. Because you want to teach your family a lesson for forcing you into this marriage and selling you off. You are talking nonsense, Isolde said flatly, though her eyes were beginning to glow faintly with essence. Am I? He tilted his head with amusement. Am I also talking nonsense when I say you are jealous of your sister? Isolde's eyes went wide, and her body shuddered with restrained fury. But she held. Cassius wasn't done. But I can understand that, you see, he said lazily, his tone deliberately provocative. Anesthesia is more talented, more loved, more charismatic, gentler with the servants. Oh, you are gentle too, but they just like her more. Pa. He laughed, exaggerated and free. Who am I kidding? He looked at her, watching the angry veins snap across her forehead, her lips pressed into a bloodless line. Everyone likes her better than you, even the one you loathe. There was no sound. It felt like the world had been drowned, muffling everything into nothing. 1 second Cassius was talking. The next he was hurtling backward, Isolde's fist connecting with his face and rocketing him into the wall. His back cracked against it. Pain exploded across his face. He coughed, feeling blood trickling from his nose. He grinned sharply. Meh. Lucian's punch is still harder. He shook his head in quiet amusement, looked up, and found Isolde standing there, face rotten with wrath, her purple essence spilling outward in waves, slowly enveloping the room. The more it spread, the more sound disappeared entirely. I will fucking kill you, Isolde growled, hands clenched into tight, vein of fists, each step toward him making Cassius's mind disorient as the silence pressed down on his perception. He marveled inwardly at her sound power and marveled even more at her face right now. His snake of adaptability hissed inside his mind, but Cassius dismissed it. There she is, the real one, the one I have been wanting to talk to. Cassius laughed, still on the floor, wiping the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. He looked up at her with a wild grin. Isolde inwardly rattled by his reaction, or lack of one. Now, before you decide to kill me, dear wife, how about a talk? This time with no bloody pretense. Who the fuck is this man? Chapter 31, Isolde and Cassius 3. Who the fuck is this man? Isolde scowled inwardly, her anger still undiminished, but confusion creeping in at the unbothered look on Cassius's face. What do you want? She hissed, realizing she had been completely seen through by this man. Her eyes narrowed further, her essence churning brighter. I already said it, Cassius drawled. I am your husband. As for what I want, he shrugged. Just a deal. Isolde's mind stalled. A deal. Yes, a deal. He nodded. It doesn't take much to see your killing intent. However, let's behave like proper nobles, shall we? He raised 3 fingers. 3 times. He whispered, smiling. You get 3 attempts at my life. I will only defend myself. But if after 3 attempts you fail, his smile widened. You stop all attempts at my life and allow me 3 things, Isolde. Isolde stood speechless, staring at him as if he had completely lost his mind. Or maybe I'm the one who lost it. What the hell is this situation? She had anticipated many ways this meeting could go, had even built backup plans for most of them, but nothing had prepared her for this. Cassius Desdemona was sitting on her floor, back against the slightly cracked wall, calmly dusting off his spotless white suit as if she hadn't just punched him and broken his nose, as if she hadn't been planning to manipulate him from the moment he walked through the door. He saw through everything, Isolde thought, slowly retracting her essence. And since the very beginning, since the gate, I have felt like I am facing someone who has known me for years. That was the sickening feeling churning inside her. And she hated it. Hated the smirking face of this beautiful bastard just as much. She clenched her jaw. "What do you think of my proposal?" Cassius said, not bothering to stand. Isolde took a moment to steady herself. She barely managed. Useless, she thought, feeling the futility of continuing the act. She didn't even want it anymore. She was exhausted of false smiling in front of this man and just wanted to curse freely without the weight of her parents' distasteful eyes on her. "Are you aware of what you just said?" She finally spoke, narrowing her purple eyes. "Yes." Cassius nodded. "I want to do this in an orderly fashion. I don't want to marry someone who will try to kill me at every available opportunity." "Ah," Isolde scoffed. "You seem to know a great deal about me." She turned, walked to her bed, and sat facing him across the distance. "Then you must know I have no intention of marrying you, arrogant bastard." "Why is that?" "I don't like your face." "Falsehood." He shook his head. "Even monsters would like my face, though our beauty standards differ considerably." "Say something more plausible, Isolde. Something along the lines of you being in love with." "I dare you, Cassius." Isolde's eyes glowed purple, her voice a low growl. "I dare you to say his name in front of me." "Don't tempt me," Cassius replied with a lazy smile. "I will actually do it. But that's not what I want to address right now. We will discuss your rejected love for Emery's BAM. Cassius shifted his eyes to the right. A sharp knife coated in purple essence was buried into the wall, an inch from his cheek. He could feel the cold edge of the blade grazing his skin. His lips twitched. She was serious. Ananke warned. She changed the direction at the very last second. "I know," Cassius answered, looking back at Isolde's cold fury. "I dare you again," she threatened. "Look," he sighed, sitting cross-legged. "Don't try to blackmail me. You will only make me want to do exactly what you don't want." She opened her mouth, but he pressed on. "You must have realized it by now." He locked his eyes deep into hers. "I know you, Isolde. I know you better than you can imagine. And it is that knowledge that tells me exactly what you are after." "Oh." Her voice was cold contempt over something quietly nervous underneath. "And what is my goal, arrogant bastard? Everything was taken from you the moment anesthesia was born." She shook at the name. "And now you want to take everything from her. But you must have already understood the harrowing difficulty of that." Cassius shook his head with something close to pity. "Without undermining your capability, you cannot do anything to anesthesia." "You think she is better than me too," Isolde whispered. Her voice and eyes had never been so cold or deadly. "That is what everyone thinks." Cassius nodded. He watched the twitch run through her body as he continued. "But not me." "Huh?" She blinked, tilting her head in genuine confusion. "You heard me." He nodded. "You are better than her in my eyes. And that is precisely why I want this marriage to work." "Why?" Isolde was completely lost. Lost enough that admitting it embarrassed her. Because from the moment they met at the gate, Cassius had been everything but what she expected. Calmer, more thoughtful, sharper, less spoiled. This was not the youngest Desdemona who had indirectly caused the massacre of a Tier 3 family with his mother's help. This was a man who could cause it by himself. Knowingly, Isolde was rattled. And when one schemes around a very specific image of a person, a single shift reduces everything to ash. Now she knew. Her whole plan was ash. And that realization came with another one she had been trying to ignore since the beginning. He is looking at me. At her. Only her. His attention had never left her. And it made her feel strangely like a toy, or maybe a gift he had been waiting to unwrap, one he was in absolutely no hurry to rush. She pressed her lips together, fists clenched, and spoke again. "Why?" "Because I chose you," Cassius said plainly. Isolde's body shook at the bluntness of it, eyes wide with disbelief, like a crippled man told he could walk again. That is not enough, she said at last, steadying her breathing with her essence. That is not enough to justify everything you are doing. Not enough to make me want this marriage. Open your eyes and look clearly at what I am actually proposing. Cassius pressed forward. I am not only offering you a man who simply likes you. No. Listen carefully. His voice dropped lower. His eyes went deadly serious. Isolde instinctively straightened, her body reacting as if invisible hands were passing through her as those red eyes bore into her. Oh, Vorn, take me. What is this feeling? I am proposing you a man who knows who you are, he said. A man who knows your hatred toward your sister, your family, your childhood friend. A man who knows you want to kill him and walked into your house alone anyway. He rose from the floor and walked toward her, each of his step quiet, measured. Isolde's chest tightened with every word, unable to refute a single one, finding herself in the position she despised above all others. Helpless, without momentum, and it got worse, far worse, when Cassius reached her, crouched down, and looked at her as if she was exactly what he wanted. The transparency in his red eyes, the way he looked at her as if knowing every dark corner of what she was, and chose to stay anyway. Her chest constricted, and without meaning to, her heart began to race. That is the man in front of you, Cassius continued, one willing to let you attempt his life 3 times. Believe me, Isolde, you will never find another one like me. Bold assumption. She scowled, refusing to yield the argument even knowing she already had. Stop fooling yourself and answer. What if I manage to kill you? She snarled. I am considerably stronger than you. If I try to kill you, I will. Then you get what you think you want. No husband, and you screw your family from the back. Cassius shrugged. But if you fail, you get what you actually want and need. You, she sneered. Someone at your side who sees you, accepts who you are, and supports your madness. He nodded, without a shred of shame. Or yes, to keep it simple, me, Cassius Desdemona. Isolde held her silence, her mind churning in several directions before settling into one. Her heart picked up speed, blood pounding hard enough to reach her ears. Time limit, she asked like a professional, eyes steady in his. I am here for 3 days. That's the limit. What if you die? I don't. I've already arranged enough to keep the trail away from you. He cut in. Hell, my family would probably even take care of you lovingly for it. Another pause. Then Isolde smiled. Humorless tight. Already started planning? Yes. Her hand moved faster than Cassius could follow, and a dagger dripping with poison pierced his throat. Chapter 32. Isolde and Cassius 4. Her hand moved faster than Cassius could follow, and a dagger dripping with poison pierced his throat. Or so she thought. Crack! The purple earrings on Cassius's ears blazed with searing light, then cracked and shattered, pieces enveloping his entire body. A thin, almost invisible barrier shrouded him briefly. The poisoned dagger clanked against it. The considerable force Isolde had put behind the strike was absorbed instantly, and then an effective counter was released. Isolde's eyes snapped wide. Her own dagger slipped from her hand, pivoted, and shot straight for her throat. She parted her lips. A thick purple essence poured out, shrouding her body and enhancing it. She ducked just in time for the dagger to fly past, cutting loose strands of her hair, and lodge itself deep into the wood of her bed with a sharp, piercing sound. The room went instantly silent. The air sizzled with tension. The sweet stench of poison drifted about. Isolde turned her head and watched the poison melt the wood with a spluttering sound, like something drowning. She drew a slow breath, then turned back to Cassius. He stood a couple of paces from her, wearing a wry, tense smile. You were serious, weren't you? He said, glancing at his destroyed artifact, doing his best to appear unbothered. He failed. He couldn't stop his heart from pounding in his ears, couldn't stop the faint trembling of his lips. In that instant, he could do nothing but thank Dorian deeply for that gift. Cassius! Ananke's worried voice reached him, watching the scene from her gate, inwardly shaken that Isolde had been genuinely trying to kill her blessed. For a moment, A surge of anger boiled in the goddess's chest as she looked at Isolde. And yet, I wasn't even trying hard, Isolde said with a thin smile, watching Cassius steadily. Now I know you are not a fool. You came prepared. She turned on her heel and walked toward one of the chairs at the table, the tea and cookies still untouched by the recent chaos. A Tier 6 artifact, at least it was, she said, calmer now. Cassius understood who he was dealing with in this moment. This was no longer the volatile woman who wanted to burn everything down. This was Isolde Amorous, the villainess. A woman far deadlier than anyone gave her credit for. She sat peacefully, crossed her legs, and began eating the cookies without a care in the world. It was, Cassius answered, smiling back. And you just made me waste one. Do you know how much that cost? No. She tilted her head. Tell me. I don't either. He shrugged. It was a gift from my brother. Isolde rolled her eyes. Spoiled. She sneered. Just say you're jealous. Cassius mocked. After all, I don't think anyone here is lining up to gift you anything. She shot him a hard, deadly glare. His grin only widened. What? Did I hit too close to home? Are you provoking me into another attempt? Isolde sneered. Don't bother, spoiled bastard. The next one you will not see coming. Let's see what saves you then. You just said it yourself. I'm spoiled. And I told you I went easy. She narrowed her eyes. Your artifact only stopped me because it had time to detect my intent and activate itself. She smiled without humor. Let's see if it's that fast next time. Then she scoffed. If you even have any left, that is. Cassius said nothing. Isolde was completely right. The Tier 6 artifact had a latency before activating. Anyone fast and strong enough could shatter it before it triggered. As expected of her. He mused. Almost at the twins' level in terms of strength. But where the twins were stronger, Isolde was more calculated. More patient. She had tested the waters with the first attempt. The second would be planned properly. Already, Cassius could feel a chill crawling up his spine. Still, not everything was bleak. He lifted his eyes slightly and noticed a second snake loop above the first. The second loop was barely a quarter formed, compared to the first where only a third remained. The first is my adaptation to dual wielding. The second. He looked back at Isolde calmly eating her poisoned cookies and tea, helping herself to his portion without ceremony. She was completely immune to her own poison. His lips twitched. The second loop is my adaptation to Isolde's presence. Not her power, but her presence. Isolde's natural absence was already unsettling enough. Paired with her aspect, the sound of the grave, she was a born assassin. From what Cassius recalled, her first skill was the suppression of the concept of sound within a limited area. It seemed simple, but anyone could imagine how disorienting it was to suddenly inhabit a world stripped of an entire sense. The brain needed time to adapt. Isolde never gave anyone that time. Soundless Maiden, that was her title in the game. If I adapt to her presence first, adapting to her sound power becomes easier. 3 days to achieve that first adaptation. What are you thinking about so hard? Isolde said, pulling his attention back. Already scared? She taunted. Cassius looked at her for a moment, then smiled, his decision already made. Well, bloody hell with it. Leap of faith. Once more. May the Queen's threaded hands protect me. I will. Cute. Ananke scoffed but said nothing. Scared? Cassius finally answered. He took his cane from against the wall and walked toward her, each step measured. There is still something you seem to misunderstand, my dear. He stopped in front of her and leaned on his cane, face close to hers without hesitation. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be here. So you are ready to die, Isolde whispered. Just to marry? She still couldn't fully believe it. Why had he chosen her? Why her and not anesthesia like everyone else always did? And how even did he know so much about her? Was he underestimating her? Because she had always been alone? Because she had never been chosen? Her eyes narrowed colder, then faltered when she saw the smile on his face. Gentle, touched with something warm, yet a little bit mad. Darling, Cassius breathed. Isolde's body trembled at the word. You can't imagine what I am prepared to do for you and your love. My life is precious and heavy, Yet here I am, risking it for you. A bloody fucking simp then. Isolde tried to sound disdainful, but her voice lacked the emotion entirely. Something else was surfacing, something she couldn't, or didn't want to name. Yet it was obvious. Expectation. The expectation of something real. Something true. Something that was hers alone. She cursed inwardly and clenched her fist. A simp? Cassius laughed freely. Don't say that. I thought women loved a man who yearns. Do I look like any other woman? Not at all, darling. Then what do you want? Your death. All right. He chuckled. Anything besides that, darling? Isolde paused, studying him again. This was the man who would have died by her hand if not for his artifact. Yet here he stood, offering his face and neck freely, smiling, leaning on his cane, asking what she wanted and calling her darling. Darling. No one had ever called her that. Not once. And she found herself entirely unable to tell him to stop. He truly wants me? She still couldn't fully believe it. But she couldn't deny. Let's duel, she suddenly said, standing. She was somehow enjoying this strange situation. Isolde stood an inch from him now. I will lower my power to mortal self-level. We duel until my maid brings us food. Cassius smiled, his cane faintly glowing with his crimson essence. The wager. Your choice, she said confidently. Cassius's grin stretched wider. If I win, darling, I sleep in the same bed as you for all 3 days, he said, pointing at the bed. Dead silence. Isolde's eyes went wide, and she staggered backward in complete shock. What? She shrieked like a virgin maiden. Chapter 33. Duel 1. Don't look at me like that, darling, Cassius said with a wide grin, standing a couple of meters from Isolde, whose eyes were dripping with fury. But he could see more than fury in them. Embarrassment, too, and a shyness no one would ever expect from such a hardened woman. That's what happens when you receive barely any real attention for years. And what little you do receive is all disdain and scorn. Even something as small as the idea of sharing a bed with a man was enough to make her lose all composure. As little, you said? Ananke's incredulous voice boomed inside his mind. Are you serious? Queen, please. It's not like I am asking to do anything unholy with her, am I? That doesn't make it any less disturbing. A shy wife and a shy goddess. Cassius stopped himself from laughing under Isolde's glare. Am I blessed or cursed? Ananke chose silence, afraid of losing patience entirely. Cassius shrugged internally and took in the room around him. It was a wide, enclosed, painted black and purple room. The floor was processed black wood, the kind found only in the amorous household. Racks of wooden weapons stood in the right corner, leaning against the wall, all of them katana of varying styles. Nothing else. Wooden puppets were scattered across the training ground, some worn out, some destroyed, some barely standing. Isolde's training ground. He looked back at his soon-to-be wife. She seemed to be returning to herself, the worst of her anger settling. You asked me to choose. Cassius tilted his head. Well, now I did, darling. Do you accept? Isolde narrowed her purple eyes. She wanted to take back her words, but she decided against it. She wasn't going to lose anyway, even with her power restrained. Still, she hated that beautiful gloating face. One night, she countered, raising a finger. One night only. Then she scoffed. If you win, that is. Cassius smiled. Above his head, his 2 snake loops were still very much present. And at that moment, the urge to close the first loop finally struck him with clarity. He had been failing for days, melting his brain for an answer out of the wall. And after enough failure, the answer had finally surfaced. The basics. He had been missing the basics. Decision made. He reached into his space ring and put away his weapon. Isolde tilted her head, eyebrow arching. Bare hands, Cassius said, lips pulling upward, settling into a boxing stance, fists raised in front of him. I accept, but only if it's hands only. No weapons. He had been trying to learn dual wielding without even having a basic grasp of unarmed combat first. There was something fundamental about using his body that could only be unlocked by starting there. And he was right as the first loop hissed in approval. His smile widened, and widened further when he saw the wide grin split Isolde's beautiful face. With the scar running along her lips, Cassius's heart skipped a beat. Ah, right. She loves hand-to-hand combat. He chuckled. As you will, Isolde answered, taking her stance. And for daring to propose that to me, I might even let you eat something not poisoned during your stay if you win. Cassius's lips twitched. So this girl was planning to feed me poisoned food until I left. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Probably both. No need. Cassius shook his head, seeing another opportunity for a new snake loop. Instead, allow me to hug you when we sleep. Isolde's face went red. You. Yes or no? He cut in, smiling with clear provocation. Or are you afraid? She knew he was provoking her. She damn well knew it. Yet she fell for it anyway, her heart suddenly filled with the urge to give him hope she would crush with her fist. I will make you swallow that smile, bastard, she said at last. Cassius smiled, his muscles constricting and tightening. Both snake loops hissed in anticipation of being closed. He was very eager. The two fiancés locked eyes across the distance. A stiff tension swelled and swallowed the entire training room. Silence hushed everything, but it didn't last. Then, as if reaching an unspoken agreement simultaneously, both kicked off the ground and launched toward each other. Isolde was faster. A gust of wind picked up behind her, and she reached Cassius before he was ready. Her right hand was a blur, whipping straight for his right cheek. Cassius blocked with the back of his forearm, winced, felt his bones rattle, and ducked under the follow-up from her left. He ate Isolde's knee directly in his nose instead. Pain ruptured his face. His head snapped backward with a blistering crack, blood spraying the air. He staggered 2 steps back, swaying with dizziness, body stooped over. Isolde whistled past him and stood behind him, hands clasped together like a hammer, already driving them down toward his back with a wide grin. Cassius let himself drop flat on his stomach at the last instant. Isolde's attack missed, the momentum throwing her forward. Her feet stumbled, and her eyes went wide as Cassius tackled her feet with a sweep of savage strength. Before her back hit the ground, he was already up. He twisted his torso sharply, his right fist driving straight for her face. Her 2 hands crossed in front of her instantly. She groaned as her back slammed into the floor, Cassius's fist hammering her guard. His left fist was already on its way. Isolde's teeth ground hard at his unexpected strength. The second fist came to within an inch of her face, and Isolde uncrossed her hands and tilted her head just enough. Cassius's fist smashed the floor. Pain exploded through his knuckles, bones fracturing. His eyes went wide. He cursed. Isolde grinned coldly. Her legs rose and wrapped around his waist like a coiling snake. She pressed her forearms flat on the ground, then pushed herself backward, the combined strength of her arms and legs launching Cassius forward, face first, past her head. Instinctively, his hands snapped onto the ground before his face hit. They locked eyes in that strange position, each one grinning. And again, as if they could understand each other without words, the two activated their first skills at the exact same moment. But before the loss of sound could reach him, Cassius had already used fire beneath his palms. They turned crimson as if soaked in blood. Then bubbles of flame detonated underneath and flung him through the air. He backflipped, using rapid bursts of fire as a guide, and landed cleanly on the ground several meters away. He looked at Isolde, blood still running from the earlier knee strike. He wiped it silently, unable to hide his excitement. Isolde rose from the floor. Nothing had changed on her, but Cassius could already feel a headache hammering inside his skull. He glanced above his head, seeing both snake loops were closer to completion. The first loop had only a small, nearly negligible gap remaining. The second had jumped forward dramatically the moment Isolde activated her skill. Cassius smiled, spat blood to his right, and refocused on Isolde. "Second round, darling?" He grinned, the fire around him burning brighter, redder, coiling into the shape of a hissing snake. The air around them wavered, the temperature climbing to a blistering heat. Isolde mirrored his expression. She had understood something just now. She had been lied to. Or rather, All of them had. Cassius Desdemona was not talentless. The bastard was a sneaky bastard. Yet her grin grew wider. Her eyes glowed with a brighter shade of purple. Second round, bastard. Chapter 34, Duel 2. Isolde didn't know how much time had passed since the duel began, but it was long enough for her to feel the drain through her body and essence. The temperature of the room had risen to a blistering level. So hot her face was soaked with sweat, steam rising off her body, every movement made harder under the constant waves of heat slamming into her from Cassius. Yet her face was grinning so wildly it looked ready to crack open. He is improving, she thought with a delight that surprised even herself. Watching Cassius deflect her kick and parry her left hand before countering with a sharp elbow strike. She barely blocked it, taking her distance. She exhaled, lungs struggling under the smoke, and looked at him. The man wore the same wild grin as her, his face bloodied from the many times her fists had connected mercilessly. He had not yet managed to touch her face, though she couldn't say the same for her forearms, which were red and slowly swelling. He had no mercy, and Isolde found herself liking that, pushing herself harder without crossing past mortal self-rank. The two had entered a state of pure euphoria no one could have predicted. And so, Cassius and Isolde flew into each other. Fists connected, sharp sound waves cutting across the room, Cassius's crimson fire spreading and sizzling Isolde's skin on contact. She gritted her teeth and increased the potency of her sound deprivation, focusing it entirely on him. His eyes went wide, his mind lost for a brief moment, but enough for Isolde to twist her body, spin like a whirlwind, and kick for his temple. Or so she thought. Cassius had grown far more accustomed to her power than before. He reacted, sluggishly, but he reacted, and grabbed her leg with his flaming hands just before it reached his face. Isolde's eyes widened. Cassius's grin sharpened. One heavy step on the ground, so hard the floor trembled. For solid footing, he pivoted and hurled Isolde into the wall of weapon racks, using his fire to amplify the throw. A blast of fire and smoke erupted. Isolde screamed, feeling the skin of her legs burning as she was sent like a cannonball. She became a blur of crimson, smoke trailing behind her. Cassius followed close, his mind in a strange state. The first loop was almost closed. He could feel it. He was close, very close. The knowledge sent adrenaline roaring through him. He laughed through his bleeding face as he closed the gap. Isolde was not done. She flipped mid-air using the momentum of his attack, feet colliding with the wall just in time. It cracked. Cassius's eyes shot up. Isolde acted immediately, ignoring the burning pain on her legs and fists. She grabbed the wooden weapons from the rack, snapped them, and hurled them at the rushing Cassius. Without slowing, he drove his flaming fist into the incoming debris. Fire flared, and he immediately regretted it as the burst blinded him for a moment. A moment was enough. Isolde was already at his left, her skill hit at full force. Cassius found himself without sight or hearing, plunged into helplessness he hadn't expected in that instant. She had no mercy either. She clenched her right fist until it creaked like grinding teeth and, with obvious killing intent, caved it into his temple. Crack! Cassius's head rebounded. Eyes, mouth, and nose all erupted in blood, painting the air in red. He staggered back, falling. The fire finally cleared. Isolde watched, and for a moment her eyes widened slightly, her heart tightening with an unnamed worry at what she had done. But suddenly, her thoughts ground to a cold halt. Cassius didn't fall. He twisted his body mid-fall and threw a punch straight at her face. Isolde laughed with delight and crossed her arms instinctively, then cursed and felt genuine fear when the fist zigzagged like a hissing snake, slipping under her crossed arms and pounding a clean uppercut directly to her chin. Isolde's eyes dilated, her jaw cracked, blood spilled. Her feet left the ground and she was hurled away. She rolled across the floor several times before stopping beside the training room door. Isolde was unmoving for a few seconds before her body twitched. She planted her forearms, coughing, blood and spit smearing the floor beneath her. Her head was ringing as if a hammer was pounding it without pause. Her her jaw dislocated from the strike. She raised her head and found Cassius standing there, his face a mess of blood and broken nose and split lips. He was swaying like he might fall at any moment, and yet was far too proud to let it happen. His red eyes, even beneath all the blood, were impossibly red, burning like untamed fire, holding something inside them she couldn't name. Cassius knew, even if he couldn't see it himself, because at that moment, the first loop had finally closed, granting him the adaptation to dual wielding, with his hand-to-hand combat sharpened at the last possible instant. The second loop was almost there too, only a quarter remained. His mind and body had synced. A light of enlightenment hooded his eyes. Isolde laughed, the sound rasp and weak. "Oh, fucking bastard," she cursed, trying to stand. "No mercy for women?" She coughed, then spat blood along with a broken tooth. "Not for those I respect, darling," Cassius whispered, voice sore. "You have one attempt left, right?" he added, swaying slightly. "You would have died if the loop hadn't closed in that exact moment, Cassius," Ananke said with barely hidden shock. Cassius only smiled tensely, not answering, his eyes on Isolde alone. He knew well what he was risking. Isolde, meanwhile, managed to get back on her feet, blood dripping from her chin, then took her stance with a bloody grin. "We are." She paused, cough swayed weakly. "Not done yet, bastard." Cassius mirrored her stance. Both their essences were nearly gone. Yet neither cared, not willing to use fire or sound anymore. Only pure strength. So the two fiancés went at each other again, fists flying at the same time, connecting simultaneously to each other's cheeks. They staggered, smiling and cursing, then lunged again, continuing the brawl with no care for consequence. It was no longer anything like the calculated duel it had started as. It was just two people who refused to fall first. Yet Isolde hadn't expected Cassius to be this stubborn, this resilient. For every punch she landed, he landed one back. Sometimes even two. After barely a minute more, both of them were nothing but blood, sweat, and burn marks. They could no longer move. Cassius and Isolde dropped to their knees at the same time, facing each other, her fist planted on his jaw, his against her left flank. They were at inch apart, their loud, shallow, ragged breathing mixing together in one harrowing chorus. They locked eyes, red against purple. I win," Cassius said, trying to smile with her fist still on his jaw. Isolde scoffed, or tried to, and coughed blood onto his chest instead, then grinned without shame. "No fucking way." He grimaced, wanting to respond, but too spent to manage it. He fell silent, his mind and body quietly shifting inward, adjusting to his new adaptation, like a brain rewiring itself with fresh neurons. Isolde, meanwhile, had one clear thought right at that instant. Her third and last attempt. She could drop the seal on her real strength right now and kill Cassius here, once and for all, just like she had intended, just like she had promised herself, just like she... Her thoughts stopped abruptly when Cassius's head dropped weakly onto her shoulder, his hoarse voice barely above a breath. "Sorry, darling," he said, closing his eyes. "I just need your shoulder for a moment, and I damned hope you have a high-level healing potion somewhere." The thought of killing him evaporated instantly, replaced by a surge of annoyance tangled with something she refused to name. "Fuck you, Cassius," she hissed, trying to sound threatening. "Get off me." He chuckled weakly. Just then, the training room door yanked open. Isolde's maid stepped in carrying food and drinks, and immediately froze at the state of them both. Vorn's hooded eyes. The green-haired elderly woman cursed, dropping the plates on the floor and running toward them with fear written plainly across her face. "My lady." Chapter 35. I win? The green-haired elderly woman ran with a speed unbefitting to her age. Wind hushed under her feet, propelling her faster than expected. But in her haste and worry, she didn't notice the flickering crimson fire just beside the kneeling couple, and walked straight through it. She was unharmed. The fire was too weak to hurt her. Her clothes were not so lucky. The black and purple-made clothes of the amorous household caught fire at the bottom, Cassius's flame burning hungrily upward. Careful, Cassius managed to say, watching the woman squat at Isolde's right side, fumbling with healing potions from her ring. His voice made both Isolde and the elderly woman notice the burning scent at the same time. Their eyes snapped toward it, and found the woman's thighs completely bare. Cassius's eyes narrowed instinctively, though he was too exhausted to see properly. What is that? He thought, looking at what appeared to be a tattoo on the now exposed left thigh. A tattoo of a fong, long and sharp. What? His thoughts cut off as exhaustion swallowed him whole. He lost consciousness on Isolde's shoulder with a low thud. Meanwhile, the elderly woman had already waved the fire away with ridiculous ease, both hands pressed firmly over her right thigh where the tattoo was. She lifted her head gingerly and found the murderous glare of Isolde waiting for her. I am sorry, my lady. She drove her forehead into the floor, trembling. I didn't see the fire. I didn't. Shut your mouth. Isolde grated, her purple eyes blazing so brightly the world around seemed to bleed purple. She twisted her lips at the trembling woman, wishing to do more than just glare. But this wasn't the time. She turned toward Cassius instead. He was still breathing, but he needed a healing potion, and fast. Give me the Tier 5 healing potion, Isatu, she ordered. Isatu finally lifted her swollen-faced head, and the surprise on it was plain. Tier 5. Her lady only had 2 of them, given her weak standing in the household. Yet she was freely giving one to the Desdemona's spawn? What happened here? She knew better than to ask that question after her blunder. So she said nothing, reached into her ring, and handed the potion over. Isolde took it without looking at her. She grasped Cassius's head, tilted it backward, forced his mouth open, and poured the Tier 5 potion down his throat. You owe me, bastard, she muttered, inwardly puzzled at what she was doing. Why was she healing a man she was supposed to kill? She didn't know, and strangely, or maybe not so strangely, she didn't want to know, because knowing would mean accepting that this young bastard had gotten under her skin, accepting that she was being pulled in by his audacity and his presence, accepting that she was inwardly happy to be seen, to be worth something to someone, worth so much that the person was ready to die just to be with her. That was what accepting it meant. But every time that realization grew clear in her mind, the image of her sister rose to replace it. And Isolde closed her heart, pressed her lips together, wondered quietly how long this one would last. Before you take him from me too, sister? She shook her head, wryly and painfully, and continued healing him without minding her own wounds. She let her true essence loose, her high constitution already working to stitch herself back together. Isata watched in hidden dismay, face revealing nothing. She kept her mouth shut, and her thoughts to herself. Cassius Desdemona, who is he really? After finishing her duty, Isata left the two alone, exactly as she had been ordered by the matriarch. She stood outside Isolde's pavilion, where Ocean sat, the maid's mind churning with 1,000 questions about her young master. An hour after the duel, Cassius stirred awake. He found himself on Isolde's bed. The woman herself was at the table eating like she had no manners whatsoever, pieces of meat dripping as she went. Ah! Isolde scoffed the moment she saw him move. Sleeping Beauty's awake? Cassius didn't answer immediately. His mind was still fuzzy, memories surfacing slowly. The duel, his wounds, the first loop closing. Ah! He exclaimed inwardly. The full integration of the dual-wielding adaptation knocked me out? It seemed so. His body and brain had needed to shift to accommodate it, as it was normally done gradually through long training. With his innate, Cassius was cutting through months of work in a fraction of the time. Welcome back, Cassius. Did you miss me, Queen? He finally turned his attention to Isolde eating without a care in the world, her whole mouth smeared with bread and sauce. His lips pulled into a fond smile. Ananke rolled her eyes. Now I can't help but ask, why do you call me Queen? She was genuinely puzzled. Not that she minded, but it had come from nowhere. Just because. He shrugged internally. No particular reason, actually. And didn't I promise you a church one day? Just like Vorn is called the Lord of Death by all, you will be called Queen of Fate. Sounds cool, doesn't it? He grinned, slowly rising and making his way toward the table. At least you plan to keep your word on one thing. Ananke replied. His eyebrows twitched. I plan to keep it on the god's corpse too. Just wait until I find that sneaky bastard. All right, Queen. Ananke rolled her eyes, but a small, almost imperceptible smile crept to the edge of her lips. I won, didn't I? Cassius finally said, sitting down. He expected the blood-slowing effect of the chair, but nothing happened. He smiled inwardly. You obviously didn't. Isolde answered, narrowing her eyes. You even lost consciousness. She sneered. I hope your pride isn't too wounded, bastard. Not in the slightest, darling. He smiled wider, picking up a small bread. And the duel was already over by then. It doesn't count. You still didn't win. Nor did you. He looked at her. So it's a draw, which means we need to choose. He lifted one finger. Either you accept a hug from me. Duration mine to decide. No negotiation. A second finger. Or we sleep in the same bed. He glanced at the clock on the wall and smiled. Perfect timing, too. Night has come. Isolde paused and looked at him, her mouth still moving with food. By now she knew exactly how stubborn Cassius could be, and she was in no mood to argue at this hour. Or maybe I just... She killed the thought before it could fully form. You stay a few meters from me, she warned, pointing her fork at him. Come any closer, and you will find daggers in your throat before you blink. Cassius laughed. Don't forget, darling, you only have one attempt left on my life. He tilted his head, something occurring to him. Why didn't you? Shut up and eat. Isolde cut in, eyes back on her plate, muttering under her breath about how young people these days had no manners. Cassius startled for a moment, then shook his head. He picked up his knife and fork, sat facing his plate, and did as he was told, deciding to stay quiet. Then, barely a minute later, I forgot to mention, Isolde said, her voice tight and cold, exactly like the first time they had met. On the third and final day, you will meet my mother and... She paused, swallowed, and shook her head. Only my mother. She finished with a tone of finality, continuing her food, clearly unwilling to say another word about it. Cassius looked at her for a moment, then returned to his meal. I cannot wait then, darling, he said, then frowned, hesitating. However, is the food poisoned? Isolde lifted her head and grinned evilly at him. Cassius rolled his eyes. Damn you, Isolde. Right back at you, bastard. Chapter 36, Blanket of Smoke. Dinner passed quickly, and Cassius decided to take a bath without much worry about Isolde walking in. In fact, he wanted her to, but the villainess didn't even think about it, her mind too busy with the fact that a man was currently naked in her own bathroom, her face flushed in an embarrassment she hadn't expected. Mother arranged all of this. Isolde sighed as she walked barefoot toward her shelf, her soles slapping the floor softly. She had already bathed, wearing now her usual black shorts tight against her thighs, with a matching sleeved shirt. Her body was a sight to behold, clearly shaped by countless hours in the training room. Her figure was lean, strong, and well-formed. With her hair in a bun, her purple eyes and long lashes fully visible, and a natural air of someone older than she was, Isolde was a beauty of her own, something few could resist. Mother wants me to use my body to seduce Cassius. Her thoughts continued as she opened a drawer with a faint creak. But is there even a need? He wants me. She bit her lip at that thought. Almost instinctively she wanted to add for now, but she stopped herself there. Instead she shook her head and looked inside the drawer, seeing dozens of cigarette packets scattered within. She exhaled, took one, and straightened back up. She looked at it, hesitating in a way she hadn't in a long time. Why am I even hesitating? She groaned, irritated at herself, and then her body tensed at the sudden sound of his voice. What are you doing? Cassius asked. Isolde turned. He was standing in the bathroom doorway, already dressed in a purple pajama set, a towel wrapped around his head. Her lips twitched. It was oddly cute on him, especially with the wet strands of white hair slowly falling over his face. The distraction cost her. She didn't even manage to answer before Cassius's eyes landed on the cigarette packet in her hand. Isolde tensed, instinctively moving to hide it behind her back. Oh. Cassius said, walking straight toward her. A cigarette? Give me one. What? Isolde blinked, surprised and confused at once. Can I have one? Do you smoke? She asked carefully as he arrived in front of her and extended his hand. He tilted his head, then shook it. No, never have. But I'm curious. I don't mind trying. He smiled and made a small beckoning gesture. Isolde had already handed him a cigarette before she even registered doing so. She was completely dazed. It was the first time she had ever seen a noble who smoked like her. They never did. Not because it harmed their health, their power easily neutralized that. But appearance and perception sat just below bloodline in importance for nobles. And smoking was seen as something belonging only to the lower class, the commoners, the beggars, and the outcasts. It had been made for them, after all. Yet Isolde, a noble, did it. The reason was not something she personally cared to recall. But that habit of hers had made her father completely snap, loathing the sight of her after. Her mother had looked at her the way an investor regards a catastrophic mistake. Still, she continued speaking to Isolde, only because she had no choice. Isolde had considered stopping many times since then, yet she never did, because at least this was something her sister could never replicate, could never steal from her. So without knowing it, smoking had become her refuge when life grew unbearable. And Vorn knew how many times that had been. With that, she had long stopped caring about others' eyes on her for it. Yet she had found herself strangely reluctant to show this side to the man she had just met. The man who was now smoking in front of her like it was nothing. Not bad, Cassius said, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke, cigarette between his lips, completely at ease. You're allowed? Isolde asked, perplexed. I thought noble families forbade it. That's true. Then why? First, my family is different, Cassius said, sitting down on the bed and facing her. They won't say anything if I want to smoke. It doesn't affect my health. Isolde's lips twisted with jealousy. Cassius continued. Second, I have the right to do whatever I want with my body, as long as I take responsibility for it later, don't I? He smiled. Third, I can adapt to it and become immune even if there are hidden effects. He added inwardly. Isolde looked at him, unable to find anything to say. Anything that came to mind would sound like jealousy for having a family that comprehensive. Maybe that's why the twins are so strong. She sighed, then watched Cassius raise one finger, a small flicker of crimson fire curling around its tip like a tiny whirlwind. He looked at her with the cigarette still in his mouth, eyes easy. Need a light, darling? Isolde's heart skipped a dangerous beat. Her mind producing a thought she immediately tried to shut out. Fuck. Focus, Isolde. She berated herself, biting her lips softly. She accepted his light anyway. Cassius stood, stretched his finger toward her. Isolde put the cigarette to her lips and leaned toward the flame. Seconds later, they were both sitting on the bed, backs against the headboard, doing something no noble would ever dare. The room filled slowly with gray-white smoke, coating the air in a strange, almost beautiful haze. Isolde still felt like she was dreaming. She had never imagined a day when someone would sit and smoke beside her. Someone who claimed to want her. Her, and only her. Maybe he is not lying. She drew a slow breath. Maybe I could keep him if I let it happen. My sister hates the smell of smoke, doesn't she? Yes. She hated it. Then maybe this was something she couldn't take. A strange surge of something warm moved through Isolde's blood, and she smiled without meaning to. Cassius noticed and said nothing. They stayed like that for nearly an hour, the silence between them comfortable, unhurried. No words needed. After a couple of cigarettes, the room thick with smoke, they finally decided to sleep. I warned you, Isolde hissed, then lay down on her side of the bed, back firmly turned toward Cassius. He looked at her, smiled, and lay down on his back, eyes on the ceiling. Silence blanketed the room the same way the smoke did. Cassius should have been thinking about the last attempt on his life. Yet none of that came. The long day was already pulling him towards sleep. But just before it took him entirely, Isolde spoke. Her voice was low, almost afraid to be heard. Why me? She asked from beneath her bedsheet. Cassius smiled, already halfway gone. Why not you? Isolde's body trembled at his soft voice. Her eyes closed tightly, holding back something she had thought she no longer had in her. Minutes later, sleep came for her too, his words repeating inside her mind on a quiet, continuous loop. And the first day ended. Chapter 37, Garden. The darkness of the night had receded, the morning sun gracing the sky, blazing like a flaming yellow disk on white snow. The early birds were already chirping, flying across the sky in search of their daily sustenance. An inspiring sight, if one was willing to sit and think about it. Ananke was not. Her whole attention was fixed on Isolde's room, where the couple was eating breakfast and glaring at each other. Watching the scene, the goddess, now labeled Queen of Fate by her blessed, couldn't help but wish, just for a moment, for popcorn and a drink. Even without it, she was thoroughly enjoying herself, laughing in a way she hadn't in a very long time. This is simply ridiculous, Cassius said, narrowing his eyes at Isolde. How in the Queen's name can you not sleep without slamming your arms and legs into my face? I did no such thing, Isolde hissed. And I told you to keep your distance from me, didn't I? Woman, Cassius replied, taking a sip of the poisoned tea. I stayed as far away as humanly possible. And that still didn't stop you from rolling over to my spot to box me with your limbs. Your spot? Isolde arched an eyebrow. Mind you, bastard, this is my pavilion, my room, and this, she pointed at the bed, is my goddamn bed. I sleep however I want in it. Just admit you are a restless sleeper, he said. You should have told me that from the start. You want to talk? Isolde pressed her lips into a thin smile. Let's talk about your snoring then, shall we? She grabbed her head as if reliving the whole night. I swear on Vorn's wicked eyes I have never heard anything so irritating. It sounded like a broken carriage being dragged across an uneven, rocky road. Cassius's lips twitched. His eyes narrowed stubbornly. I do not snore. Yes, you do, Cassius. You absolutely do. He fell silent at the combined answer of both his goddess and his soon-to-be wife. They didn't know it yet, but it was the first time Ananke and Isolde had been on the same wavelength about anything. It can't be that bad, he countered, unwilling to concede. Not as bad as you boxing my face in my own spot, certainly. And, honestly, I would have preferred a hug with. Stop right there, Isolde warned, pointing her eating knife at him. One more indecent word, and you will regret it. Cassius said nothing for 3 beats, then smiled, parting his lips at the same moment he launched himself backward with a small burst of fire. A hug with something heavy against my back, he said with a mocking grin, already at the door. Isolde's face went red. She froze for a moment, not expecting him to actually say it, and that moment was all Cassius needed to disappear out the door. Isolde bellowed in anger, leaped over the breakfast table, and followed. Cassius, he heard it perfectly, laughed, and didn't bother to respond. He kept running, small bursts of fire under his feet, carrying him through corridors and alleyways. He had no idea where he was going. He was just following the amusement that had taken hold of him. Ananke shook her head at her blessed childishness. After a moment, Cassius glanced back and saw Isolde closing the gap with a speed considerably greater than his. She would catch him quickly, he could tell. He didn't particularly care. Instead, he raised his eyes overhead, looking at the 2 snake loops hovering. The first was a hair away from closing. Just a hair, but the loop had stopped making progress entirely. This was the adaptation of Isolde's presence. He needed something significant to close it. He had an idea what, though it would be difficult given her personality. He wouldn't give up, though. The second loop was the adaptation to Isolde's poisons. He was grateful she was being restrained enough to use just enough for him to feel it and dispel it after circulating his essence for a few minutes. The loop was progressing, albeit slowly. It feels like she is deliberately making me immune to them, he thought, the wind slamming against his face, just as a completely different view opened in front of him. His eyes widened slightly. He leaped forward and entered a small garden. Bastard, Isolde shouted behind him, then stopped just the same way, as if only now realizing where he had gone. The 2 of them found themselves standing in a small garden, purple flowers blanketing the ground. Green and black bamboo trees jutted upward on all sides, a small clear water pond sitting in the middle. Crows flew peacefully overhead. A path made of rocks led toward the pond, and Cassius stood at its beginning. Isolde walked slowly to his left. Her anger, or rather her embarrassment, seemed to dissolve entirely at the sight of her garden. A small, unconscious smile crept to her lips. "I did it," Isolde said suddenly. She regretted it immediately, unsure why she'd said it at all, but Cassius was already looking at her. She twisted her tongue inside her mouth before continuing. "I took care of this garden myself from the first day I was given this pavilion," she whispered, eyes moving over everything with a look full of melancholy. "I planted the bamboo trees and watered them. I tended the flowers. I laid this rocky path to the pond by hand." Her voice carried a note of pride, the kind that came from doing something entirely on your own. "You must have given everything to it," Cassius said, lips curling upward. "This is a beautiful place." Isolde said nothing, hands clenched tightly behind her back, not knowing what to say. However, what words couldn't express, her heart did perfectly as a wave of joy and sadness washing over her simultaneously. Joy that someone saw the effort she had put into something. Sadness that her parents hadn't even bothered to come look, despite all her begging. She had wanted so much to show them she was still worth something. Something only she could give, as Anastasia was not the type to use her hands for anything like this. But her parents had only asked why she was doing servant's work, why she was wasting time she could use to train. Isolde had been more than disappointed. Something in her pride and confidence had been permanently scarred by it. Over time, she had come to avoid the garden because of the memories attached to it, even as she continued to tend it quietly. She sighed and lowered her head. "That makes me think," Cassius suddenly said, pulling her eyes back up as he walked toward the clear water pond. "There are still many things I don't know about you. The game never mentioned this pond." "Ah, the game. The game. Cassius, for fuck's sake, you are not in a game anymore." He berated himself for still half seeing things through that lens. This was not a game, and Isolde was not a character. She was a person with emotions, aspirations, and pain the game had never bothered to show. He needed to stop telling himself he already knew her. That was why. "I know it's a cliché, but hey." He chuckled. "How about you tell me about yourself?" Cassius asked, turning his head to look at her over his shoulder with a genuine smile. "I promise I'll be a good listener." Isolde stood transfixed at the scene. Cassius in his white-sleeved shirt folded past the elbow, black pants, the sun shining directly overhead, looking at her with that smile. She couldn't help but admit it. He is beautiful. He truly was. But that wasn't what made her heart speed up. It was his eyes, his smile, his presence, all of it fixed entirely on her, ignoring the beautiful garden around them, as if she were the most important thing within it. She didn't notice when, but her mouth was already opening, her feet already carrying her toward him. "It will take time, you know," she said, her voice softer than she'd expected. "We have all day. You will get bored. My life is nothing interesting. It's just everything you already seem to know. Let me be the judge of that, darling." She stood beside him and drew a slow breath. "Will you share yours too?" She glanced at him. "You are nothing like everyone believes." Cassius laughed. "Don't you know the words in the Tales of the Fool?" He quoted quietly, "We are always made larger than ourselves by the world. Some better, some worse, some only more complicated." He looked at her, their eyes locking. "Am I worse, or better, or more complicated than what the world believes, darling?" "All of them," Isolde answered immediately. "Which ultimately makes you more complicated. A compliment? Depends on how you look at it." He laughed. "So, will you tell me? Will you?" She countered. "Yes, I will." Isolde nodded, strangely pleased. "Then I." Their bodies reacted before their minds registered the presence. Both Cassius and Isolde spun around, trembling for entirely different reasons. Above the garden wall, two beings stood, a woman and a man. The woman bore similar features to Isolde, yet was strangely different. She wore a black leggings, a white skirt, a sleeved shirt. Her presence was like something you had always wanted to see, impossible to look away from, with a dangerous smile and curving, laughing eyes. The man beside her was seated on the wall, a sword, covered completely by a boundlessly dark, lightless cloth, resting across his lap. He has golden hair more golden than the sun and blue eyes that sizzled like lightning yet ran deep as the sea. Those piercing eyes were fixed on Cassius, frowning subtly. Cassius instinctively stiffened, feeling Isolde trembling beside him. Then or rather she spoke. "Are we interrupting something?" Anesthesia asked, smiling so brightly the sun seemed to pale beside her. "Oh, Queen Above." Chapter 38. Screw that. "Oh, Queen Above. What in hell are they doing here?" Cassius asked himself, looking at Anesthesia and Emrys, his heart refusing to stay steady despite his face, showing nothing but absolute calm. He was not supposed to meet these two main characters on the second day. Just like Isolde's mother, everything was meant to happen on the third and final day, where Cassius's fate would be completely sealed. Yet here they were, at the second day, dragging him into a moment he wasn't fully ready for. "Ah, damn it all," he cursed, just as Isolde parted her lips. "Anesthesia, Emrys." She nodded in respect, her face now carrying a gentle expression, completely different from the one she had been giving Cassius. Cassius frowned subtly, said nothing, and watched. "Not that I mind, but why are you both here?" Isolde continued, hands tight behind her back. "The meeting was... we were just bored, sister." Anesthesia didn't even let her finish, still smiling. "So we gently asked Mother to let us see you." "Don't involve me, Thesia," Emrys grumbled, stroking his clothed sword, clearly not wanting to be there. "I was not bored. You interrupted my training to drag me here." He lifted his head and stared at Cassius, frowning. His innate was reacting, harder and more aggressively than it had with Isolde. How? He wondered inwardly. "Don't listen to him." Anesthesia waved a lazy hand, her purple eyes fixed not on her sister, but on Cassius. "I was dying to see the last-born of the Desdemona, and I have to admit, you are nothing like I expected." Her smile widened. A strange aura settled over her, the kind that made people inexplicably willing to please her, or at the very least instinctively well-disposed toward her. Something uniquely her own. That was why, the instant she appeared, Cassius heard the snake of adaptability hiss inside his head. It wanted to stir, but the conditions weren't yet met. It didn't matter to him right now. Cassius stepped forward confidently, standing beside Isolde. "Nothing like you expected, you say?" he echoed, tilting his head. "That's true enough. I am certainly more handsome than whatever these bastards have been whispering about me, aren't I?" Anesthesia's eyes lit up. "Oh, but of course. And... tut, not and... let's stop there, shall we?" Cassius cut in, interrupting her with a sharp grin. The garden went completely still with choking and unexpected silence. Isolde and Emrys' eyes both went wide, staring at Cassius as if unable to process what had just happened. Someone interrupted Anesthesia? They both thought it at the same time. It seemed like a small thing, but never in their lives had either of them seen it happen. Anesthesia was never interrupted. Not even their parents did it. Hell, she had barely heard in her whole life the word no directed at her. All thanks to her aspect, resonance, which gave her the natural ability to amplify her presence so that those around her felt too ashamed, too shy, too overwhelmed to deny her anything. Her power resonated with people, giving them the false impression that she simply deserved everything. That explained the wide eyes she was currently wearing. "I beg your pardon?" She finally managed, surprise coding every syllable. She lifted one leg and stepped off the wall. Gravity took her the rest of the way, her feet slamming into the ground sharply. Dust rose briefly before the wind scattered it. The chosen heiress was completely unharmed. Emrys sighed, grabbed his sword with one hand, and dropped down after her. He could already feel something irritating about to unfold. Cassius said nothing at first, feeling Isolde shifting restlessly beside him at her sister's approach, like a rat watching a cat close in with its teeth bared. Isolde didn't even notice herself doing it. It was too natural, too ingrained in her. She didn't know it, but she was genuinely afraid of her own little sister. A surge of dissatisfaction moved through Cassius's chest. This was exactly why he had said Isolde couldn't touch Anesthesia. The proof was right in front of him. She had been so thoroughly beaten down, humiliated and overlooked by both of them that her mind had learned to fear them instinctively, and her body followed. The villainess was fighting hard not to tremble. It was useless. She was trembling, and Anesthesia noticed immediately. Even so, the little sister didn't even spare it a second glance, as if it was simply normal. She kept her curving eyes fixed on Cassius. "I beg your pardon?" she repeated, stopping a couple of paces away. Emery stood at her side, his eyes also not even passing over Isolde. Isolde's heart shattered further. In that instant she wanted nothing more than for the ground to open and swallow her entirely. That was usually what she did by finding an excuse to disappear, retreat to her room, and smoke away the cowardice and self-loathing until the feeling passed. But she couldn't do that today, and she became even more aware of that when she caught a glimpse of Cassius's smile. A smile. And yet Isolde had this instinctive feeling that he was furious. "I said," Cassius began, looking at Anesthesia without flinching, "that we stop here. You are interrupting something. As you can see." He raised his right hand and draped it across Isolde's shoulder. "I was getting to know my wife." "Oh my." Anesthesia's smile didn't move. "If that's all it is, then isn't this perfect? I know my sister better than you can imagine. I can tell you everything you want to know." She paused, then continued. "All I want is to spend a little time with my brother-in-law and get to know him better. After all, we will be family, won't we?" "Shame." Cassius shook his head with mock regret. "The feeling isn't mutual, I'm afraid." All three of them twitched at the words. "But I see you are not going to leave us alone easily." He pressed on, eyes moving between Anesthesia and Emery's. "Then let's make this quick. Tell me, dear sister-in-law, what kind of game do you want to play to entertain yourself and your puppy?" Emery's eyebrows climbed, wondering briefly if he was the puppy. He found it funny. "Almost." "You." "Ah, screw that." Cassius scoffed, cutting Anesthesia off again, this time earning a genuinely annoyed look, the smile finally beginning to wear thin. "I, Cassius Desdemona, will choose the game," he declared, and without letting any of them recover from that. "No need for anything complicated, is there, friends?" His cane appeared in his hand, and he swung it smoothly onto his left shoulder. "One attack. Only one. Whoever lands a hit first wins. And I bet my space ring and everything inside on us winning." He paused as if briefly reconsidering. "Don't let my wealth intimidate you into backing down, though. I'm a merciful man. Bet whatever your pocket can manage." Three pairs of eyes narrowed slightly. Anesthesia and Emery's both feeling insulted in a way they hadn't anticipated. Cassius wasn't finished. "Only two people will fight." He looked at them. "So sort it out between yourselves and decide who steps forward and what you're wagering. As for us," he stepped closer to Isolde, who was still dazed by the absurdity of everything, and placed a hand on her shoulder. "I choose my lovely, beautiful, and utterly sweet wife right here." Isolde snapped her head toward him, eyes wide with disbelief. She opened her mouth, then shut it immediately as Cassius leaned close, his voice low and firm against her ear. "Now, darling, I've just bet an entire fortune. Not that I mind losing it, I am embarrassingly rich, but—" He whispered. "You won't lose, will you?" Isolde Amorous went rigid at his voice against her ear. She looked past his shoulder at the irritated expression on her sister's face and the exasperated look on Emery's. Her lips trembled, fighting back a wide smile at the sight of those expressions she had never once caused herself, as she whispered back to her fiancé, "You are fucking crazy, Cassius." He grinned. "Don't disappoint me, darling." And right at that instant, ding, you have received a fated quest. Well then, why not? Description. As expected of you, already provoking these lovely children chosen by many on your very first encounter. Wonderful. But now that you've started, do it thoroughly. Rewards. 10,000 VP. Chapter 39, The Ring. Am I dreaming? Isolde couldn't help but think it, looking at the situation actually unfolding inside her own garden. It was surreal, far too surreal to believe. Yet there was no mistaking it. She raised her head and locked eyes with Cassius who, despite the overwhelming resonating presence of her sister, was still looking at her as if she were the only person here. Her heart began to speed up. The realization settled slowly, and Isolde found herself using her own essence to keep anything from showing on her face. "Why do you look so surprised?" Cassius asked, his expression lazy, his cane resting on his shoulder like an accessory designed to make him look good rather than a weapon. Isolde said nothing. Instead, she turned toward her sister and Emery's, and saw expressions she had never expected to find on either of them. Anastasia's face no longer carried that ubiquitous smile, the one that always seemed to mock Isolde simply by existing. Now there was only neutrality, and beneath it, visible traces of irritation and surprise flashing through her eyes. Emery showed little outwardly, only mild surprise. The villainess knew this was mainly because Cassius was behaving in a way completely unlike any man he typically encountered. Emery's himself had never been included in that particular crowd. From the beginning, Anastasia's presence had never been able to influence him. He was far too protected for that. But this was the first time a man their age had acted like him, in that specific way. The beggar of the golden thunder twists his thunderous lips. He tells you to be careful. The white-haired man is a blessed. I figured that much. Emery's thought, hand tightening on his sword. But from whom? The beggar of the golden thunder shakes his head in disdain. He doesn't know. Neither do the others. Which means she is a low-level goddess. Unworthy of your attention. What about Desdemona? I feel uncomfortable. Same as I do with Isolde and him. An enemy. It could be. Emery's narrowed his eyes, then was pulled back to the present by a soft slap from Anastasia. Are you listening to me, Em? She said with obvious irritation, lips pressed together. Emery's almost smiled. It was a rare sight, seeing Thesia angry. I am now, he said, looking at Cassius and Isolde together, with Cassius still watching Isolde intently. You will be the one to fight. Anastasia decided. Are we really participating in this farce? He sighed heavily. This is pointless. I should be training and preparing for the academy. Can you stop talking about training for once? She scowled, turning her back on Cassius and Isolde and lowering her voice. She could only let Emery see her current expression. She had an image to maintain. You know what my father said? Emery's replied, hand tightening. I need to be Palatine of my year, Thesia. I need it if I want to obtain what I've always sought. Anastasia's expression softened. She sighed. You are stronger than all of them, she said, taking his free hand. And I am here. I will help you, so stop worrying. I'm not especially worried. I just don't like this. You were the one who provoked them. Can't we just say sorry and leave? He said, not comfortable with bullying someone who had done nothing first. Because yes, Emery's was certain he would win if he acted. He always did. Hey, how much longer? Cassius's mocking voice erupted suddenly, startling them both. Don't tell me you are afraid of my incredible wife? Well, you... He stopped abruptly, doubling over with a cough. Isolde had just punched him in the stomach, her face flushed with embarrassment. Anastasia and Emery's were some distance away, but they could both hear Isolde's low whisper perfectly. Bastard, you are embarrassing me. Anastasia grew even more irritated at that, watching an expression on her sister's face she had never once seen before. Somehow, she hated it. She turned back to her childhood friend and lover. I was going to wait to be sure, but here we go, she grated, leaning close to his ear. There is a woman in the royal palace, a maid of the prince. Emery's eyebrows rose. He listened carefully. Anastasia smiled, knowing her lover in a way no one else could claim to. She is being mistreated by the prince, as you would expect from those arrogant high nobles. I thought she would be happier with you. She paused, smiling strangely yet warmly. With us. Emery's lips twitched. You are blackmailing me. No. I am telling you that I will help you get to her faster if you teach the bastard behind me a lesson. Desdemona seems different from what we heard. Don't you think? Yes. She frowned, glancing back at them. Which is exactly why you should do it. Be quick. Why don't you just do it yourself? Emery's grumbled one last time. It's just 2 attacks first. Your resonance could make you faster than Isolde for a split second. Too much effort. She shrugged. And why should I do anything when others can do it for me? Emery's looked at her, deadpan. Fine. I'm not arguing with you today. Move aside, Thesia. Let's finish this. Anesthesia grinned and turned back toward Cassius and Isolde, who were already watching. Her grin widened, and she raised her hand, showing a purple space ring. I'll match the bet with everything inside this ring too, Cassius. Don't call me Cassius. He grimaced. You are far too familiar for someone I just met. Anesthesia ignored him, though her eye twitched. Emery's will be fighting. Don't worry, he won't use his sword. You are not worthy. She looked at her sister, smiling knowingly. I hope you're ready, sister. Isolde narrowed her eyes and shifted her gaze to Emery's, his sword still in hand despite his stated intentions. The lightning sizzling behind his eyes was growing sharper. She cursed silently. Anesthesia stepped forward and pressed a kiss to Emery's lips. Then she retreated several paces back, stopping just before the clear water pond. It was the kind of scene that would once have made Isolde want to cry, curse, and kill them both. But at that moment, strangely, none of that moved through her. All she felt was worry. Worry about losing. He is faster than me. Isolde whispered to Cassius quickly. Even without his sword. Don't you know him? Don't you know his ass? You just need to touch him first. Cassius cut in, smiling reassuringly. That's all. So let me tell you one thing, darling. No matter what, attack. No matter what you see, attack. He smiled. You understand? What? We don't have all day. Cassius. Anesthesia called, voice sharp. What? Afraid of my gorgeous Emery's? Emery smiled faintly at his girlfriend's pettiness. Cassius gave Isolde one last look, then turned toward Anesthesia with a sigh, walking toward her. You are embarrassing. Just like you, I suppose. He arrived and stood beside her without any words, a few meters from Emery's and Isolde now facing each other, their expressions set and resolute. We start at 3. Anesthesia said. Both opponents took their stances. After a moment, 3. Cassius said. A beat of silence. 2. Anesthesia followed. The tension thickened, and arcs of golden lightning tore through the space around Emery's, licking across his whole body. The air turned electric. The sky churned, heavy clouds gathering overhead. Isolde's face was, for the first time, standing in front of Emery's, dead cold. Her mind was fixed entirely on winning. She didn't know Cassius's full plan, but after everything that had just happened, she was willing to bet on the bastard. She gathered all her essence for a single explosive burst. Then suddenly, at the corner of their eyes, something made both of them instinctively snap their heads toward Cassius and Anesthesia. Cassius's face was dangerously close to Anesthesia. His lips appeared to brush against her ear. Emery's eyes went wide. His heart slammed so hard it felt like thunder. His control over his power wavered. Isolde was worse. Her heart felt like it wanted to tear itself out of her chest. Her mind suddenly consumed by an enormous, boundless desire to kill her sister, who was that close to the only person who had ever truly seen her. And then, 1. Cassius's voice landed like a hammer blow in that silence. Anesthesia's eyes dilated. Understanding dawned upon her. Too late. Cassius's instructions surfaced inside Isolde's mind, and her body moved before her mind caught up. Sound disappeared, swallowed entirely by her power and her fury. Emery's was still dazed. The next second, he was on the ground, Isolde standing over him with a dagger pressed to his throat, her eyes cold. Game over, Cassius said softly, spreading his arms wide like wings before stretching one hand toward the stunned Anesthesia, grinning. The ring, sister-in-law. Hand it over. Chapter 40. I see you now. The ring, sister-in-law. Hand it over. Cassius's tone was sharp with mockery, his grinning face so insufferable that if not for the shock clouding her mind, Anesthesia would have wiped it off his face already. But the chosen heiress was too stunned to say anything, her eyes wide as she looked at him. Then slowly, as if still refusing to believe it, she peeled her gaze away and swept it toward Emery's. There he was on the ground with a dagger close to his neck, his face pale and ghastly, telling her everything about what was burning inside him right now. Am I lost? It seemed inconceivable to her. Emery's never lost. Not against anyone of his generation. Not even against her. Yet what was in front of her was no illusion. Hey, hey. Cassius spoke again, pulling her eyes back. It's hard to keep your arm outstretched this long. The ring, sister-in-law. My wife has won. His words made her recall in an instant exactly what had happened, and why Emery's had actually lost. Her face went vivid, nostrils flaring as she took one menacing step forward, a strange power shimmering around her. You did it on purpose, she hissed. You cheated. Did I? Cassius retorted lazily, tilting his head. I don't remember. The only thing I recall is trying to tell you something. He smiled innocently, his face so disarmingly handsome that anyone could have fallen for it. Not anesthesia. Her resonance aspect churned, and her first skill, self-enhancement, activated, every part of her reaching a high degree of perfection at once. Beauty, strength, essence manipulation, all of it sharpening. Cassius's smile almost wavered as he felt the direct hit of her presence against his mind. His snake hissed. I will. Enough, Thesia. Emery's voice cut through everything. Anesthesia snapped her head toward him instantly. He was already up, dusting off his clothes with eerie calm using his left hand, his right still on his sword. Isolde stood beside him, not even looking at him, her mind seemingly elsewhere, as if she couldn't fully process what had just happened. But he cheated. Anesthesia's composure was slipping. The very idea of losing to her sister twisted something sharp inside her. Stop slandering me, Cassius said, feeling Isolde approaching behind him. And even if I did, so what? The point is my wife has won. And don't tell me you expect enemies or monsters in the real world to fight fair. He narrowed his eyes, sneering at both of them. Don't be fools. I dare you to call. There is neither glory nor honor in winning through cheating. Emery's cut in, his sizzling blue eyes settling on Cassius. But I will admit one point, Desdemona. The fault for losing to such methods lies with us. We left the opening. He paused, the hand on his sword briefly trembling before tightening. We will give you the ring. I will not. Anesthesia shook her head, essence flaring again. I wager everything on my inheritance right now. Let's fight, Cassius. Let's. Anesthesia. She froze. Her heart skipped. Emery's had used her full name. He never did that except when he is truly angry. She turned and looked into his eyes, realizing she was right. The blue of his eyes had gone deep. So deep it was almost black, like the lightless depth of the sea. Anesthesia pressed her lips together and pulled her essence back. Her power finally settled. Cassius and Isolde watched in silence, each caught in their own thoughts. Isolde in particular looked like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Yet she had no choice but to accept it as Anesthesia pulled her space ring from her finger with seething fury and held it toward Cassius. Take it, Anesthesia grated, eyes so cold the air temperature dropped. Take it and know we will have it back. No matter what. And we won't settle for just the ring on that day. Cassius smiled, knowing full well she wasn't joking. One look at Emery's face confirmed it. Oh, furious, isn't he? Both of them are. Let me add just one more oil to the fire. He thought with quiet deviousness, taking his quest seriously. He stepped back smoothly, putting Isolde in front of him. Ha! Isolde exclaimed, looking around, caught completely off guard. Anesthesia and Emery's were caught off guard too. Cassius didn't give them time to recover. My wife is the one who won, he said, hands resting on Isolde's shoulders from behind, smiling. So give the ring to her, won't you? If a look could kill, Cassius would have been dead 1,000,000 times over. Anesthesia was clearly ready to fight now, with no care whatsoever for Emery's opinion on it. But before she could act, golden lightning cracked between them, blinding both sides for a brief moment. When it cleared, Emery's was standing there, the ring taken from Anesthesia's hand, extending it toward Isolde's wide eyes. Here, he said simply, not addressing the lightning. You won. Isolde instinctively reached out and took the ring, her movements mechanical. Emery's then took Anesthesia's hand, who was sparing him a hard glare, looked at Cassius one last time. "You got me today," he said, smiling without humor. "And I am glad you did. Actually, I would have prepared for everyone at the academy except you. Now I see you, Desdemona. Is that supposed to be an honor?" Cassius retorted. "Oh, yes, of course." Emrys nodded. "Not everyone deserves my attention. Now you have to be worthy of it, don't you think?" Cassius's smile went cold. "Let's see, who should be worthy of whom?" Storm-blessed. He turned toward Anesthesia. "And hopefully next time you won't be such sore losers." The chosen heiress had calmed with Emrys' hand steadying her. She tightened her jaw and fixed her eyes on the ring now sitting on her own sister's finger. "The next time will be at the royal palace before the academy entrance test." She grated. "Don't be a coward and bring my ring back. I already told you, we will take it back." Cassius knew exactly what she meant. The second event of the game. The one at the royal palace where all noble heirs would be gathered, a month before the academy began. The original Cassius hadn't participated. He'd been dead long before it. But now he would be there, and took the first step in that dangerous event where he must again act to prevent his family from the wrath of their relatives, the Hood royal family. And at that thought, Cassius understood plainly that he had crossed a point of no return. He was deep inside the world of Senegal now. Things from here would not be as clean or straightforward. His eyes deepened, the red in them glowing like open flame. "So let's meet there," Anesthesia said at last, before turning and leading Emrys out of the garden herself. "Not so fast," Cassius called out, and both of them stopped and looked back over their shoulders, irritation plain on their faces. "Don't walk out of here like that," he said. "You still need to congratulate my wife for winning." He gave Isolde a gentle tap on the back, pulling her out of her daze. He leaned close and whispered, "Look ahead, darling. You won against them, you know. Show them your victorious face." Isolde instinctively obeyed, lifting her eyes toward her sister and Emrys, who stared back with hardened expressions. The two lovers wanted nothing more than to be out of that garden, so just to be done with it, and with the innate fairness that was simply part of who he was despite being cheated against. "Congratulations," Emrys said, giving a single nod toward Isolde. He knew his girlfriend wouldn't. So he took her hand, and the two of them disappeared in a burst of golden lightning. Silence swallowed the garden, accompanied by the rustling wind and chirping of crows overhead. Isolde's eyes stayed fixed on the spot where they had been standing for a long moment. Then she turned and looked directly at Cassius. Her lips were trembling softly. "Now," Cassius broke the silence, knowing she wouldn't in her current state, "I'll take a kiss as a thank you." He leaned his face toward her and offered his cheek. What he got instead was Isolde's face twisting into deep fury the moment she remembered his face against Anesthesia's ear. Far too close. Far too easy about it. Her right hand rose, and a resounding slap cracked across the garden. "God damn it, Isolde. Shut up. You were too close. Ding. You have completed your quest." Chapter 41. A feeling still unnamed. A bolt of golden lightning struck inside a dimly lit alley just behind Isolde's pavilion. Anesthesia and Emrys appeared out of that crackling, sizzling discharge, their faces somber. Without a word, Emrys leaned his back against the wall, head tilted upward, thoughts churning restlessly inside him. Anesthesia looked at him and stayed quiet. She knew his current state. Emrys was not someone who lost to people his own age. Even those that imbued self-rank had fallen to him, despite him being mortal self. So one could only guess what this defeat was costing him, even one that had only been possible because of Cassius's cheating. At the thought of that white-haired, red-eyed man, Anesthesia's face twisted into a ferocious scowl. "I don't like him," she snarled, stepping forward until her body was an inch from Emrys. "And I want to make him pay. It will happen, with honor and glory," Emrys said, lowering his blue eyes to find hers. "But first, we need to throw out everything we thought we knew about Desdemona. All of it was false, Thesia. All of it, except that insufferable attitude." His eyes hardened. "But Cassius Desdemona is not a mindless, spoiled child. You saw him. He used you to break my focus. Also, my sister could win," Anesthesia added, eyes narrowing. which means he knew perfectly well you were faster than Isolde. And not only that, her lips twisted. He knows you well enough to predict your reaction to him getting close to me. Emery smiled without humor. That's exactly what I was thinking. He dragged his left hand down his face. And not just me, you too, Thesia. He provoked you into this game easily. He even got you to match his bet with your ring, because he was doing the same. Anesthesia grimaced and pressed her head to his chest. Ugh, don't make me relive it. I'm going to be sick. The bastard's tongue knew exactly how to pull me out of character. He sure does. Emery's managed a small smile, which means we are not the only ones gathering information on our opponents. He continued, we already knew that, but until now, none of them had been this accurate about us. When and where did we slip, Thesia? I don't like this feeling. Tell me about it. She sighed, grumbling, then raised her head to meet his eyes. Cassius goes on the list of people to watch closely, she decided, and given that insufferable behavior, he goes to the top. Emery's arched an eyebrow. Above Raven and his sister Esmeralda? I was going to put him below Klaus and Keisha. Maybe Natalia too. No. Anesthesia shook her head. Klaus is easy to read and predict. He is arrogant, loves to show off. Keisha's nature is obvious too. Too shy, too good for her own good, despite the talent. Natalia is dangerous only when she loses control. What about the other Tier 2 and Tier 3 heirs? Not as annoying as Cassius, she said. Even the prince, Raven, who is ironically Cassius's uncle despite the same age, isn't as much of a problem. Emery's eyes went cold instantly. Because he likes you. Anesthesia smiled plainly at his jealousy and pressed her whole body against him. So what? You are the one I love. Emery storm-blessed. The prince's feelings for me are just a tool to get us what we want, to get stronger and gain influence. I still don't like it, Thesia. I know. She whispered and kissed him softly. I know him, but bear it for now. He isn't touching me or anything else. I am yours and yours alone. Emery's looked into her eyes and found nothing there but devotion, love, ambition, and iron determination. Anesthesia was truly one of a kind, and he had to admit it. He was lucky to have her. Whatever others said about her, whatever they called her, I trust you. She was the woman he loved most and would do anything for. No question about it. Anesthesia smiled. Then the smile stiffened. On my ring, she said, remembering what she had left inside it. Especially her. Here. Emery said with a quiet smile, holding out a black token in his left hand, engraved with a red scythe. I only had time to grab this when I took the ring from you. Is that Eno? He didn't finish. Anesthesia launched herself at him, kissing him with fervent, overwhelming love. I love you so much, Em. She squealed against his lips, refusing to let them go. This is more than enough. She couldn't lose that token. It was her path to higher standing and the dream she was chasing. Emery's laughed and returned the kiss, matching her entirely. It didn't take long before they reluctantly separated, a thread of saliva following. Anesthesia was still on him, legs wrapped around his waist, Emery's left hand under her to keep her steady, her arms around his neck. More than enough, she repeated, breathing ragged, face flushed. And now, am very eager to meet Cassius again, this time prepared. We will be. Emery's nodded. Then he arched an eyebrow, something occurring to him. Don't you think Desdemona actually loves Isolde? Huh. Anesthesia blinked, something obvious suddenly hitting her. You saw him. Emery's continued. He did all of that for Isolde. There is no way. Anesthesia shook her head. How could anyone love Isolde? Ah, well. Emery smiled thinly, recalling the reaction of his innate around both Cassius and Isolde. I think they suit each other quite well. No way, Em. Impossible. Haha. Who cares anyway, Thesia? Come on. We need to train. No. Let's talk about how impossible it is for anyone to be romantically involved with Isolde. All right. But in the training room. Anesthesia hissed in irritation as Emery's carried her off anyway. Isolde was still staring at the purple ring in her hand. She hadn't even thought to look inside it yet. She was far too stunned by everything that had just happened. For the first time in her life, for the first time since her little sister was born, she had won against her. A win only made possible because of cheating, yes. But just like Cassius, Isolde didn't give a damn about how they won. What mattered was, the victory was hers. The victory was theirs. At that, she shifted her eyes toward Cassius, who was still grumbling under his breath, hand pressed to his cheek, complaining about how she had dared to slap him after his glorious sacrifice for their victory. Isolde found herself smiling, a smile so simple, so genuine, so unguarded, that the moment Cassius saw it, he went completely still. He was frozen, as if standing before the greatest thing heaven and earth had ever made. Then pure panic. He frantically pulled out his purple runic phone and took a picture of her before the moment could pass. "Oh, Queen's blessing," he breathed, staring at the photo. "Damn yes. This is my wallpaper." He smiled like a child seeing his hero in the flesh, then shot a glance at Isolde, whose face had gone red, lips twitching. "You know what?" He gave her a magnanimous look. "I forgive you for the slap. Just give me another one of those. I'll make a whole album." "Can you stop?" Isolde hissed, snapping her head away, suddenly too embarrassed to look at him. "Or, do you want another slap? What about a kiss this time?" "Fuck you, Cassius." Right back at you, darling." Isolde stifled a chuckle. Her heart felt something completely different from what it usually did. If she had held any doubts about Cassius's intentions or feelings toward her, the events with Anesthesia and Emery's had dissolved every last trace of them. Now she knew. She dangerously and hopelessly knew that someone in this world had willingly chosen her over her sister. Someone had seen her and accepted her in a way even her own parents never had. Her stomach churned as something began to bloom from deep inside her chest, spreading slowly through her whole body. "He chose me," Isolde thought one last time before turning her attention back to him. Cassius was standing at the edge of the Clearwater Pond, his back to her. Then, as if sensing her eyes, he turned his head and looked at her over his shoulder. He smiled. Isolde cursed inwardly as her heart nearly clawed its way out of her chest. "He is so beautiful. How about we celebrate your first, and certainly not your last, victory?" He pulled 2 cigarettes from his pocket, stretching one toward her. "Some smoky cloud with a view. Shall we?" "Smoking?" Isolde exclaimed, walking toward him. "Why smoking?" "To make new memories," he answered, "so that whenever you feel like smoking, you will remember this day." He winked. "The day you won against your sister and your childhood friend." Isolde stopped instinctively. Her body trembled. She looked at him with wide eyes, lips quivering as emotions flooded inside her like seawater rushing into an empty pit. She was being overwhelmed by whatever she was feeling and still refused to name. Not knowing what to do, she ducked her head, tears creeping to the edges of her eyes, threatening to fall. Cassius watched with fond eyes and said nothing, hands still outstretched. Isolde continued walking, reached him, and took the cigarette, her head still lowered. Cassius put one to his lips and lit it with a flicker of crimson flame. Then he turned toward her, saw her waiting, and chuckled. He put one hand under her chin and gently raised her head, finding eyes shimmering with tears and emotions few would ever understand. But Cassius did, and he respected her silence about it. His lips curled up and lit the cigarette at her lips. The two of them then smoked side by side, watching the yellow sun slowly crawl back to sleep, the soft breeze rustling their clothes. No words were exchanged, yet Cassius understood everything when Isolde took a small step closer, their skin brushing. That day, something shifted inside Isolde Amorous. A whole new feeling she hadn't expected to feel again began to sprout from inside her wounded heart. And it felt more precious than the first time, because this time the man behind it had acknowledged her, seen her, and not looked away. He had accepted her, helped her get her first real win. He had loved her in a way she had never believed herself worthy of being loved. So she said nothing and smoked with him, not fully realizing that from that day onward, smoking was no longer an act of rebellion or desperate solitude against her family. Smoking had become a sacred act of celebration. And so, without quite knowing it, Isolde Amorous decided she would only smoke for victories and only with one particular. Will I not get my kiss? Can you not read the mood? Perverted person. God forbid a man wants something wet on his cheek. Say one more word, bastard, and I will give you a wet feeling you will never forget. Oh, don't. Shut up. How rude. And so the second day came to an end. Chapter 42, Meeting with Sophia, 1. Morning came, and with the first rays of the sun blazing over the amorous household like a sea of gold, the third and last day arrived alongside it. A certain melancholy, or even a faint apprehension, a sadness, cloaked Isolde's room like one of Vorn's cursed hoods. Isolde didn't know why, but a sense of loss kept creeping inside her heart, worming its way through it restlessly at the simple thought of being separated from Cassius. She stifled a sigh, back against the shelf. It was strange, truly, how a relationship between two people could shift in a matter of days with just the right shared experiences. Isolde felt that feeling annoyingly clearly, one part of her still afraid to admit it, as she stared at Cassius sitting at the edge of her bed. The Badur kingdom, situated in the heartland of Senegal, had a temperature that was neither scorching like the eastern dunes nor freezing like the northern sea. That mild climate let Cassius wear a simple black shirt that framed his body perfectly, paired with matching black pants. A luxurious white runic watch on his left wrist. A clean, pleasant scent wafting from him. It wasn't the first time Isolde had noticed, but she was a woman who liked to repeat things for greater emphasis. And so, he is so beautiful, she squealed inside her head, completely out of character for herself, while showing absolutely nothing on her face. What are you doing? She finally spoke, herself dressed in a full black Eastern robe, her hair combed into a large knot with only two loose strands falling against her face. Me, Cassius echoed, staring blankly ahead. Just thinking and checking my status. Want me to tell you my charm score? I bet mine is higher. He was lying. What was in front of him was not his status. You have completed your quest. Provocation. New achievement. Insufferably insufferable. We don't know where you learned to use that tongue of yours, but it was enough to earn you the special attention of the chosen ones. Good or bad. Either way, last born of the Desdemona, you deserve something for being an insufferable villain. Note, insufferable villains always die the earliest. Rewards, 15,000 VP, plus 5,000 bonus. Cassius's lips twitched hard as he read it. He didn't know who or what was behind this system, but if the day ever came he met that being, I will show you how truly insufferable I can be. Are you listening? Isolde spoke again, her tone worn thin by constantly and uselessly trying to hold a conversation with him. Her patience was gone, and her face made no effort to hide it. Cassius dismissed the system and turned his attention to her, taking in her attire. He smiled, and before she could curse him for not paying attention, his lips opened. You are beautiful, he said simply, already reaching for his runic phone. Can I take a picture of you? Isolde was getting used to this, so she snapped out of it faster than before. But that didn't mean her blood wasn't rushing inside her. You're asking permission now? She arched an eyebrow. You didn't yesterday. Yesterday I needed to capture the moment before it passed. Now I want you to smile for it. That is not happening. She scoffed, making an irritated gesture. And focus, bastard. You meet my mother in... She looked at the clock on the wall. 30 minutes. Cassius nodded, his face going serious. He honestly didn't know much about Sophia. The game had barely shown her except alongside anesthesia or in the backdrop of Isolde's storyline. But every player who paid attention noticed the same thing. She was a completely different woman between her two daughters. One she spoiled rotten, the other she ignored like the air around. Added to that was the famous trait most players had come to despise. Sophia was greedy for power and prestige, which explained perfectly why she poured everything into the daughter-born for exactly that. Tier 3 families, Cassius thought. They have noble status, but barely worth anything in the circles above them compared to Tier 2 and 1. Or even the unique power groups of the kingdom. The Church of Death, the Deathless Crusaders, and the amorous with their sound origin pool and talented offspring. Of course they wanted to climb the ladder. So, I am one of the rungs on that ladder. and with anesthesia already inside the royal palace. He didn't need much more than that to see what Sophia was after. It was obvious. Far too obvious. The harder question was how to deal with her. He tilted his head and looked at Isolde, clearly nervous about this meeting. "So," he began, lacing his fingers together and resting his chin on them, "how do you want me to behave with your mother?" "Oh, what?" Isolde blinked, thrown off by the question. "You know her better than I do," he continued, "and she must have asked something of you. So, how can I act in a way that benefits both of us?" Isolde's mouth opened and closed silently. Words stuck, her brain working to process what she had just heard. She couldn't help but exhale, wondering quietly when she would get used to being seen, considered, and cared for. It was a strange feeling, and she was loving it, no more than that. She was slowly becoming obsessed with it, like the way a woman who had been blind all her life might want to see everything at once, all the time. But more importantly, she looked up at Cassius, who was waiting for her answer. Her mind was beginning to wander somewhere dangerous, somewhere concerning Cassius, concerning her husband. "Still waiting," he said, cutting her off cleanly. She shook her head, heart pounding at where her thoughts had been going. She pulled herself back together and answered, her tone deliberately dry. "This meeting is a formality. My mother doesn't particularly care to see you. What she wants is to check my progress." "Meaning?" he pressed, already knowing. "She will want to know if I seduced you like she asked," Isolde said, embarrassed. "So ideally, you act like I did." Few could understand how humiliating it was for Isolde to say those words out loud in front of Cassius. She wanted to disappear, because in saying it, she was plainly admitting how her family was using her. But that feeling shifted the moment she noticed Cassius's expression. He was looking at her like she was the dumbest person alive. Her lips twitched. The urge to slap the sense out of him became overwhelming. "Why the fuck are you looking at me like that, bastard?" she snarled, defensive. "Because you are a damned fool." "Say that again," Isolde growled, stepping forward. "And why? Isn't it obvious?" He sighed, slowly rising. He cracked his neck, rolled his shoulders, and walked toward the door without a glance back at her. "Darling, you act when you need to fake something. But tell me," he paused just before the door, turning his head just enough to look at her. "Do I need to act to show your mother I'd bark like a dog if you told me to bark?" "Cassius, bark like a dog." "Woman." His eye twitched. That was an analogy to prove a point, not an actual invitation. Isolde shrugged. "At least I tried," she said with a barely there smile. Cassius saw it and mirrored it before pushing the door open with a creak and stepping out. "Just wait for me," he said. "I will make your mother love me. I might as well pray for your soul," Isolde answered, knowing well the ordeal of speaking to her mother. His laughter echoed, his body already out of sight, but his voice still drifting back. "Then do it in the name of Ananke, the queen of fate." The goddess's lips twitched, a smile on her face, and Isolde narrowed her purple eyes at the sound of a woman's name in Cassius's mouth. Chapter 43. Meeting with Sophia, 2. Cassius saw Ocean for the first time again, and she was so thrilled to see him that she almost forgot the etiquette that had been drilled into her since she joined the Desdemona household. He was equally glad to see her, but didn't have the luxury of sharing much time as the butler was already waiting to lead him to Sophia, the matriarch. He still made a few pleasantries with Ocean, asking how she was doing and whether the carriage home was ready. Afterwards, the butler took him away through a secret, deserted alley. The amorous were not foolish enough to let Cassius, a member of another family, and the Desdemona at that, wander freely inside their domain. Anything could happen, and Sophia was the type to be paranoid about anything touching her family's prestige and security, which explained why instead of walking, the butler, whose aspect Cassius guessed with mild surprise was tied to space, created a wormhole in front of them. It was all black, roughly the size of a large shield, swirling continuously upon itself. A strange aura poured from it, and Cassius felt his senses tilt slightly. "Have no fear, young master," the butler said, calm and steady, wearing a stoic smile. "No harm shall come to you. Enter with a clear mind, and you will find the lady on the other side." Cassius looked at the wormhole for a moment, then turned to the butler with a relaxed smile. This is an interesting aspect. Have you never thought about a change of position? He asked leisurely, as though discussing the weather. The butler's face twitched for a fraction of a second before he recovered himself smoothly. He looked closely at Cassius, finding only an innocent expression. Is he? No. I'm overthinking it. He answered next with professional composure, still gesturing toward the wormhole. I am very blessed to serve the amorous household. He nodded. I would not dare dream of something else. How admirable! Cassius exclaimed. Truly enviable. I am certain any Tier 2 or Tier 1 family would be very pleased to have someone as loyal and professional as yourself. The butler's body gave a barely visible shiver. But Cassius had already stepped forward, his body beginning to wrap into the wormhole. But oh well, I suppose each person to their own luck. He said at last, I hope the amorous household treats you very well. Those were his last words before he disappeared inside. The wormhole closed behind him immediately. The butler was left alone in the deserted alley, his mind unable to stop replaying Cassius's words like the whisper of a demon. Tier 2 and Tier 1. Family, he echoed quietly, and for a brief moment the image of a glorious life filled his mind. The prestige, the honor, the standing that would come with serving such a house. Especially the Desdemona. He ducked his head, face twitching hard, fighting off a grin. With the ties they have to the royal Hood family, they were the perfect ladder to climb. But patience, Leo. Patience. The butler shook his head and steadied his breathing. As written in the Tales of the Fool, a hasty man creates hasty things, and hasty things never survive the first wind of trials. With his composure restored, Leo the butler walked away and continued his duties as the faithful servant of the amorous, a seed of dream planted inside his heart. Cassius exhaled, feeling his body phase through something sticky that seemed to hug him from all sides. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, twisting his stomach instinctively. However, it didn't last long as light returned, and he found himself standing in a field of purple flowers. The scent hit him immediately. Sweet music followed, coupled with the rustling of wind oddly in tune with the song, being carried by black crows hovering over a river flowing endlessly upon itself. Cassius was struck by it, his body relaxing without him meaning to, until a voice drifted through and landed perfectly inside his skull. Welcome to my garden, Cassius Desdemona. He turned toward the sound. There she was, sitting on a black mat, wearing black-purple Eastern clothes that left part of her collarbone visible. Sophia Amorous, matriarch of the amorous household, fixed her ebony black eyes on him. A smile edged her lips, and Cassius couldn't tell for the life of him whether it was genuine or not. This is going to be a fucking pain. He knew it instinctively, and his mind went straight on a guard. Still, Cassius smiled and bowed his head. I greet the matriarch, he said. The honor is mine. Oh, sweet boy, the honor is certainly mine. Sophia chuckled, waving toward a mat set a couple of meters before her. Come sit. Don't stand there. He obeyed. Seconds later, he was cross-legged in front of her, managing his expressions carefully. I hear you will be returning home after this meeting, Sophia said, summoning 2 cups of tea from her space ring. Did you enjoy your stay? Was everything to your liking? Very much so, matriarch. Cassius nodded, murmuring a thanks as he received his cup. Everything was to my liking, though if there was one thing I would say I liked the most. Sophia arched an eyebrow, catching the beautiful, warm smile breaking across his face. It is certainly your daughter, Isolde Amorous, matriarch. Sophia hit it perfectly, but something twisted with surprise inside her at those words and that expression. Oh my, is that truly so, young master? Of course. I would not lie about it. Then you have no objection to taking my daughter as your wife? Ha ha! Cassius laughed softly, then let uncertainty bleed into his voice, lowering it as if struck by sudden doubt, his acting clean enough to fool her completely. I should be the one worrying about it. Will Lady Isolde even accept me? Matriarch? I have been struck by her, I admit, but I can't help wondering whether I am truly good enough. My age, None of that matters, Sophia said, inwardly delighted at the sight of Cassius pining over her daughter, a clear path already forming in her mind. My daughter is obedient. She will marry whomever I tell her to. And she smiled, her features so alike to Isolde's that Cassius was briefly caught off guard. It just so happens that I quite like you, young master. Oh. He blinked, as if the words had genuinely disarmed him. That is something I have never heard from anyone outside my own family. His eyes shimmered, and he looked at her with overwhelming gratitude and relief, his smile wide and open. Thank you, matriarch. Thank you for having faith in me with your daughter. Sophia's eyes widened for the briefest moment, not because of his looks, but because of the innocence and relief in that expression. And how completely unguarded it was. Oh, he is just a child after all. Sophia thought, her understanding of Cassius quietly shifting. Everything about him is because of his family. His soul is pure, isn't it? The dragging tempo of Dawn nods her head, watching the white-haired young man with understanding in her eyes. The dragging tempo of Dawn says a child should not be held responsible for the deeds of his parents. And bloodline does not define a man. Sophia nodded once, imperceptibly, a whole new perspective settling over her view of Cassius. If he is like this, her thoughts sharpened, doesn't it mean he would accept whatever I want as long as I show him warmth and affection? She barely stopped her face from cracking into a pleased smile, looking at Cassius the way a farmer eyes a golden egg that promises a fortune. And the fact he was genuinely pleasant to look at, with a certain resonating charm about him. Her demeanor shifted entirely. She tilted her head and smiled warmly. It's settled then, you and I are going to be family, but I still know so little about you. Tell me about yourself, my dear. Cassius looked at Sophia, and found himself silently thanking his dark years on Earth, with all those days spent performing daily just to earn a little attention and warmth. Queen's skirt. I knew nothing in life is wasted. Every experience matters. He squealed internally, turning his most innocent smile towards Sophia. Of course. And how should I address you? Oh, my dear, what do you think of mother-in-law? Mother-in-law, then. Oh, I like this boy. He looks like a lost puppy searching for someone to pat his head. The easiest kind to handle. Now, Queen, feed me my most pitiful yet dignified memories to share with this gentle old woman, and help me collect some affection points. What do I gain from this? My affection. Ananke scoffed, then did it anyway. And so the meeting took a bizarre turn that neither of them had anticipated. Chapter 44, Meeting with Sophia. 3. Happiness makes even wicked people good. A bold statement, but one none could deny watching Sophia speak with Cassius as if he were her lost son. The happiness of having secured the last born of Desdemona's attachment to her daughter, and through that opened doors that few in the entire empire could even comprehend, was overwhelming. But Sophia could. She understood the tangled relationship between the Desdemona and the Hood royal family, with Sapphira Hood Desdemona being the half-sister of the current king. But if it were only that, Sophia wouldn't be this pleased, because the very mother of the Desdemona matriarch was the actual queen of the kingdom, having married her own son after the death of the previous king. That relationship, which most of the kingdom had wisely decided never to speak of, out of fear of a fate worse than death, had been, alongside their powerful bloodline, a critical factor in the Desdemona's rise as a Tier 1 family. It made them bold, fearless even, and now I have the heart of that very family inside my own. Sophia thought, walking through the garden with Cassius beside her, her face perfectly calm. Isolde is not so useless after all. All that remained was to not only keep Cassius attached to Isolde, but to herself. He is loved within his family, but despised and distrusted by most outside of it. So what does a young man like that do when someone from outside that circle shows him genuine affection? There weren't thousands of ways to react to something like that, and Cassius's reaction had been perfect. With all that in mind, Sophia glanced at him from the corner of her eye and parted her lips. I am relieved, dear, that you are the one chosen for Isolde. Her voice dropped slightly, taking on a heavier quality. Isolde has always been someone who cornered herself, a young woman who couldn't connect with others, partly because of the side effects of her power. She smiled at Cassius the way a mother smiles at seeing her daughter finally spread her wings. So it's a genuine relief to see someone so taken with her. Especially someone like you, dear. Cassius would have believed every word of it if he hadn't played the game. After all, the way everything about her projected sincerity, it was unsettling. As that realization, his throat tightened, his stomach dropped. He knew then that he was not dealing with someone ordinary. This was the mother of two generational talents. One, a heroine the whole world would eventually hail. The other, a villainess who could kill an entire city without a twitch. She couldn't be anything close to normal. Queen's breath. I hate this. Isolde is indeed like that. He nodded, playing along. I hope then that you won't abandon her. I wouldn't want my daughter made sad. There is no way I would do that. He shook his head. Besides, mother-in-law, it's exactly because of how she is that my heart was taken without me even noticing. Oh, Sophia exclaimed, the crows around them chirping louder, visibly pleased. Yes, if anything, I should be the one worrying about being abandoned. As long as I am alive, my dear, Isolde will be your wife. Then I shall pray for your long life. Oh dear, she murmured warmly. Then how could I not pray for you, my dear son-in-law? She stopped walking. Cassius mirrored her instinctively. Sophia turned to face him, wearing a smile that even Isolde had never once seen on her mother's face. Cassius was inwardly taken aback by it. Usefulness. Ananke hissed, staring at Sophia with quiet distaste. She is like this with you only because you are useful to her. The moment your usefulness runs out, I'd be treated like Isolde, or worse since I'm not her blood. Exactly. So be careful, Cassius. Treat every smile and gesture like something laced with poison, one that takes effect the moment you least expect it. Cassius said nothing back. There was no need. He already knew. He had successfully made Sophia believe he was a young man in love with Isolde and starved for validation outside his own family. He couldn't push further. He had to hold his ground and endure this meeting until it ended. But Sophia, it seemed, had other plans. She leaned her face forward, her black eyes locking onto his with overwhelming intensity. He almost stepped back. It felt like her gaze bypassed flesh and cells entirely, reaching somewhere metaphysical, as if she were trying to poke out something that would give him away. Do you know what I will pray for, my dear? She asked, voice sweet as honey, blinding white teeth on full display. Tell me, mother-in-law. Cassius's voice came out slightly strained. He felt suddenly trapped, like a snake being pulled into the void of Sophia's eyes. I will pray that you come to love me as a son loves a mother. Her smile was achingly beautiful despite the thin edge of coldness that refused to leave it. So that I might know how it feels to have a son. Would that be all right, dear? I wouldn't want to cross the blood demoness. She laughed, making a show of nervousness at the mention of his mother. I am not at her level, after all. True, but Sophia was confident enough in her own standing to know that before Sapphira ever reached her door, she would have to knock down many others first. Well, Cassius said, smiling with deliberate awkwardness, I had already begun to think of you as a mother. Don't they say a mother-in-law is just another mother? Not one created by blood. Yes, but a relationship chosen, and that makes it more special. Sophia finished his words, her black eyes twinkling like stars in deep space as they stayed on his. He smiled. She smiled. They held that position for a long moment, in complete silence, the wind moving their hair softly. There was a tension in the air, a particular kind, the kind felt between two predatory creatures standing in the same field, playing a game of patience, each waiting to see which one would slip first. It was a dire game, as it required the wisdom to know when to push and when to pull. I admit, my dear, I have enjoyed this meeting more than I expected, Sophia finally said and took a few steps back. Cassius exhaled internally, his back damp with cold sweat. So, take this. She extended her hand, offering him an instrument. A flute, black with purple lines running across it. Even at a glance, it was clearly an artifact as a faint aura wavering off its surface. A gift to mark our new relationship, she said. Cassius reached out slowly and took it, feeling the cool touch of it in his hand. The matriarch smiled, pleased. I will let you discover what it does yourself. But I must warn you, you will need to know how to play in order to use it. Are you capable, dear? Cassius smiled back. Is that a challenge, mother-in-law? You can take it as one. She chuckled. So the next time we meet, I will take the time to listen. I will make sure to practice, so your time is well spent. He tilted his head, letting an embarrassed look cross his face. Though I must admit, too, my gift might not measure up to this. Actually, I confess I didn't prepare one at all. Oh, don't worry, dear. Your family will give me plenty of things very soon. Sophia thought, then waved her hand dismissively. It doesn't matter, dear, she said, and at that, Cassius felt a strange power enveloping him. His eyebrows knitted slightly. Your love for my daughter is already my greatest gift. She followed, raising her right hand and placing it tenderly against his cheek, beginning to caress it. Well, my dear, it seems this meeting has reached its end. Oh, already? Cassius whispered. Let's make it longer. How much longer? Sophia chuckled. Until my face becomes tiresome to look at. I'm afraid, dear, that with a face like yours, we'd be here forever. She smiled wider. Now I must say, Isolde is very lucky, isn't she? I am the lucky one, mother-in-law. I must have done something right in my past life. Sophia's smile widened further. Which is exactly why I can't keep you any longer. You have a wife to say goodbye to, and things to settle between you. All right? Cassius nodded slowly. Then I must reluctantly go. Reluctantly, my ass. Just let this farce end already. Sophia's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Cassius felt his body begin to vibrate, phasing in and out of reality around him. His head tilted, an intense urge to vomit clawing at his throat. Before he could humiliate himself in front of her, dear, see you next time. Unwilling to lose face under any circumstances, he managed a grin out of his pale expression. Of course. His words cut off as his body dissolved into a wavelength of inaudible sound, shooting directly toward Isolde's pavilion. Sophia was left alone, her eyes fixed on the space where Cassius had just stood. Slowly, methodically, her smile faded, leaving only a blankness that seemed to hunger for something to fill it. Well, my lady, she whispered, her voice flat, tilting her head upward toward the vague outline of a gate above her. Perhaps you know how to steal a boy from his mother? Chapter 45, Sweet Poison. Isolde was pacing restlessly around her room, each step churning with hidden doubt, her mind refusing to settle, knowing that Cassius was with her mother at that exact moment. What were they even talking about? She had no bloody idea. But I just hope, nothing goes wrong. She whispered inwardly, lips pressed into a tight line, her fingers turning a purple ring over and over. Anesthesia's space ring. She had already looked inside, and what she found made her curse her family quietly for such blatant favoritism. There were dozens of healing potions, more than 5 of them tier 5, alongside essence recovery potions, food, drinks, and a lump of cash. It was 16,800 SN, the equivalent, and Cassius would have confirmed it from Earth's perspective, of exactly 16,800 USD. That wasn't the kind of money nobles typically carried on them. They all knew better, with thieves, scammers, and desperate souls being everywhere, all of them ready to take a finger along with the ring. And so those nobles' money lived in runic bank cards from the Tycoon Chateau. If this much was sitting loose in her space ring, she was probably about to spend it, wasn't she? On what? What could Anesthesia need this much cash for? Her brows knitted into focus, thoughts parading inside her mind. She felt she was on the edge of something useful if she could only work it out. But then Isolde groaned, fell backward onto the bed, and cursed repeatedly at the ceiling. I cannot focus, she screamed internally, punching the mattress like a child mid-tantrum. Cassius flooding her mind and refused to leave. This was more serious than she had initially thought, because it wasn't only that she was worried about what her mother might do to him. Isolde couldn't help but feel a deep, profound sadness at his absence. They were together for only 2, maybe 3 days. She knew that, but she had never been this close to another person for this long. sleeping in the same bed, eating together, smoking together, fighting together, walking together. And far more importantly, she had never once been in a relationship where she was not the background character. The one everyone's eyes slid past as if the world had drawn a veil over her existence. A veil only Cassius had ever been able, or willing, to pierce through. I don't want to lose this feeling, she thought, shutting her eyes and her fists tightly. I don't want to go back to being unseen, unheard. That realization made her curse again, and this time with a weight of helplessness underneath it. Cassius was a poison, one that had gotten into her heart and was now spreading through her entire body like something she couldn't exorcise. There was a cure, yes, and it was simply kill it. And if Isolde was determined and willing to risk everything, it wasn't even an impossible task. But would a woman who had finally regained feeling in her hands because of a poison that stimulated her nervous system ever willingly stop taking that poison? How? After tasting what it felt like to use her hands, to reach out and feel the world and let her inner self shape things, could anyone agree to let that go? In the same way, how could someone who had barely known love willingly kill the only person who had ever made her feel it? Even if that person was a poison that might eventually bring her down? Humans were complex beings, as most agreed. They were beings of reason, as all acknowledged. But most innately and profoundly, they were beings of passion. And the most effective killer of reason was passion. And the most dangerous passion for a woman starved of love was, undeniably, love itself. So, let me take the poison in. I welcome it. I accept it. And truly, a poison is not a poison if it heals more than it hurts. Whether that was genuine truth or a lie coded in enough truth to make herself feel better, Isolde didn't know, didn't want to know. And as if the Queen of Fate herself had decided to test her resolve, the space around the room wavered. Isolde felt the wavelength shift, accommodating an entirely new group of sound waves bleeding in from another space. She leapt to her feet instantly, recognizing her mother's skill. And she was right. Cassius appeared, his body reconstructed from sound, and immediately dropped onto his ass on the floor with a loud thud. Queen's breath, he cursed, irritated, his head spinning from the unusual landing. Damn you, Sophia. You're back, Isolde said immediately, her voice slightly strained, unable to stop the warmth spreading through her chest at the sight of him. How was the meeting? She asked, nerves plain in her voice, and reached her hand out instinctively to help him up. Cassius noticed it, and for a split second he wondered if it was the last attempt, but he saw nothing of the sort. Pleasantly surprised, irritation already forgotten, he took her hand and let himself be pulled to his feet. Nothing to worry about, he said, standing in front of her and dusting off his hands. I told you I would make your mother like me. Did she act warmly? Definitely. Then it's probably all an act. Isolde narrowed her eyes. My mother doesn't love people. Except my sister. Anesthesia is literally the heart of that woman. Anyone else, she appraises them. She'll love you the way a man loves a useful tool. For my usefulness, he concluded, nodding. Ananke had said the same. For your usefulness, Isolde confirmed. But if she was willing to play that warmly, then you convinced her enough. She sees something worth keeping. There was no way I was going to fail at showing how much I love you. Cassius chuckled, giving her a wink. Hell, I might become a renowned scholar like the fool with incredible eloquence if it means explaining my love for you to the world. Yes, yes, another fool indeed, this time made by love. Aren't you embarrassed? Isolde couldn't help but ask, a faint blush rising. To show your love so openly? She had observed many men over the years, and barely any of them showed their love openly. But Cassius was completely different from any of them, and that terrified and overwhelmed her in equal measure. And the doubt that all of this was merely a dangerous, thrilling game for him to win kept stubbornly sprouting in her mind. You are asking the wrong question. He shook his head. Why should I be embarrassed to show you my love? That's like asking why a singer loves to sing. That analogy is complete bullshit. Shut up, darling. The point is what matters. He rolled his eyes. Do you understand it? My love for you is, and I am not afraid to say that, a part of me, a part of my identity. Isolde's heart stopped at the weight of those words. And I will not accept anything in this world, he continued, leaning forward until their noses almost brushed, their breaths mingling like two snakes slowly finding their way toward each other. That would stop me from experiencing that part of myself in the way I choose to. Just like what Caden once told me. He added inwardly, "Ah, good friend, I miss you dearly." "Your turn now," Cassius resumed, his smile quiet and serious at once. "This is the last day. My maid is waiting to leave in 40 minutes. Isolde's lips quivered slightly at the word home. Her purple eyes stayed locked on his red ones. "Tell me your decision. I need to know," Isolde amorous. He paused, eyes deadly serious. "I need to know if we are together from now on. You and I." "Oh, Vorn, take my soul." Chapter 46. Strange Confession. Fear was a poison, an even greater poison than any person could ever be. But in Isolde's eyes at that instant, there was no difference. In that dreadful moment, where time seemed to come to a complete standstill, as if unwilling or simply unable to flow the way it always had. Fear was Cassius, and Cassius was fear. Her throat went completely dry under the weight of his piercing red eyes, waiting, urging her to answer. It was one thing to internally accept the poison of someone's love. It was another thing entirely to admit it to the person themselves, without folding like a coward. But Isolde couldn't truly be blamed for it. The last time she had felt genuine love from someone was so far in the past that all the memories of being hurt and ignored had buried it completely. So she stood there, right at the threshold of something that had become entirely unknown to her brain and body, the real possibility of being loved. And oh, hear the irony of ironies, the paradox of paradoxes. Isolde had lived in grim pain for being unloved by all. Yet now, standing in front of Cassius, she was afraid of the love and affection burning openly in the man's eyes, the way a vampire fears a blazing sun. Hot, searing, all-encompassing, suffocating in its intensity. Would she survive the burn? Or, to be more pessimistic about it, would she even be able to live if all of this turned out to be false? I don't know. I don't know. I truly don't. Isolde wanted to scream it at him, the urge so overwhelming that she gripped his shirt in both fists, trembling badly. Cassius saw all of it. He saw the fear, the doubt, the uncertainty. He saw every bit of it, and stood there like something carved by a god, watching. This was not his battle. This was Isolde's inner demon, and it had to be hers to overcome. He had done everything he possibly could to show his sincerity and love. "Now, it's your turn, Isolde," he thought, his face unchanging. "It's your turn to choose me, just as I have chosen you." And it seemed that intent reached her. Isolde bit her lips hard, hard enough that blood swelled, and shut her eyes. Darkness took her mind, and within it, memories flashed. First came the humiliations by her sister with Emery's wearing an embarrassed smile as he told her it was anesthesia he loved, not her. But then, as if by some quietly merciful force, those memories were swept aside and new ones took their place. The first time she saw Cassius at the gate, his eyes finding her instantly, as if made for nothing else. Oh, she remembered how her heart slammed so hard it had nearly come out of her throat. Then his provocations, his deal, the 3 attempts, the duel. That night, smoking together with not a single judging look. Just quiet, unconditional acceptance of who she was, one that confirmed most deeply by his answer to her question. Why me? Why not you? Yes. Why not her? Who in the hell had made her believe she was not worthy of love? Just who? And after the victory against anesthesia and Emery's, Isolde knew the answer. It was me all along. She smiled sadly, understanding settling. I was the one who decided I was unworthy because my family discarded me. It was partly true, but at the beginning, before she was completely lost in self-loathing and fear, there had been reasons to believe she was worthy. Few, perhaps, but they had existed. She had just chosen to feed on the bad instead, and her mind had consumed it, fortified it, built it into a core part of her identity. And so the world around her had simply reflected what she believed about herself. No magic, no curse, just perception, but not anymore. She opened her eyes. Cassius was exactly where she had left him, not having moved a millimeter. Changing a belief about yourself should have been hard. But if there was even one person in the world who saw in you what you wished to see in yourself, it became considerably easier. You already said it, Isolde Amorous. She thought clearly. He is poison, but you are a bloody assassin. You deal with poison daily. He is like a burning sun that wants to reduce you to ashes. But you have spent years absorbing the blistering existence of your sister and childhood friend. If he is a sun, they were stars. So what exactly are you still hesitating for? That question had dozens of answers. Isolde shut them all down. It was no longer time to question. It was time to choose, and that, even if she wasn't ready, she would have to become ready during the process. So with every shred of courage she could pull from her body, her mind, and her soul. I am older than you, she said, a touch of annoyance in her voice, but you make me feel like the younger one. Don't be shy. Cassius let out a quiet smile. The matters of the heart are my domain. Let me guide you. Will you then not lead me somewhere that causes my end? She asked, laying her heart bare, her instincts screaming at her to stop. She refused. Cassius's smile deepened. Your end would be my end, and I will not walk a path that ends me. I tried to kill you, bastard. I know, darling. I am an assassin, bastard. I know, darling. I will kill many people in my life, innocent or guilty. If they are in my way, it doesn't matter to me, Cassius. I know, darling. I want my family to pay for discarding me. I want them to feel what I have felt. And worse. If that is truly what you want, he whispered, and not something you feel you need to do to prove your worth to them and to yourself. Isolde trembled at that. Then yes, I will be beside you. But if not, I will not let my wife be destroyed by something she believed would give her relief, only to find herself buried under mountains of regret. And as the Tales of the Fool says, regret is immortal. Isolde finished, breath caught. Yes, it never disappears. So let's try to create as few as possible. They both understood that no one could live a life entirely without regret. But one could, at least, make those regrets bearable, because some of them, left untended, would shatter your soul entirely. In that day, Isolde knew that the regret of not choosing love despite the fear would eventually kill her. With that settled, she stepped back a couple of paces, Cassius tilting his head. She smiled faintly, summoned a dagger from her space ring, and held it level at her stomach, tip pointing toward him. You wanted it, didn't you? She asked, grinning with both apprehension and something she could name now. Expectation. Wanted what? A hug. Cassius's eyes widened. Come get it. She looked at him with challenging, intense eyes. Come hug me, Cassius Desdemona. He looked at her, then slowly dropped his gaze to the dagger. He understood exactly what she was offering, that trying to hold her meant accepting the blade. Oh my, Ananke whispered, understanding instantly. Cassius didn't hesitate. He smiled as if mildly amused, took one long step toward her, and without flinching, walked the dagger straight into his own stomach. He heard his flesh part, bones creak, organs cut, blood began to seep, but he had already pulled her into his arms. He held her against him, eyes closed, breathing quietly through the pain, her scent filling his nose. You would be a fool, he breathed, gasping lightly, eyes opening to find hers, to think a dagger would stop me from hugging you. Darling, do you know how long I have waited for this? A short, pained chuckle followed the words. And Isolde was crying, openly, without shame, feeling a warmth she had never felt before, bathing her whole body, as if water was moving through her, washing something out. But her right hand was wet, soaked with the hot blood of the man giving her that feeling. She tried to speak. Her voice broke. She forced herself anyway, as she needed to say it. You have chosen me, Cassius, she whispered, watching a trail of blood drip from his lips. This was my third and last attempt. She smiled now. And I failed to kill you. Kind of pathetic, darling. Should have gone for the neck or the heart. And lose the only heart that loves me? Isolde scoffed, still smiling. I would die of regret. And so now you know. She pressed her forehead gently against his. I choose you, Cassius Desdemona. He bared a grin, feeling her forehead against his, her words echoing inside him, and suddenly the pain in his stomach stopped matching. Whatever was filling his chest was so overwhelming that mundane pain simply retreated to the background. Now tell me your 3 demands, Isolde said, unwilling to step out of the hug, reaching down to pull the dagger free and press a healing potion into his hands. The wound began to close, yet the blood remained. 3 demands, he echoed. Then understanding crossed his face. He reluctantly pulled back, breaking the hug, and reached into his space ring for the gift Morgan had given him. Dorian and Morgan, I love you both so much. And yes, to hell with the twins. Isolde's eyes went wide at the sight of 2 silver rings, each with a streak of purple running through them. If one looked closely, Isolde's name was on the man's ring, Cassius's name on the woman's. Cassius looked at her and smiled. Our marriage was arranged, I know, but let's make it something we actually choose. So, he held out the rings. I spend all 3 demands asking you to, well, marry me, I suppose? His face went slightly red. Suddenly, Cassius Desdemona was genuinely embarrassed. Isolde looked at him. Tears spilled again. She took 3 slow breaths to pull herself together enough to speak. Aren't you supposed to kneel for this? She said, laughing and crying at the same time, already extending her left hand to him, the man's ring taken in her other. Have mercy, darling. He laughed too, trembling in a way few could properly understand, as he slid the ring onto her finger. I might if you bark like a dog, she replied, quivering, eyes fixed on her ring as she slid the other onto Cassius's finger. Everything felt so surreal, like something that could possibly be plucked out of a dream of a woman blessed by heavens. Is barking your kink? Cassius arched an eyebrow. Me specifically barking? Isolde froze. Her tear-streaked eyes locked onto him with instant fury. Don't worry, I don't Jew. Shut up. Just listen. I said shut up. She bellowed, face blazing red, and kicked him instinctively in the stomach. Cassius's eyes blew wide. He doubled over immediately, the previous wound splitting open. He groaned, then coughed. Isolde realized immediately what she had done. She ran to him, and not knowing what else to do, grabbed his head and pulled it into her chest, burying it there. I'm sorry, she said, awkward, already regretting her impulse. And Cassius, you can hit me again if this is how you apologize. Isolde went completely still. She hurled his head away from her chest and launched into a tirade of insults, cursing him as a pervert and every related thing she could think of. Cassius only laughed, looking at the ring on his finger, then at the one on hers, taking the curses as a blessing. Ananke watched the whole scene with a quiet smile. She was genuinely happy for her blessed, and she understood all too well what Isolde was feeling, which made her guiltily glad that she was no longer the only one who had to endure Cassius's insufferable behavior. Welcome then, Isolde Amorous. Chapter 47, My Partner. He had done it. Cassius had succeeded, if not yet in earning Isolde's love, then at least her affection and her permanent commitment to him. And oh, few, truly few, could ever understand what was bubbling inside him in that moment. His chest churned like a boiling kettle as he sat on the floor, his back against the same wall Isolde had punched him into on the very first day. And now here she was, inside his arms. She had been shy at first, not used to being held by anyone. But she learned fast to love it, discovered a strange fondness for being cuddled and feeling protected. She was getting too comfortable with him. Isolde shrieked inwardly. At that, the snake loop regarding Isolde's presence finally closed. A mystical feeling coursed through Cassius, lighting his whole body like an oil lamp at the end of a dark alley. This time, there was no loss of consciousness. The effect wasn't physical like the dual-wielding adaptation, so his body didn't need time to adjust to it. This adaptation was emotional and mental. It allowed Cassius to feel Isolde's presence easily, even in the middle of a crowd of thousands. But there was something else gained from it. He couldn't fully explain it, but there was a faint sensation inside him, something like a sixth sense, whispering the emotional state of Isolde. He needed to focus carefully to catch it, and it seemed to strengthen slightly the closer he held her. The whisper flickered in and out sporadically, difficult to hold. But even that fragment was more than enough. He smiled, feeling happiness and peace radiating from his wife. Yes, confirmed wife. And now, I have to go, Cassius said, his tone laced with a sadness Isolde mirrored perfectly. She didn't answer. She kept her eyes closed, trying to hold on to the moment a little longer before reality came calling. Cassius, however, could be inconsiderate at times. Don't ignore me. I really have to go. He paused. I have things to deal with. What kind of things? Isolde replied, shifting slightly. Oh well, I haven't actually told you what my goal is, have I, darling? He said. Isolde immediately focused. She pulled back slightly and turned to look at him, giving him her full attention the same way he always gave it to her. Your goal? She echoed, tilting her head. Well then, what is it? Simpler than you might think. His lip curled. I just want to protect my family from harm. And when I say family, that includes you. Isolde smiled faintly and nodded. I know nothing of your family's inner workings, she said, but even I can see it won't be easy. Your family is deeply tied to the Hood royal family. After all, the queen is my grandmother. Cassius finished, brows knitting as the full weight of how tangled the Hood family truly was settled on him. And by extension, how tangled the Desdemona were through association. It was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing, because it was the main reason his mother had walked away without the Church of Death or the Deathless Crusaders getting involved after she slaughtered more than half a Tier 3 family. Sapphira's mother was the current queen, after all. A curse, because it meant anyone who thought they could reach the Hood would try through the Desdemona. Both the powerhouses inside the kingdom and outside it believed exactly that. Damn that family, Cassius grumbled, but he couldn't bring himself to hate them completely, for even in the game, the Hood had done what they could to keep the Desdemona safe. Still, no one could restrain an angry Desdemona. And his mother, Sapphira Hood Desdemona, was far more Desdemona than Hood at this point. Not that the line between the two was particularly clear. As all of that flashed through his mind, Cassius exhaled, feeling more acutely with each passing day just how enormous a task it would be to keep his family intact. You look worried, Isolde noticed, seeing the dark cloud that had settled over his face. I am, darling. He sighed, briefly closing his eyes. Which is exactly why I need to go back now. There are things to resolve before I reach home. Dangerous things? Possibly. Isolde pressed her lips into a line. She stayed quiet for a moment, thoughts turning, before speaking. You know what I hate the most? She didn't wait for an answer. Those bloody stories where the hero dies on some fucking adventure right after promising the princess a wedding. Cassius laughed, catching the dead serious expression on her face. Are you the princess? Me? Vorn take my soul, no. Isolde's face scrunched. It was an analogy. You're terrible at those, darling. Leave them to me. The important thing is to understand my point, bastard. And I do. Cassius nodded, smiling. But here's the thing, I'm not in that category. I am no hero. Oh really? She shifted closer, their noses and foreheads touching. Then what category are you? The kind who does anything to protect the people he loves. Anything. Anything. His eyes blazed a deep, intense red. The faint sound of a snake hissing whispered through the room. There is nothing I am not prepared to do for that. Isolde's eyes lit with a dark excitement, her purple deepening until it edged towards something cold and unhinged, a feeling of madness swirling beneath it. It just so happens that I like that kind of person the most. Because you are that kind of person, darling. And since you begged me so relentlessly that I couldn't refuse, his lips twitched, we are now husband and wife. She grinned. Do you know what that means? Cassius mirrored her grin. Anything for me? Anything. She nodded. So go do what you need to do, knowing that you have not only gained a wife. She slapped his face lightly. You've also gained a partner. Cassius chuckled, and felt instantly something lift inside him. His mind a little clearer. There was no point in worrying about the future, he realized. One step at a time. Only one. Always forward, always onward, never left nor right. He would arrive at his destination when the time came. But for now, journey before destination. Cassius said aloud. Isolde arched an eyebrow. You quote the Tales of the Fool a lot. I am his greatest fan. He winked. Then both of them rose from the floor, the time to leave having arrived quietly. The room fell into a particular silence, the kind that precedes departure, the separation of two people now bound to each other. They looked at each other with matching smiles. Isolde was adjusting to this new reality faster than she had expected. It filled her with a new sense of purpose, something clean and clear-edged. She was a loyal woman, had always been, the kind who would do anything for the one person who had earned her acknowledgement, respect, and loyalty. So at that instant, Isolde Amorous was ready to do whatever it took to protect the heart that loved her. No matter what, she raised her hands and began to straighten his clothes, then noticed the blood stain she had caused still on his black shirt. Won't you change? She asked. I like this shirt with the blood stains and all. He smiled, reaching up himself to put her hairpin back in place. It might be my lucky charm. Isolde smiled back. I like it too. They held each other one last time, then walked out side by side. Their steps fell in the same rhythm, up and down together, their presences entirely in sync. It was a feeling neither of them had ever known existed. And in that moment, instinctively and without doubt, both of them knew they had made the right choice. As if they had been made for each other. A strange feeling, but one each of them wanted to believe. So they did. There were still many things left unsaid. Parts of each other's lives neither was ready to open yet because of circumstances. But something more important had been built. A foundation strong enough not to crumble at the first trial. Because each of them was ready to do everything to protect what they had found and help the other reach where they were going. No matter what stood in their way. No matter who stood in their way. They wouldn't care. I have your back, darling, Cassius said, looking at the door that led outside the pavilion, now looming before them. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. Don't be nervous. Just walk your path. And every time you turn your head, you will find me beside you. Isolde smiled. She closed her eyes briefly, holding herself together, then answered, her voice soft. And me likewise. She took his hand, wanting to show the sincerity plainly. You are like anesthesia and Emery's, the kind of blinding light that people are meant to notice. I don't mind. I don't care either. I will be the shadow your light casts on the world. So we cannot be separated. Cassius laughed, because a sun without its own shadow is incomplete, unfinished, and deeply wrong. So without me, you are not fully you, she said with false arrogance. Without you, indeed, I am like a man without a dick. Shut up. Cassius barked a loud laugh, already reaching for his runic phone to capture the image of Isolde's thoroughly embarrassed face. Isolde was exasperated, wondering, not for the first time, why Cassius was constitutionally incapable of being serious until the very end. Soon enough, they stood before the door that led outside the pavilion. They turned their heads and looked at each other, feeling whatever it was that now lived between them. Ready, darling? Isolde smiled, brightly, without shame, without hiding it. Yes, you lovely, insufferable bastard. I love you too, darling. The door opened with a creak. The light of the yellow sun spilled through the gap, and the two of them stepped out together. And so, ding, you have completed your quest, worthless husband. The 3-day meeting with Isolde Amorous came to an end. Chapter 48, Public's Reaction 1. New Achievement. Lovely, insufferable husband. Description, wonderful. We only asked you to change your mind about you, but you did more than that. You changed her mind about everything. Your methods were entertaining, and your affection was genuine for a Desdemona. You are indeed more than an artifice of a man. However, your ancestors would certainly not recognize you because you're oddity. Rewards, 10,000 VP plus 5,000 for achievement. VP boost, X2. Total VP, 25,000 VP. Cassius smiled faintly as his eyes settled on the notification, one hand stroking his chin. He was especially pleased about the VP boost, for with it, every point he earned would be doubled when he wanted to. This is incredible. I might have enough for something worthwhile at the next Saturday's Origin store. He thought with quiet excitement, sitting inside the carriage with Ocean at his side. The maid wore a small, almost imperceptible smile, inwardly glad to be serving her young master again. The past days had shown her painfully clearly how completely her life depended on him. There was barely anything she could do without him, and Ocean couldn't be blamed for it. She didn't remember much of her childhood, but what little remained was the memory of being trained to serve a Desdemona in that strange place. So when the sole purpose woven into her very existence was stripped away, she had been like a person rising too high into the sky, chest constricting, breathing going shallow as the air thinned and disappeared. The sensation had been agonizing in the most internal way possible. She drew a deep, unsteady breath, clenched her fists, and watched Cassius from the corner of her eye. How do I make the young master accept my presence, even alongside his wife? She never wanted to feel that way again. Never. Her thoughts coiled restlessly, searching for answers, until Cassius's voice landed like a sledgehammer and stopped them cold. Tell the servants of Shadow to leave us the moment we entered Desdi City. He ordered, looking through the tinted window. You and I are going somewhere. Without them. I can't let them know what I'm doing. He added inwardly, eyes narrowing. The servants of Shadow are Morgan's subordinates. Their loyalty isn't to me. And he had no intention of doing what he was about to do with people he didn't trust at his back. May I ask where, young master? Ocean asked carefully, confused by the sudden order. Well, the place everything avoids in Desdi City. The outskirts, he said, finding no reason to hide it. Ocean's eyes went wide. Her body straightened instinctively. Please forgive me for overstepping, but what are we doing there, young master? That's where the all outcasts hide. You cannot just. I need to find someone, Ocean. He cut in, his red eyes narrowing. A man who knows too much about us. He was thinking of the man Isolde had once intended to use to get inside the Desdemona mansion and cause chaos. Even if Isolde would no longer do such a thing, he was not comfortable leaving that kind of knowledge in the hands of someone who could still weaponize it. Better to remove the threat before it became one. I hope the Tier 5 mind barrier I obtained from Ananke's fractured land will be enough. He truly did. Ananke, meanwhile, could feel the faint nervousness in her breast. Do as I said, he told Ocean, closing his eyes. And to be safe, we change carriages. Ocean nodded slowly. Then her eyes landed on his bloodied shirt, and she frowned slightly. Young master, what about your shirt? I have spare clothes in my space ring. Leave it. He waved a lazy hand. This is my lucky charm from now on. Nothing should harm it. His voice was oddly serious about a matter of clothes. Ocean said nothing, and began acting on his orders immediately. Then something chimed inside the carriage. Cassius's eyes snapped open, feeling it come from his runic phone. Curious, eyebrows rising, he pulled it from his pocket and found a message. His lips pulled into a smile the moment he saw who it was from. His wife, Isolde. She had sent a video alongside a message. He played it with anticipation only to freeze. Ananke burst into laughter inside his mind, watching the footage Isolde had recorded while he was sleeping, snoring loudly and aggressively. Here is your proof. I told you that you snore, lovely bastard. Listen to yourself, and then imagine what I went through. This woman, Cassius's eye twitched hard, his hand holding the phone trembling, yet he was smiling. I didn't want to do this. But fine. He replied with a photo and a message. I have many more of these. He put the phone away and closed his eyes again, wearing a peaceful smile, already missing his wife, but now he needed to clear his head and prepare for what came next. Let's go. I believe in you, Cassius. Cute. Back in her room, which still held the scent of Cassius, Isolde was lying flat on her stomach on the bed, staring at the picture he had sent. She was laughing, properly laughing, looking at Cassius's annoyed face with her arms and legs sprawled all over him. I mean, I always knew I was a restless sleeper. She managed between laughs. I just didn't want to admit it in front of you, but that he had actually taken a picture of it. She shook her head with genuine amusement. Then a strange thought occurred to her, and her face went red almost immediately. But she did it anyway. She set the photo as her wallpaper and smiled widely at it, finding it funny. Then her eyes settled on the ring bearing the name Cassius, and she closed them peacefully. "If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. Let me sleep forever." She said it sincerely, to whatever god was willing to listen, not knowing what she would ever do if all of this turned out to be false. But Isolde had nothing to worry about, because less than half an hour after Cassius's departure, Sophia and Sapphira acted. Using the runic net, the system that allowed news to spread across the kingdom, they officially made the engagement between Isolde and Cassius public, formally confirming the new relationship between the Amorous and Desdemona. It was a relationship that did not please everyone as it threatened the interests of many, and those who had been hesitant to act, calculating that the risk wasn't worth it, now decided that not acting was the greater risk. Decisions were made, but it wasn't only the powerhouses of the kingdom who stirred. Cassius's own generation was moving too, seeing the official engagement of someone their own age, someone they knew. Some of them knew him very well. Very, very well. Inside a chamber made entirely of mirrors, a young woman. White, unblemished skin, gray hair and a pixie cut, white eyes, stood looking at her reflection, applying lipstick to her heart-shaped lips. "It's confirmed." The mirror in front of her suddenly trembled, a mature voice cutting through sharply. "He is getting married to the first daughter of the Amorous." The young woman paused. The lipstick hovered an inch from her lips. Her white eyes widened slightly as the information worked its way through her mind. "Natalia." The voice spoke again. Then one of the mirrors rippled like disturbed water, showing a woman with the same features but older. "Did you hear me?" "I heard you, mother." Natalia scowled, lowering her hand, frowning deeply. "I heard you, but I cannot believe it. It is confirmed. It's all over the net." Her mother paused, looking at her daughter with a wry, apologetic expression. "You have wanted to be with little Cassius since you were young. I know, my daughter, I know this well. But your father and all of us have already told you it's not possible. And with this, I hope you will finally make peace with that. This is all your fault." Natalia growled, her white eyes as smooth as glass, reflecting the pained look on her mother's face. "All because of your damned customs. Customs that make no sense." "They do, Natalia. They do. And I don't care," she bellowed, voice cracking. "I said it that day, and I will say it again, mother." She leaned her face toward the mirror, eyes burning with pain and rage. "I am not marrying my cousin. I would rather die. And I don't care about the consequences." Her mother fell silent, watching Natalia's chest heave. The pain of watching the person she had loved since childhood be taken by someone else was larger than she had expected. So she lost control. She opened her mouth and shrieked, a sound of pure, overwhelming rage. And the landscape of mirrors that served as her chamber shattered all at once, severing the connection with her mother in the same instant. And so Natalia Glass Scion, heiress of the Tier 2 Glass Scion family and childhood friend of Cassius Desdemona, locked the door of her chamber, hating the very thought of seeing her family's faces. Chapter 49. Public's Reaction 2. "Is it true, father?" Keisha asked, her voice strained, standing in front of her father at his work desk buried under documents of every size and color. She was holding her runic phone, thrusting the screen in his face, showing him what was going viral on the net, her silver eyes trembling lightly with disbelief. Her father, Norman Silver, watched his daughter with a tired sigh from his pale lips, then loosened his suit to be more comfortable, already knowing she was about to give him a terrible headache over something that had been discussed 1,000,000 times before. "You have eyes, don't you, Keisha?" he retorted, leaning back in his chair, his silver eyes locking onto hers. "What do you see?" "But father," Keisha began, strands of silver hair falling over her restless face. "Isn't Cassius too young for marriage? Why so hasty? And isn't the first daughter of Amorous too old for him?" "Enough, Keisha." Norman cut off his daughter's endless stammering. "Why are you even asking me this? Why are you troubling yourself with this at all?" He tapped his finger rhythmically on the icy surface of his desk. "We live in Desdi City, yes. We once had a relationship with the Desdemona, yes. But not anymore, Keisha. Not anymore." His eyes hardened, frost steaming from his mouth. How many times must I repeat this? Don't forget what they did. Don't forget they let your mother die. Indifferent to our pleas. Indifferent to you, despite you being a close friend to that bastard. Don't call him. I will call him whatever I please, Keisha. Norman grated, his voice so cold the silver-colored room was frosting over, ice creeping up the edges slowly. And I will not repeat myself on the subject of the Desdemona. We are too weak to do anything to them, I acknowledge that, but I want nothing to do with them. Not anymore. He paused, looking at his daughter's forlorn face, the features of his late wife so plain there that Norman almost softened, wanting to ease her pain. He knew he shouldn't. He had to be firm. Keisha was too gentle for her own good. My greatest mistake was letting you get close to that spawn of devils, he thought, clenching his jaw. But no more. You are the only one I have left. I cannot let you get closer to those monsters. They care about no one but themselves. He knew it all too well. But his daughter, this is my life, father, Keisha retorted, her face determined even as tears welled in her pure silver eyes. And Cassius has done nothing wrong. Nothing. It's his family, not him. Have I fathered a fool? Or am I hallucinating? Norman said, exasperated. Did that bastard come here to comfort you, or even be with you when your mother died? Huh, Keisha. Answer me. Keisha's body trembled. She lowered her head, her hair falling like a silver waterfall. He didn't know, father. Her voice was shaking. No one told him. I know that. Cassius was always gentle with me. He was there for me. I know him. And don't call him a bastard. Cassius is my free. He is not. Norman cut in. Not anymore. He dragged an exasperated hand over his face, wondering where he had gone wrong. Keisha pressed her lips together stubbornly, turned sharply on her heel, and walked toward the exit of her father's office. Don't make me increase your security, Keisha. Norman called after her. Listen to me and stay out of the lives of those. He is my friend, father. Keisha didn't wait for him to finish. She slammed the door behind her. She ignored the angry sound that followed, walking through the corridors of her house, heels slapping the blue-carpeted floor. Her mind drifted to when they were just children, when they were innocent, she and Cassius playing together endlessly. She tightened her fist at those memories, her eyes flooding with sadness. How can you get married without telling me? Keisha whispered, tears falling. Am I no longer your friend? The world blurred. She walked faster, heading straight to her room, her heart heavy with grief she didn't know how to put down. Oh, would you look at this bastard? Klaus thought, and then, unable to stop himself, burst out laughing. He was lying in the grass of his personal realm, hands behind his head, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers, his toned body on full display. Green grass stretched endlessly in every direction. The wind swatted his long green hair around, his black eyes curving with amusement. Is this actually real now? He asked the tall yellow-haired, dark-skinned maid holding the runic phone toward him, still grinning. Yes, young master, now replied respectfully. Published directly on the Amorous and Desdemona's personal net pages. So that bastard Cassius is really marrying this woman? Yes, young master. She looks older than us, doesn't she? She is a third year. Isolde Amorous of the Tier 3 Amorous family, ranked third in the academy. Oh. Klaus barked another laugh, teeth so white they looked artificial. The bastard's marrying a Tier 3? Is that because of that low birthright capacity I heard about? He shook his head immediately. No. That doesn't make sense now. The Desdemona are strong enough to get a Tier 2 family to agree, especially with their ties to the Hood royal family. Ties, now added, which are quite strained from what we know, which makes them even more interesting. Klaus shrugged. Don't you think? Now smiled with quiet pride, looking at her young master. Klaus Silison Handoff was unreasonable and arrogant most of the time, but he was no fool. Still, Klaus said, his smile threatening to collapse into more laughter. I wonder how Natalia is taking this. Ha ha, that stupid girl. I bet she's crying her eyes out. Good for her. And Keisha? That annoying little crybaby. Tisk, stupid girls, both of them. And what about you, young master? now said, straightening, watching him with a small smile. Me. Klaus mirrored the smile, free and easy. Isn't it obvious? I don't care. Though, now that you mention it, I have been thinking about something lately. He closed his eyes, lips spreading with mischief. I've decided, now that, I want to get married. Now suppressed a laugh. And what are your criteria, young master? Older than me. I thought you didn't like older women, young master. Now, we are human beings, all right? Beings of change. My taste has changed. Now go tell that to my mother and leave me alone. I was training, and you interrupted me with that bastard's love life. Who even cares about him? Training or sleeping? Now almost said, but she stopped herself. She bowed, murmured a yes, and exited Klaus's personal realm to deliver the message to his mother. Vorn's curse breath. Now I've lost my sleep. Klaus complained, then cursed Cassius under his breath for the loss of it. Might as well actually train. I need to be ready for the academy anyway. He muttered, not particularly motivated, aware that he no longer had Cassius to measure himself against. Useless bastard getting a wife instead of getting strong. He cursed his lost rival again, rising reluctantly, already promising himself to teach Cassius a lesson when they met in the royal capital. On his feet now, Klaus looked up at the green sky rolling with clouds and muttered, "Windy." Instantly, a green whirlwind erupted around him. A sweet voice rang out, and a small green fairy-like creature appeared, snuggling immediately into Klaus's hair with unbridled affection. "Klaus!" The voice was ear-splitting. "Don't scream in my ears, damn it, Windy. Klaus! Are you messing with me, you stupid spirit? Let me go find my father. I want to try the bloodline spirit summon again." "No, Klaus. I am sorry." "Then shut up." Chapter 50. Hood. "What are you doing in my chamber, I wonder, Esmeralda, dear sister?" Raven asked with a soft, controlled voice, as if performing for an audience, his piercing red eyes settling on the woman sitting leisurely across from him. Sarah stood behind him, doing her best to keep her face neutral. The young woman smiled at her brother's words. She wore a deep black dress that barely reached her knees, her hair long and flowing like a waterfall of blood, red eyes shimmering with mischief and something primal. 6 earrings in each ear. Her right nostril pierced. Smiling wider, she leaned forward and pressed her elbows on the crimson table at the westward side of the room, all 10 fingers adorned with luxurious rings. "Well, what else, brother?" Esmeralda said, her voice slurring lazily. "I heard news. News I desperately wanted to share with you. So here I am." "If it's about Cassius getting married," Raven said, sipping his coffee, "I'm afraid I can't bring myself to care." "Why not? He's the grandson of our bitch of a mother, which makes him our lovely little nephew." She said it without ceremony, making Sarah tremble inwardly, wondering whether she was supposed to hear an insult directed at the queen. "Oh my, don't tell me you don't care about your own family, Esmeralda." Raven's voice was still calm, still controlled, but his red eyes went hard. "Don't act like a Vorn-cursed fool in front of me. You know well enough that no one in this family cares about anyone else. And you least of all. I care about you, brother. You care about nothing but yourself." He paused, then leaned his face forward, every movement carrying that same quality of performance rather than naturalness. "Your pupils are dilated. You haven't taken your pills, have you?" He sneered, shaking his head in open disdain as understanding settled. "So you're planning to go again today?" "I need to," Esmeralda whispered, her voice thick with something festering, eyes trembling in their sockets, smiling with a slight flush. "The pills don't always work, and you all know that. So I need to go, and for that, I'll need you to cover for me again, brother." "Ah!" Raven exclaimed. "So that's the real reason for this visit. You don't actually care about our lovely nephew at all. Brother, fuck this family, and fuck everyone related to it." Esmeralda laughed freely, then winked at him. "Except you, of course, because I help you satisfy that disgusting habit of yours," he said flatly. "Esmeralda, when are you going to stop walking into brothels and sleeping with anyone willing?" Her face didn't move at his crude words. Around the same time you stop sleeping with all the maids in this house, because you can't have that hypocrite girl anesthesia. Sarah's body went rigid. Her head dropped instinctively, shame and inadequacy wrapping around her entire soul. Raven's jaw locked, his eyes going cold at Esmeré's unbothered grin. "See," she said. "Two can play this game, brother. Don't pry into my habits, and I won't pry into yours. So let's not waste time." She cocked her head to the side. "Will you help me? I need that bitch of a mother off my back." "You're going to ruin yourself, sister," Raven said. She smiled. "Aren't we already?" She rose from her chair and leaned her face toward his, stopping an inch away. "I take pills to control a devouring urge. Without them I'm no different from a vorn-damned whore selling herself for pocket change. Respectfully, I'm not seeing the difference, sister. That's where you're wrong. I don't do this for money. Which makes it worse. You're one to talk." She scoffed. "You use the poor maid behind you to relieve the frustration of not having anesthesia. Funny of you to judge anyone. And you." She turned towards Sarah, grinning wider. "Aren't you tired of being my brother's toy? Come be mine instead. I'll take." "Are you done?" Raven cut in, looking at Esmeré sternly. "I've heard you. You can go." "How long do I have?" Esmeré laughed, forgetting Sarah immediately, straightening her back. 2 hours, he said. "That's how long I can divert mother's attention from you. Tell me which brothel. And this time, sister, don't create a scandal." 2 hours? Esmeré smiled, fully upright now. "More than enough." "And which brothel?" "My favorite, of course, the Bliss's house." She flashed a flirty grin at Sarah, blew her a kiss, then turned and walked toward the door, her body already thrumming with anticipation for what she was about to feel. She reached the crimson door, took the handle, and paused when Raven's voice came from behind. "What about my proposal?" he said. "Oh," Esmeré hummed. "The one about seducing Emery's Stormblessed?" "Yes." The princess chuckled. "Don't worry. I like his pretty face. I'll do everything to get him where I want him. Meaning, between my legs." She laughed. "Oh my, I can't wait for the meeting. I hope your head is on straight that day, sister. One public mistake, and you're as good as dead." "You know that's not entirely true," she said at last with a chuckle, then walked out, leaving Raven and Sarah in the room together. Silence dropped between them like something heavy. The prince sighed, briefly closed his eyes, and buried his head in his palms. "Bloody family," he muttered, understanding more clearly with every passing day why their first ancestor had written so many rules before disappearing. The first rule was if any member of the Hood family died under unnatural circumstances, the Hood bloodline would lose a critical part of itself, a permanent weakening. Devious ancestor. You knew US, didn't you? Because without those rules, the Hood royal family would have destroyed itself from within long ago. And one of the most grating rules was, "My prince," Sarah whispered, voice barely holding, tears threatening though she fought them back. She had her duty to perform. "Tomorrow is Thursday. Is there anything you need me to prepare for the gathering?" The Hood family gathering. Every Thursday, every member was in the same room, same table. Whether there was anything to discuss or not, it didn't matter. Missing it came with severe punishment. No exceptions, not even for the king and queen. "I hate this rule more than any other," Raven thought, then nodded slowly to Sarah. "Same as always," he said, then rose from the table and walked toward the exit. "I'm going to see my mother," he added. "I need to make good on my word to my sister. And Sarah, erase this conversation from your memory." With those last words, the prince walked out. Sarah was thus left alone. She finally let herself collapse onto the floor, her chest heaving with painful sobs, tears soaking her face before she could stop them. She pressed her forehead to the floor, both hands over her mouth, trying to swallow it all down. It was useless. If instead of storing and erasing memories, her power could rewind time, Sarah would have killed herself before she ever agreed to become a maid of this family. They were all the same, every last one of them, heartless, cold, incapable of love even for each other, let alone for anyone outside their bloodline. And yet here she was, a hapless, helpless woman who had fallen in love with one of those monsters and could no longer pull herself free, despite wanting to desperately. She clutched her chest, her heart hammering, her body curling inward, and prayed to anyone who would listen to the plight of a woman abandoned by everything. "Please," she wheezed, voice broken, "pull this heart out of my chest. I don't want to feel anymore. I don't want to feel anything." It was the only way to survive inside the royal palace. As always, no answer came. Sarah cried harder, then forcibly pulled herself together, because she had a job to do. She was the maid of the prince. Even if lately, her only job was to shatter her own soul and heart and body in order to soothe the wounded one of a man who would never truly see her. But it's my job, isn't it? She told herself that. Tried to believe it even, because it was far easier to survive inside a bubble of comforting lies than to face a truth that would extinguish the last flicker of life still burning inside her. And so the maid of the prince returned to her duties, after using her aspect to erase everything she had heard between the royal siblings. Are you truly sure, young master?" Ocean asked carefully, standing beside Cassius, who had dyed his hair brown and put on black glasses to hide his Desdemona features. They stood in front of a cracked, stooping building. A half-broken sign hung from one side, looking ready to fall at the slightest breath of wind. On it, one could just about read, "Humstrong's Alchemical Store." Cassius twisted his lips at the sight, confirming this was the place. His footsteps shuffled almost imperceptibly, the mud and damp ground beneath them releasing a stench so powerful that both he and Ocean had worn identical permanent frowns since arriving in the alley. It was that bad, but Cassius had more important things to worry about. With a focused and silently wary Ocean at his side, he approached the door with the Tier 5 mind barrier necklace now hanging around his neck. Ocean reached the door first and opened it for him. What met them was a body flying outward at blistering speed, accompanied by a furious shout that shook the building around it. "Get the hell out of my store!" The body slammed into them before either could react, sending them both toppling into the muddy ground. Cassius cursed, then looked down at his beloved shirt. Stained. His eyes went red,